stand. Wait on a sign above, and I am ready, ready. 'Cause I just live for the game. 'Cause I just live for the game. 'Cause I just live for the game.
Start small. Yes. Just we can always get bigger. Whatever you want. We initiate. I am fine with it.
All right, guys, we took a little break from the meetup game, and we're now back here with the big boy game for today, 5100, and we have a full table, and they're ready to play some cards and get into the big pots. My name's Adonis, and right across from me I have Mike Kruger, the card room manager over at Orange Park. What's up?
What is up yet again, guys? If you joined us for the meetup game, I was that voice, a good portion of it, along with Country, joining us as well as usual.
The master of ceremonies.
I don't know about all of that, but yeah, we're getting back at it with this 5100 game that we're now just getting started off here. It looks like we got ourselves a double board bomb pot to take a place, kick things off.
First board, King Jack 10, second King 7-7. So everybody's getting settled in here. Enough players arrive at the table. I feel like splash around a little bit, getting the cards in the air. I know we're anxious to see the cards get in the air for this game. Here we go out of the gate. Craig just flops the straight on one board.
Ooh,
fires out 400.
Todd's got the nut flush draw and a gutter. Pair and a gutter.
That's how we see him go nowhere in front of the
bad
call.
card though on the turn. Bad card.
Let's see if Craig tries to take this one down rather than chopping it up. Now it does slow down and check it, especially how dangerous that second board is. King 7-7-7, a lot of sevens.
Yeah, you can't help but feel, even if that spade comes on the river, you're going to be downgraded to the nut flush when there are so many pocket pairs that just beat you. And Greg can't feel good about flopping a straight in the board pairs, right? Like if you have queen nine of clubs, sure. Even then, you're probably still looking for some help on the top, and you have virtually queen high on the bottom. So it looks like there was a bet from Todd and a fold from Greg, and we'll go ahead and head on to the next hand. Bomb pot to start. To preface this, though, you have Alec Torelli in the one seat, one of the WPT ambassadors. To his immediate left in seat two, you have poker vlogger Lexo Poker. Right in the three seat, Hunter Sitchi, who is in the seven-figure accomplished tournament player, as well as Yi Lee in the four seat. And then over there is, I believe, Greg. And then Todd L. Did I miss anything, Mike?
Not yet, not yet. I was waiting for you to.
Sorry.
I almost did. I didn't get a solve, but he wasn't at the table.
Better than not being
See
able to
everybody's
wait
still
to
on here. Todd, somewhat right. You're a live stream player here at Best Bet.
No three bets, ace, king, nines, and tens in the pot. Oh!
Wow, what a flop for Torelli.
Flopping. Middle set as Alec Lee.
Todd's open-ended.
Broadway draw. Meanwhile, we're going to see Todd fire out with that open-ended straight draw.
Man, he might walk right into it. Yep. Oh,
There it
yeah,
is,
he
the
ain't
raise.
even playing. He said 2K now. 1,700 more to play.
Yeah, tough to slow play with your set here. 4 ways on this pot. You just want to start floating things up.
Oh, Todd makes the call for 1,700 more.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Just couldn't tell what to say.
On the button, open-ended.
We're getting about 2 to 1. Put in the call. Plus, maybe he gets to play the hand in position. He can represent hearts if they come in. Ace rolls off on the turn. Interesting to see if Todd wants to represent a big hand with that ace.
Jesus Christ, he's mashing it big time.
Wow, this is a pretty aggressive line that Torelli's taking.
Yeah, he's very wet board and started out multi-way. He's just trying to bloat it up. No reason to get cute. You got ace, jack, 10, 8 there. A lot of different straight draws, flush draw available. You just want to deny any sort of equity you can, especially if he has a monster combo draw.
Didn't get stacked.
Big bet. Just to take it down.
So if I didn't get stacked,
Rhonda,
it's
real
okay.
quick, check your YouTube settings. Sometimes when you boot up something on YouTube, it defaults to a lower bit rate when it comes to your settings. So just go into your advanced settings and make sure the resolution is set to 1080. And that should clear up the blurriness. Meanwhile, here's our final player walking to the table. We got Toby joining the game as well.
Young Toby.
Speaking of tournament crushers,
Fresh off of a cash in today's $2,100 bounty event.
Wait,
He
what?
said he only got a min cash, but he had 5 bounties. So
How much were the bounties worth?
500, I believe, for.
Oh, damn, he good. I mean,
So yeah, he'll be all right.
not
But
as
I
good
think
as he
he's going
wants
to
to be.
continue going bounty hunting here, obviously. Toby wanted to love getting in the mix.
How many of these games ran
Wanted to see him
between
in a
April
deep
and now?
cash game.
Like, did you get any of these? 0?
2550.
Okay, well, that's kind of what we played last time. We
Yeah,
were doing like
25-50,
25-50 with 100 sometimes.
Yeah,
Alex
this
and
one we
Greg
had.
So how often
played
does that go? Like
on
once
the
a month?
last live stream that we had that Alec Torelli was part of.
We saw you.
Oh,
They
wow.
battled
Yeah.
quite often in the day before, leading up to the live
Bring
stream
the
as well.
games.
So,
A
yeah.
lot of popular hands, I would say, in terms of hand histories between Greg and Alec were spread around.
Yeah.
It'll be fun
Because
to
I was
see
here in
him mix
April
it
when
up
we
yet
played
again
last
here
time.
on the live
Basically,
stream.
I think it was pretty close to this game. 25-50 maybe. It was a little small.
Yeah. Had a couple 2550s on stream. Yeah. But not higher.
We're in the semi-social celebration, Adonis. Oh, man.
I saw him do the click of the heel, point upward, celebrate in here. Unfortunately, no video feed at the moment. I'll try to sneak a video of it next time it happens.
One of the guys came on. His name was Taco Bueno.
That's also like the college.
Which is him, by the way.
Is it him?
Yeah.
Yeah, this my buddy John drove all the way from Texas and came in. He was like, "Yo, is Adonis here?" I'm like, "Wow, man,
I'm on a roll.
this dude drove 14 hours just to meet me. He's a really, really cool guy." And since he's been back, we've got to hang out a few times, get some breakfast. Fun fact, we were running the Christmas in July promotion when he came to visit, and on the way out, he had a Royal for $1,600 in and out of the door.
Because he got all of his expert advice from your master class.
I mean, he's been a faithful and devout student for a very long time.
If you buy the Adonis Masterclass and buy Adonis Breakfast, he may teach you how to develop a flush.
And here's the thing, the price is on the pink Starburst.
Yeah, that's true.
Those are $2.50 at Target.
I've heard there's been rave reviews about that
moved around.
Masterclass featuring
This was the
Adonis.
only table I
Oh,
won.
boy. You don't want to read
I
those.
lost it this year. I only won at that table.
You don't want to read those.
I don't know. I saw the
table.
footnotes. It all makes sense.
Fortunately, it was
Here to Hunter open things up from late position with ace queen. Looks like he's getting no action. Similar to Alec last hand to open things with kings, got no action. Everybody feeling each other out in the early goings.
I was going to say, like, I feel like this is what a
bit
game
of
like
that.
this takes some time to get rolling.
A little bit. You have only Greg and Alec from the last time the stream game happened with Alec on it. So maybe everybody's trying to get a little comfy,
something to see.
ready to get in action. Obviously, we said Toby just came over from the tournament area. Alec was part of the meetup game. Everybody kind of coming from different directions, ready to sit down. No, it's going to be a long session. They're ready to get into it.
So that it's only 8-handed? this game,
Lucy
or like
asking
we're
when did
waiting
this
for-
start. It actually
We're
just
always
started a
waiting.
few minutes ago, so you haven't really missed anything yet, Lucy.
Yeah, that's cool. I'd rather
Same
play
reason why
8-handed's a lot
these
better.
guys might be feeling each other out. Exchanging some pleasantries, seem like a friendly crowd. But I imagine the action will just keep ramping up as the night progresses.
Of course, Ketman. I'll cut yours down to a pack of Twizzlers. Alec, though, makes it 250. Toby is going to debate it and make it 500? Or no, he just
call.
called.
Yeah, he did make
I thought he put in the
That's
mix,
one of
but-
those bounty chips that he won, those 500s.
Yeah,
I was
that's what it
gonna
was.
say.
7 queen
Casually
ace
put in
flop,
there.
all diamonds, and Toby does have the jack of diamonds.
Right, yeah, you can scoot over.
Alec did put out a C bet, betting 200. You can see Toby call with his pair of queens and jack of diamonds.
Yeah, but you can be on the other side.
Yeah, you can put your mountain chips right there. And
Off the turn we're going to go 9 of clubs, which now moves Alec to 2 pair. Big improvement on the turn. Alec reaching for chips. Here we go. Betting again on the turn is Alec. Now
Lucy, how you
to
doing?
650.
Oh, he turned 2 pair?
Yeah, big turn card here.
Yeah, Jack of Diamonds, that little pair. You're like, this is the one reason a lot of players. I mean, I don't know if I want to use the term "look up to," but rather envy Toby's ability to play because. Oh, damn!
Pulling up is Alec. 9 school of 7s. Now Torelli going to go for value on this river. See what kind of hands he wants to target, hoping to get looked up. Before Toby putting a call in. He thinks Toby has a hand like he has. He might go small for value. He thinks Toby has a big ace. He's going to make it look like he's blowing off on the chop, and that's what we see. Big bet. Yeah, trying to make it look like I have ace X. I think you have ace X. They're trying to make it look like he's blowing Toby off the chop here.
Toby actually comes in short compared to the rest of the table, only buying in for what, 10K? Everybody else is floating around the 20 mark, so I assume
100 big blind short stack.
Yup, I assume he'll top off at some point. I mean, like I said, I was saying until Alec filled up on the river, Toby plays a tournament all day long, cashes, and then immediately flips his brain over to high stakes no one to hold.
Honestly, we saw him lightly jog over to this table after busting out of that tournament. Ran over to make sure there was still a seat open and locked it up. Then lightly jogged back to the cage to get his chips and make his way over here. So
He's trying to find some value.
he's ready to get in there. You can tell he didn't even want to let go of that one. I really thought maybe Torelli was full of it, but the other end of the spectrum was true. It was a polarizing bet. You did see Toby let it go, and Alec gets a chip up early. Saw Alec on the featured table here. We had our 3-5 meetup game hosted by Andrew Davey and Brad Owen. Alec did not do so good in that game. Then again, it was a 3-5 agreement, so a big loss in that game is just a few big blinds in this one.
Yeah, he's played some of the highest stakes for poker you could ever imagine.
You can tell it was a little bit of a precursor. He was having fun, chatting it up with everybody, getting comfy, settling in for a long day.
This officers don't get too comfy.
No comfy here. See the 3-bet in.
700.
He originally opened to 250 with pocket deuces. We're going to see him put in the call. Flop they go.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, a lot of the other places are already built up too. So
And Asaf and Lee have logged many hours of no limit hold'em and probably even more of pot limit Omaha. So they're no strangers to each other's playing styles and what each other are capable of. Obviously, Lee knows that his deuces are no good. Triple handed Asaf.
Honestly, aside from Alec and Lexo there in the 1 and 2 seed, just about everybody else here is very familiar with one another. Best bet regulars in some of the high stakes cash games, so I'm sure we'll see some of that history come into play.
I think Jacksonville's one of them. Jacksonville's one of them.
Yeah, it's always good to see Alec and Lexo.
Where's that?
I know for a while I wouldn't say the only reason, but Alec's quote-unquote claim to fame was the video.
Absolutely exploded. Like,
A lot of people felt like he's kind of returned on the scene because he's played a lot of high stakes poker, a lot of poker after dark,
But it might have been like
and seeing him play some massive pots, it's kind of like, his name becomes kind of a household name in the poker community. You're like, yo, you saw Alec Torelli playing 100, 200, 500 to $1,000 straddle, so he's no stranger to high stakes poker, and he should feel real comfortable.
Feeling comfy. Feeling comfy is Lee right now with a pair of eights.
just didn't really play that much this year.
Bet stop monster. Pair plus flush draw.
Big hand, big hand.
It only puts in the call though. Well, he might decide to raise it up against Lee, but again, these two, a lot of history. They're going to mix up how they play it against one another.
Yeah. And it was kind of good because our family had signs here, but it's good kind of separation.
Still sitting here with just a pair of eights. Does not add a backward flush draw. It's a spade and not a club. Pot ballooning up, almost 5K. Boom.
Gin on the river. It does pair the board, but he's pretty sure he feels pretty good about it.
Lee seemingly very aware. Soft had the diamond flush draw. Slows down and checks it over rather than representing it himself. I think Lee was trying to represent the ace that's on board, and when the draw comes in, just going to have to stop trying to represent it.
Swap the big hand, got there on the river. Technically had the best hand the entire way, but he was aiming to hit his diamond. Felt like he had the best hand.
It's nice to have like one of the biggest.
Because that brings so much.
Appreciate everybody hanging out with us. As Adonis was saying, Alec Torelli, no stranger to the action in the game of poker. See him still post things up pretty much every single day on Instagram and Twitter at Alec Torelli.
He has a coaching website as well,
Yeah,
right?
he does have a website, Conscious Poker, and even if you don't necessarily are at the point where you're playing in these nosebleed stakes or you're still a beginner player, he has a lot of free downloadable content. I watch his YouTube videos as well, kind of like, which makes the vloggers great, like Lexo, Andrew, Brad, putting out free content. You can kind of learn before having to put any sort of investment into the game. If you're a beginner trying to start getting things sorted out. good to know where the good resources are, and obviously just putting his own money on the table, puts his money where his mouth is, as opposed to just making some sort of site and putting it out there. We see him grinding these stakes, playing cash games pretty often.
But it's important. I know for a long time, everybody had all the jokes because every time you turned on YouTube, you got that Daniel Negreanu masterclass ad. I understand, but I wouldn't say a lot of people play the game wrong, but that there is a way to play this game with a skill edge. And these guys are crushers to the highest degree, and they're willing to impart their secrets and their wisdom on you. So I would say give it a try. He is a representation of his own poker coaching. He does well. He crushes. I mean, the man has played in the highest stakes and has held his own. So to those who are trying to get better at poker, take a look out at consciouspoker.com.
Yeah, that's his website. No, Hunter there in Greasy. He's done coaching in the past. Checked out some of his stuff before. Hasn't done as much recently, but obviously when you get different viewpoints from really good players, there's kind of different pieces of info you can pluck away. Everybody views the game a little bit differently, and there's value to be had on all of them. Clearly, they're sitting here on a 5100 game for a reason.
Oh, look at this. Greg's going to flop top pair, top kicker. A soft with the nut flush draw. We don't really expect Lee to continue any further in this hand. And sure enough, he'll fold, and a soft will make a quick call. And we're going to go heads up here to a pretty big pot. And there you go. Gin on the turn. A soft is upgraded to the nut flush on the turn. Check, check. The river is a tray. Soft would probably bet for value, and Greg will begrudgingly fold there. You can see front door clubs do complete, and that's almost a near pot size bet of what, 3,500? Oh!
He has played great check back turn.
He said, screw what you're saying, Adonis. Like,
check back turn to pot control and let a soft maybe fire a bluff in there. If he has 9-10 and miss a straight draw, for example, we'd see this kind of a bet. And if he has queen jack, he might bet there for value.
So you think a huge proponent of him winning that hand was checking back the turn?
For Greg?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think him checking back the turn was trying to just allow that door of, if a stop has any sort of bluffs, he might fire the river. Obviously, Greg knowing he's probably not going to get called by a hand much worse than his, holding that king jack. So, sometimes just kind of pot controlling, allowing them to maybe take a stab. Stinks when the guy has the hand, obviously.
Exactly. And you have, a red king jack, right? Like you unblock all clubs. That doesn't mean that every time you're in that spot, if you have two red cards, you immediately put your opponent on the flush, which obviously Greg wasn't, but just a really tough spot to be in. Even tougher call to make when you see the bad news.
Easier spot to be in here for Greg as he flops top pair with his ace queen.
Uh-oh. As you can see there, Lee does pick up 3 outs, but he will not continue any longer.
To a chop. Probably not what spot you're going to be in. Drawing dead to a chop, never fun.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and get ready for the next hand. There's a soft, so soft will go ahead and play his big blind. Greg will pull his back. Looks like Toby's back.
Everybody here actually get underway. We got to see a 3-bet pot already. Started to spice.
That's not fair. I was there a little bit after the World Series, but like just to see family and whatever. Yeah, no, I was playing.
Appreciate it. Everybody's been tuning in, hanging out with us. Anybody you're tuning in to root for specifically, feel free to let us know.
So, I was there for
If
like
you have any more jokes anybody wants to crack at Adonis' expense, I would appreciate that much more than my own expense. Feel free to fire them out there.
I'm always ready.
I came to Florida.
Always. And a big shout out there to Ladybug over in the chat. If you did, or if you were partaking in the meetup game today and you had to try nothing bun cake, those were supplied by her. She ordered them. I went to go pick them up.
Mad props.
I didn't hear any bad reviews, man. They all loved it.
I also don't really.
They all loved it.
Yummy. So appreciate everybody that came out for the meetup game. If you left and you're now tuning in, or even if you're still sitting out there, as it was rolling on the outer tables as we got this game underway. Brad, Andrew stuck around for an extra couple of hours, meeting, greeting with everybody they could. Games looked fun. I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to sit there and play.
They were. I caught, well, first of all, to be completely fair, all of you, please go watch Brad's next vlog concerning the best bet meetup game, because Mike's hand is in it, for sure.
Yeah, my left hand, I believe.
Your left
which
hand
is my
is in
better
it.
hand.
That's okay. I mean, your hand model, The left is good.
Working my way up.
Very with a chance to win.
I watched Brad make quads on table 18.
He actually was talking about it for a little bit on the featured table. Talking about how it was a pretty sick spot.
Made quad
Made
fours.
quads and got paid off by multiple players, it sounded like. The games were sick. Games were pretty fun.
Yeah, it's a great game.
Really
A
fun.
lot of fun out there still being had as everybody rolled in a little bit early, got the meetup game going. Now the big boy game is underway in the 50-100. It's also going to be fun to watch for different reasons.
Not to mention, I mean, these guys have hundreds of thousands of followers and subscribers and have been certified as celebrities in the poker world. And those two guys are as cool as the other side of the pillow.
Oh yeah.
Take all the pictures, have a good time. I mean, absolutely just class acts.
Men of the people for sure. Don't forget where they started grinding 2-5, bringing us walks. Things that we all enjoyed watching.
There's
Still,
a raise
they're still in.
there.
Ooh.
I don't know if we enjoyed that raise with Greg, but he will continue here to a turn and pick up a pair. Probably not the way he wanted to get there. Probably wanted to see a 9 or an ace, but he did find a 6. Not going to be good enough. You know, Greg's not going to stop the pressure.
Stop, won't stop.
Top pair and a queen out of the draw.
Also because the casinos are so
Really?
far away from where everyone lives in LA. Like nobody
And
lives
there's the 9 on the river to solidify Lee's hand. He has the second ace king would be the best hand. And sure enough, he bets, what is that, 11,000? I thought that was another flag. I was like, yo, please, this is way too much pressure too early.
Still big bet nonetheless there from Lee, 6K and a little less than 5K.
And they've been in spots like this, and he's bet that much and have had completely air.
That's why you do it when you have the hand. It mixes up for when you don't.
There have been plenty of times, Mike, where as a dealer, man, if I'm lucky enough, they go, hey, no, you're going to open table 1. I have seen some crazy things. 10K bet on the river, air.
Sometimes you just got to go after it.
Vegas was like that too. I mean, this was way back then.
Well, that's his turn to get in the mix. We're going to see him open it up here. Makes it
Yeah.
250 to go with the queen jack of spades. Stop now, ace jack. Could find a 3-bet.
Oh, it's coming, baby.
There it is.
100% it's coming.
This table full of players that love to use aggression to their favor. Not a lot of passive play going to be had. Now, Todd with king queen suited from the big blind. Might see the cold 4-bet.
What?
There it is, raising
What did
it
he
up.
say?
2K.
Yo.
Raising it up. See if Soft have to let it go, which he does.
Wow.
Todd raising out of the big blind there.
That's strong.
Cold 4-ball.
That's real strong. Cold 4-ball all the way up.
That's what we said.
Yeah.
Todd loves to keep the pressure on, likes to take control of hands. When you got king, queen, you got removal to pocket kings, pocket queens. You got some removal to ace, king, ace, queen. Good to mix that in. Rather than taking that hand post flop out of position, just put in the 4-ball, take it down, win all those chips uncontested.
Oh, yeah. John, I got the picks, man. I got it on my phone. I'm looking at it right now.
For some people don't like it. It's like almost too crazy.
Z, never want to shy away. He's going to raise it up because ace, 7 of diamonds, 250. Seems to be
Tonight-
the complete, at least the new standard opening size right now.
Look at this. Look at this.
Well, Bounty Boy getting after it, huh?
That's going to be his nickname tonight.
But that's what
He's hunting. He's
I don't
hunting.
know if we should have a thing.
They're always loud, right?
It has a negative connotation. It makes him sound young. Like, he is young, but
He is young. What you
when
mean?
he plays like an
There ain't
adult,
a lick
he
of hair
plays
on his
like
chin.
a big adult.
No matter what, like, right?
Never want to find Toby at my table.
No, you might as well just go ahead and give it all up to him. I know I will. I can't. The guy's very
now.
good.
Lead did not give it up. Put in that call pre-flop. Toby's still an overpair to this board. Puts out that C-bet. Just going to take it down. Toby getting settled in for some cash game.
Yeah, 5.
Starting to open up here. We're seeing a couple of 3-bets. We saw a 4-bet.
Do you take it out of the ball fighter?
Yeah, and I feel like that's going to become the trend. A lot of light opening, more established 3-bets, just call, let's play poker. Real, I guess, rare, since we haven't seen it so far, 4-ball from Todd there.
Just like the middle card.
Like you said, you're in the big line, you got to move kings on kings, why not?
You start seeing the other players 3-bet or 4-bet more and more. It's going to incentivize you to start 3 and 4 betting a little bit later as well.
The first card I picked
Then
was
the game opens up.
Keeps on opening. Hopefully, we'll see the game continue. And just kick things off not too long ago. We'll have another 5,100 game tomorrow night. Some of these guys may play both evenings. Might depend how tonight goes for a few. We'll just see how things pan out. Either way, we're in for a fun one. Early fireworks are already starting
I'm
out.
telling you, man.
3-ball. Lee opened up with 7s. Toby, 3-bet to ace queen. Deja vu from last hand,
It's
huh?
just going to happen. It's going to happen every chance you get. You open. I have a marginal hand. I'm 3-betting.
Lee put in the call. Thank you. Checks it over to Toby. On the flop of King, Jack 4, 2 hearts. Deja vu. Lee, Toby heads up in a 3-bet pot.
He
Toby
said
see if that
yes.
takes it.
They've
Fun
lost.
game of last hand he wanted to call, this hand he didn't want to call.
And you'll see that so much because they've literally logged so many hours against each other that it becomes a leveling war at this point.
Oh,
Like, I don't want to say the money doesn't matter because it's not true. But when you log so many hours with a person, it's almost like the money doesn't. They're just playing the
Good way of
play.
keeping score.
That's it. That's it.
I want to beat you in the game. That's what I'm here for.
That's like a chef's kiss way to put it. That's the perfect way to keep score. I couldn't put it better myself.
I'm no chef, though.
I heard you nice on the skillet. They told me you good. They said you can make a mean omelet with cheese. Got a 250 from Toby here with ace queen. He's looking to cook Alec, and Alec says, I will be having none of that. I'm going to bump it up a little bit to 850 to play, and Toby wants to make the call. Once again, a very, very active game, and I think I have the best seat in the house. What about you?
Now I think Toby's got the best seat in the house when he flops top in a 3-bet pot.
It's not bad.
Alec was the pre-flop aggressor with the 3-bet.
There you go.
Shifts it over. Alec going to continue. Definitely a good board. 2 continuation bet on here for Alec. See him go 600, 1/3 pot size. Unless he didn't size it up too much. It's just obviously Toby's going nowhere.
Yeah, keep all his bluffs in.
Yep, there it is. Trail.
Spicy.
Yeah, adding the wheel draw to Alec. We can see that to Toby, but because Alec does turn some equity, he might keep firing. A lot of times if you see that as a bluff on the flop and the turn improves your hand in any way, you tend to keep on going. Alec seems to be aware of the situation, just checks it back.
Toby will check a 3rd time around. Try to go for some dead value here against what he can only assume are bluffs.
Or he may lead out here for value, targeting Alec having a pocket pair, 5s through 10s, for example. You know, if Alec has a pocket pair, he may check back that turn for pot control
There it
purposes.
is, literally as you're saying it.
Now he can,
There's that
Katie's
2,000
80s
little bit of value.
you know, especially if Alec would have had pocket 10s or pocket jacks, maybe even pocket 9s, we'd see the 3-bet. You know, you put out the continuation bet, he calls, now you check back turn for pot control. I think those are the kind of hands Toby was targeting there, or maybe Queen Jack, for example. Something where he had him pipped.
150.
Instead, Alec just sitting there with ace high, had to let it go.
Are they slowly going up on the bomb pot? These action junkies. They started the game over 100, and somebody made the remark, I don't know who, and he just goes, we can go more. Like, we just keep rolling. I'm scared to see where that goes.
You see Lee with the highest V-pip so far. Again, only half an hour in, so a little bit of a small sample, but still nice to see somebody up there with 50% of hands in play. Should be indicative of the action we're going to see tonight. We've already seen it start to ramp up more and more in the early goings. And there, see Asaf currently big winner, up about 9K. Greg currently stuck the most, mostly because it was a pot between Asaf and Greg. The swings will start flying. I mean, we've seen a pretty big average pot size, a lot of 3 and 4 bets already. Hope this action continues to stay strong for everybody out there watching and for ourselves. I know I'm a big fan of sitting here watching this game, much like you at home. So it's going to be a good one.
It's always fun to watch. I mean, like I said, I get a front row seat to the action. Toby here with top pair, top kicker on the top board, and open-ended on the bottom. Can't feel too well about the spades, but I guess he does like flopping top pair on the top board.
But also nice flopping equity on both boards in double board bomb pots. Give yourself a shot at scooping.
Yeah, nobody else got nothing. Got nothing at all, and Toby takes down 600
Say
uncontested.
scooping it's better than chopping it, so gets to drag one in without too much issue. Like you said, it wasn't the safest of situations, so being able to just take it there with one bet, kind of nice. Makes you get that, like, cool.
I
Be able
got
to
it.
smooth sailing tonight, baby. Chad asking, is this a private game or you normally have 50-100? Every time we have enough players to spread a 50-100 game, we will spread it. Comes a little bit easier when we plan ahead, start inviting people, especially with our WPT series going on. This is a Best Bet Scramble Championship weekend. 5K buy-in, $1 million guaranteed in the prize pool. A lot of these guys, you know, like Alec, flying into town for championship weekend. Might as well sneak in a day or two early, play some cash. Makes it a little bit easier to plan a bigger cash game around such a premier tournament event. It's been a very premier tournament series in general, I have to say. It's
Well, what's this weekend? The big one? What is it
the
called?
big one. The Best Bet Scramble Championship. Again, 5K buy-in, $1 million guarantee. So may see some even bigger names rolling into town. We have a 50-100 game again tomorrow.
Oh, damn. Okay, Asaf, tell me how you feel, man. Flopping trips.
Saw him
Jack
on
6-6.
current leaderboard for winnings. He's going to try to extend that lead. Checking it. Hoping to see somebody fire out. Lexo on a paired board. Going to throw out a bet. A little bit for protection when it gets to him here with this pair. Asaf just going to smooth
Stringing them
call.
along.
You see Toby get out of the way after Asaf puts in the call. Now 9. Got spades on the turn. Not changing too much on this board. That's a second
Asaf
spade.
is setting him up.
And Lexo not falling for, though, just checks it back. See if Asaf can find a check here. He was trying to get Lexo to stab again, but has played. Asaf leads for value because they went check back on the turn. You don't want to just go to showdown missing out on any value. Saw him fire out 1K. Lexo snap fold, and Asaf shipping up again.
Asaf is running pretty well. Did find a pretty favorable, shout out to Andrew Nini, pretty favorable turn card when you're holding a nut flush draw and that club just peels on the turn. Not to mention you get paid off there from Greg, and looks like the success continues there as he scoops that pot there from Lexo.
Yeah, a lot of favorable puns were had today. We saw Andrew Nemi open things up on the featured table of that meetup game on our live stream. Alec Torelli joined in like an intermission, and then Brad Owen closed it out. So it was a good bit of stream puns.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't believe so, right, Mike? I
So
think they're going to
currently
be getting ready
asking
for...
if 55PK answering his question about Brad and Andrew possibly playing on the stream tomorrow. Currently, I think they plan on firing at the 5K buy-in event tomorrow. Similar to today, they wanted to hang out, play in the meetup game rather than jump in the 50-100 game. They're aware that a lot of people are traveling from out of town to visit them, so not necessarily about winning the most Bradley dollars or Andrew dollars in the big cash game as much as getting to see everybody. And I think they're firing at the championship event tomorrow. There's always a chance somebody busts out early and then the table doesn't fill up, but as it stands right now, they're not on the original list, not looking likely to play. I know selfishly, I think we're all kind of rooting for them to end up on the 50-100 table.
For sure.
But they're also probably not the types to bust out of a tournament really early for no reason. So
You're right about that, too. Looks like Asaf's going to open the action to 300 with Queen 9, and going to get called by Greg and Todd.
Asaf opened it up from the button. Button opens. Tend to be a little bit on the lighter side, so we see both blinds put in the call. Greg calling kind of just sneaky under rep his hand there out of the small blind with ace-queen. So we're going to see him call Asaf's continuation bet.
And then find,
An action
well,
turn.
what Asaf thinks might have upgraded him to the best hand, but truly he's losing here to Greg's kickers. They're playing queens and eights, but Greg's ace kicker.
And that's,
He's gonna do a better
we actually
job.
saw Asaf check back turn, knowing that Greg can have a lot of eights in his hand, acting out of the small blind. Kind of a reverse of earlier where we saw Greg check back for pot control, then have to call a river bet. I think that's what we're going to see here is Asaf pretty much handcuffed to having to put in the call after Greg leads the river. Real similar spot to earlier.
He'll get a little bit back from Asaf.
Saw Greg check back a turn and then be kind of forced to call the river because of it. It's kind of what happened there for Asaf. Sometimes pot controlling is the best thing you can do. You know, say you bet on the turn and the guy check raises you in a bad spot. Sometimes it's nicer to keep their bluffs in by checking back, and fortunately you get value owned once in a while.
I feel like that's a, I wouldn't say undiscovered, but for a lot of lower stakes players, I think that principle of thought is so abandoned. The idea that let your opponent essentially build, or rather put themselves in a hole, right? Like
It's about keeping a percentage of their good hands and bad hands in. So,
balance.
yeah, you got to find a way to let them bluff. Obviously, if you put them in position to always play their hand perfectly, they can find a way to play perfectly. They're as good as all the players on this table. Sometimes you got to find ways. You might not win more than 50% of the time, but at 50% of the time, you get them to bluff into you, and that works out. Meanwhile, speaking of bluffing, Lexo gets a C-bet through here. Got it through Alec. Lexo originally opened under the gun with Jack 9 suited.
Are those hand warmers?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
people
top tier.
frequently ask, what do you
That's top
keep in
tier.
those backpacks? That's one of the pro moves. I actually picked up on that in a previous live stream.
Yes.
Somebody pulled one out.
A lot of the 5-5
That's
yellow
genius.
players, actually Hunter's wife, Alice, she has hand warmers locked in under.
Smart move.
Yeah. Shake it up, get a little traction going, it warms up the pad, and boom. Like, if you're a little chilly, now you're not anymore.
Trying to get himself on a heater, maybe warming his hands up will help.
I mean, that's one way to do it. Let's see if we can find any luck.
Greg making his own luck, raising it up to 300. Queen 9 of diamonds, late position.
Oh, Lexo says, Jack Dewey, why not?
Lexo coming to play today. Bought in pretty heavy, getting in the mix early. Jack Deuce offsuit defend.
Jack, check, real quick. Check on the turn, and a tray on the river. And looks like Lexo says, well, I stepped out of line. I didn't get anything. I give up.
Not a bad run out to bluff at as well.
Yeah, go ahead and take
Board
it.
pairing king kills the action on the turn. Not a card you can represent.
You're going for it. What's that, like a heat pack?
Yeah, I'll sell it to you, $25.
I'm not cold.
I'm gonna take all my edges and go.
Your hands?
I think it's cool. Maybe I'm just.
So Lexo coming to us courtesy of South Florida. Maybe things a little bit chillier up here in North Florida. It's about a 5-6 hour drive, so a little bit of difference. Nights have started to get chilly as we're here in early November. Sun is down, gets a little bit chillier out.
Perfect.
69, 70.
Not during the day. Toby opened things up with a king queen. Alec called from the button with pocket trays. Give those two heads up to a jack 6-6, 2-heart flop.
Sounds terrible.
See if Toby wants to put out the continuation bet here. Paired board, jack high.
76, I'd be sweating.
I won't be able to sleep.
So we see Toby does fire out 325. Right around a half pot size bet.
I mean, that's the thing I've
Alex gonna look him up. Oh, that's a raise.
Look it back.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it actually runs.
Alec pulling a couple of things out of the bag today.
These are the leveling wars I like. Absolutely stone cold method, essentially.
Toby's just going to let go of the king high after a little bit of thought, and Alec gets to take this one down. Yeah, aggressive play is reigning supreme on this table. Nobody kind of going to back down, I don't think. Let's see if it keeps ramping up, continuing over and over again. Hopefully culminating in some big, cool hands for us all to see.
That's what I'm waiting for. I'm like a little kid in the candy shop. I'm like, please, whatever candy you got, and hopefully that candy comes by way of $50,000, $60,000 pot.
Based on what I heard earlier, you're hoping it's a pink starburst, Twizzlers.
That's the best candy ever made. No shot, no
Pink
debate.
starburst?
No debate.
It's
The only
definitely
thing-
pink, then red, obviously.
No. That's where you have to cut your tongue out.
I'm going to need you to mute your mic.
The second best candy, Whoppers. Don't do it. Just say it, just accept it, and let it happen.
We're going to agree to disagree as we're off to another 3-bet pot. Todd opened it up with king jack.
Oh.
Alec 3-betting with ace 4 suited. And Lexo on the button with ace 10 suited. A lot of options on the table.
Ooh!
Yeah, 4-bet it is.
Yes, sir.
Picking up on the early aggressive action.
We might get a pot here, man. I like this.
Might see the 4-bet just get it done, though. Is pretty strong play here. It is a cold. I know he just put those hand warmers in, but
Yo,
it is a
Lee
cold 4-ball.
quickly folded. Alec's going to make the call.
Alec's getting in there.
Oh, damn.
9, 5 deuce,
Wow.
2 diamond board. Alec with the wheel draw, Lexo with the nut flush draw.
Can I get an offsuit tray on the river?
Premier influencers of the game about to clash in this pot. See Lexo fire out the C-bet after Alec checks it over to him. Goes with 1,300. See Alec look over, maybe trying to get a read on Lexo's chip stack. Both these players playing over 20K effective.
That's ridiculous.
They're very deep. Over
Very.
200 big blinds
That's why I'm
deep.
like, you know, normally you're like, oh, man, I'll go all in here. Like, no, they're too effective.
The beauty of deep stack play.
What is that?
It's
What
a
was that?
small check raise.
Come on.
I was going to say that's the beauty of the deep stack play. It opens up a lot of different avenues on the game tree for hands to play out.
I don't need you to just talk to them. I want you to talk to me right now because I want to know what's happening.
I'm not going to look in your eyes and look away from this screen. I want to see what Lexo does facing this small check raise. You actually see him kind of perplexed right there, weighing his options.
I mean,
thinking
you're
to
four
himself.
betting with ace-10 suited. I think that's one of the best possible pots.
Think
you can
about
get.
what does the other player have. So why, let's say Alec does have pocket nines. Why would he check raise? And that's where the alarm bells start kind of going off. You know, Lexo's representing an overpair to this board. If somebody flops a set against an overpair, they tend to slow play.
That's a beautiful check for Lex. In Lex's mind, he's like, man, this pot's already 12,000. I got 17K behind. I don't want this pot to get too big. I don't want to play for all of my chips with a nut flush draw.
We already see that check. Lexo doesn't want to put in a bet
Oh,
there.
that looks
and
good.
See a check
That looks
raise
pretty
again,
good.
and now
Looks pretty good.
if Alec decides to represent the diamonds here, it's going to get ugly. And for Alec, he really could represent diamonds. Again, he check raised the flop, which is usually something somebody would do with some sort of draw as a bluff or a made hand. And it's a board pairing diamonds.
That's what he's doing,
bet
man.
shove
That's
snap
what
call.
he's doing. It's literally what Mike just said. He chose the rep diamonds, and Lexo had
has
him.
it. And usually
I like him. Y'all can keep him around for a little bit. I like him.
A big 4-bet pre-flop tends not to be a suited hand unless it's exactly ace-king suited, for example.
Wow.
So for Lexo to wake up with ace-10 of diamonds here is
He put
pretty
his whole
sick.
fist in the cookie jar. Oh my God. And at that point when the board pairs, Lexo's like, listen, if you flop the set, you just got it.
But at the same time, if you flop a set, he would continue on that king turn. You would have to imagine, anyway. If you're Lexo and you saw Alec check raise you on
Oh
that flop,
my God. What's the number on that? 40 what? 45,000?
just a 45K pot, some early massive fireworks.
That is the largest pot of that
45K.
man's life.
I don't know
Pretty
about
sure.
that. I don't know about that.
It's close. No?
I think he's one bigger. I'm not sure.
Hustler, maybe?
I'm sure we'll find out in a few weeks when we see Lexo post this vlog up.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to be anxious to find out the answer myself.
So, hold on. Let's go back, Mike. What did you say there on the river? You said if he chose the rep diamonds, it was going to be a bad day.
No, I didn't say it would be a bad day for him. I just said it would be unfortunate because Lexo was going to snap call, which is what happened.
It's
It is-
going to be real unfortunate.
If you are going to get stuck in a session, it's better to get stuck early so you can try to dig out.
This is crazy. Yo, this vlog is going to be beautiful.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful.
Man, oh man, oh man. Alec really stepped into it. But the
was
one thing about it is when you
Beyond
begin to...
unfortunate, though, too. Lexo's supposed to have pocket tens,
Yes,
pocket
he is.
jacks,
Yes,
pocket
he
queens
is.
there so often the way that hand played out.
Yes, he is.
I mean, we even saw Lexo check back the king on the turn, which makes it look like,
oh, no,
oh
you're
man, I
going to
have
need
a
a drink of water
pocket
after that
pair.
hand. You're going to need a drink of water after that.
I think you might have to order a glass of wine. He was talking about having one earlier, said he's not a big drinker, but will occasionally
Yeah, that's
get
going to
some
change
wine.
real quick. Nah, you going, hey man, go ahead and get the Cabernet Sauvignon ready.
We'll say, too, the last time we had Alec here in Best Bet, Greg destroyed him the first day he was here off
I remember
stream,
that. I remember
and he
that.
made a pretty big comeback
He
on the
got it
second
all
day
back.
on
Yes, he
stream.
did. Yes, he did.
He then started losing a lot of that back, but at one point he dug out from a big hole. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say back on that one, he was down like 50, 60K at one point
They had his,
and
they
worked
had
his
their
way
with
back
it.
up.
he got all the way to even at one
Yeah.
point. So we'll see if he can do it again. He's got a few hours to do it. We're less than an hour into the stream, and we've already seen a 45K
He really
pot.
did it like Mike said. Mike's like, yo, if you really mess reps diamonds here, it's not going to be good. And my man just all in. And at that point, if you're in a 4-bet pot, you're the 4-better. Man, I fucked a nut flush draw, and I get there. There's no way I'm finding the fold. You just take it if you got it. And really big pot there for Lexo. He's feeling good. He's
Snap call.
I mean, it was a
Nut
snap, right?
flush,
He snapped it off?
Snap call.
Damn.
You have to snap call there.
Do we have hand of the week coming up? Can we put that in the hand of the week? Can we get a short of that? Or
I mean, there'll definitely be something.
Yeah, we
but
need something.
I know.
Here, Lexo continuing to play aggressive.
I don't think
Fired out on
Lexo's
the
cold
flush draw.
anymore.
No.
I don't think Lexo's cold anymore. After that
Told
one.
you that hand warmer
Yeah.
is going
Yup.
to heat him up.
Yup. Sure enough. You said horrible if his first drink is on me? I know. I know.
Yeah, rough start to the day. But again, so early. And we've seen some aggressive action on this table. You're gonna find a way to get chips in the middle if you want to get chips in the middle.
can't believe
I have a feeling anyway.
He
as the
did
stream
it
goes
just
on.
like you said it, man. Profit.
Well, it just makes so much sense of what he's going to do in this. I mean, check raised, which looks a lot like some sort of combo draw on the flop. So when it
made
comes
it 4K.
in,
He made
when
it
it comes
4K,
in and
right?
you can go for it all, you have to. If Flexo has anything that he looks like he has, pocket tens, jacks, queens, he snap folds. Even
Because
if he has
that's such a
ace
bad
king
river card.
and somehow hit a pair on that turn, it shrivels up on that river.
Just valiant effort there, and I think expert play by both players. He just ran literally into it.
People possibly run into it here. We got Greg and Lee both sitting here with big spades on ace 10-9 all spade board. Lee holding the king, Greg holding the queen.
Oh boy.
So should a spade come out, they could clash. Should a spade not come out, see if anybody wants to bluff at it, because they're obviously holding king high and queen high right now.
Yeah, and Lee has a gutter ball to go with it as well. So, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty
Say
sure.
Hybrid asking if this is Lexo's biggest game ever. I believe it might be the biggest baseline stakes of 50-100, but no strangers with some big cash games
Yeah.
is Lexo. And honestly, a lot of times a game can be listed as 25-50, but play a lot bigger. We've seen that here on this live stream, and Lexo has visited Texas, which is known to play a little bit bigger than advertised.
Man.
So this may not be the deepest stack he's ever had, but it's rivaling. And again, hopefully we'll find out. So yeah,
No, it's
Lamberger says the worst ever is when you try to rep a hand and the person wakes up with
Yo,
it. Yeah, that's what just
listen,
happened there, and that is
listen.
one of the worst feelings.
when you posture, when you take your time, when you finally determine, I'm gonna do it, right? You're like, you know what? This is a big pot. I got a lot of chips behind. This is a good spot. All signs are a go. Prepare for liftoff. And he snaps you off and just absolutely tears your soul apart. You're like, I just want to crawl in a corner and just not play any more poker. Alec, no stranger to losing large pots. I'm pretty sure he's been on the good side and the bad side. So he'll shake this off relatively quickly. He's done it before in this building. So I think he'll recover, and I think he'll fit. Ooh.
Oh man, hands are just flying here. Potential
This
big
is
pots.
just-
looming.
this is
is fun.
ridiculous.
Hold that thought.
Yeah, Todd and Soft both flopping the flush draw. One biggest, another nut flush draw. The other one second biggest, second nut flush draw.
Does the heart peel?
Instead of an ace. It was red for half a second.
Boo! I was like,
Honest
where's the
gonna
heart?
do a big dance in here, but now action does slow down. Go check on that ace, and there it is. Heart on the river. Non-board pairing heart.
Asaf, you might as well get ready to give up about that much.
More. He's gonna raise. You have to raise here for value if you're a soft.
Yeah?
He's easily gonna make it 5, 6K.
Don't do that. Stop
He
being
has
right.
to.
Stop being right, Mike.
You have. If you're not raising the second nuts for value, then you might be too tight on us. I'm just letting you know. I hate to break your heart. But especially against an aggressive player like Todd.
Yo, can we just break out the tiny violins for Asaf's 5,500 he just put in there?
Fortunately for him, it is all profit at this point.
That profit's
Todd.
about to evaporate in front of him.
Yeah, Todd is going to posture here like he's thinking about something other than shoving it all in. If a soft can find the fold, which isn't impossible.
Oh, damn. He said 12,000. He ain't even move. You see how he becomes visibly uncomfortable?
He went small. Very good awareness by Todd that he probably doesn't get a call shoved here the way this hand played out. This might be the only way he gets any extra
He
chips
does.
on the river.
Asaf just asked him, hey, man, do you have the nut flush? I mean, we know he does.
We would expect Todd to rip it if he does. So amazing small raise here. Might get a soft to look him up for only 6,500 more.
Stop saying only 6,500.
In terms of relative pot size,
This
it's
is
only-
hurting me.
He's getting 3 to 1.
These numbers are too big.
He's getting about 3 to 1 on the call.
Please, Mike.
Cry call might happen here.
Oh my God, he's grabbing the 6,500. All right.
Just absolutely brutal spot for a
This
stop
is
here.
disgusting.
And it was only courtesy of a really good raise size by Todd.
How long we been live, Mike?
Not long enough.
Why are we doing this?
Because it's amazing to watch.
I can't. He's not wrong.
This is sick action.
He's not wrong.
But just the leveling, too. Just the amazing.
That's the part I love. The leveling.
I was expecting Todd to shove, and he finds the way to put in a raise that makes me go, oh my god, he might get called here. Like a soft's good
we
enough
expected
fold
him to shove, right?
And a soft probably would have folded to a shove.
Yeah.
I think he raises for value knowing I have to fold to a big raise. When it comes small, he goes, ugh, what do I do?
This is what Kirk does, man. This is what happens when you get Kirk a black shirt and you put him in the box. My man is literally the bringer of pain and the bringer of death. You might as well call him the Reaper.
Black cloud in the box, apparently. Black cloud Kirk, they're going to call him.
And he's been this way for a very long time. It's not even a running
There it
joke. And he
is.
puts in the call, and he's going to see the bad news when Todd turns over the only hand that can beat him, the nut flush.
And we saw the worst feeling is when you try to rep a hand and run into it. I mean, maybe the second worst hand is saying out loud, I know you have the nuts, then putting in the chips and getting shown the nuts. It's another brutal feeling.
This is insane. I mean,
And he was getting 3-1 on that call. It's tough to make that lay down. Todd is very capable of pulling some bluffs off.
damn.
These guys have battled in the past.
You know what I just realized?
What'd you realize?
We open 24 hours tonight.
We are open 24 hours tonight.
This
here at
game
Best
ain't
Bet.
going nowhere.
This game might still be running when the other 50-100 game starts tomorrow night.
It might be the same game. Just come back for a little bit more. Get everybody to take a nap.
As Adonis said, we are open 24 hours tonight.
Oh my God, he's up 22K.
Almost 24 for the 24. Lexo, 22K in profit. Todd, after that massive pot there, still up 11K, half of Lexo. Lexo far and away a massive, massive stack. Courtesy of the huge pot between him and Alec Torelli not too long ago. And in terms of VPIP, obviously Hunter's been on the wrong hand of hand distribution, playing only 6%, but everybody else getting in the mix. Todd somehow only a 16% VPIP, even though he's been beyond active. We've seen him get in there. Everybody playing pretty wide. We've seen a lot of 3-bets, a lot of 4-bets to this point. Lexo's big double was courtesy of a cold 4-bet bluff with ace-10 suited. Not something you see in a lot of cash games, people playing it this aggressive. So confirms that is the biggest pot Lexo has ever won in his life. If the word on the streets are correct, so.
I mean,
fun
I'm
to
looking
see
here. If I devoutly watch, I think every streamer in the building.
Same. That's why I was like,
I was gonna say
close.
maybe the time he played on Hustler, but I think he like booked a 20K win the duration of the stream.
Well, hopefully we can beat that too.
So,
Wow, here Toby gets an absolutely disastrous turn card in that queen.
you can't
With his
get the
ace
break,
on the
man.
turn, flopping trip queens, and then just
He gets downgraded.
yeah. Both players might just be happy to take their hand to showdown here. Such gross boards for kind of both. You know, Lexo obviously targeting that top board, gets a bad 10 on the turn. Toby obviously targeting the bottom board, gets a bad 8 on the turn. So they did just check it down. Lexo, Toby get to chop it up. So it's a little bit of profit. Lexo padding that win he's got so far. See if he can keep going with it. Early action, early fireworks. Again, in case you missed it, Lexo got a full double up, 45K pot size between him and Alec Torelli.
I don't even know what it's like to win a 16th of that. I don't even know
I
what the
can't
number
even
is.
do the math on what the
I don't even know what the
16th
number
of that
is.
pot is.
Couldn't
But
tell you.
it's a lot, and no, I feel you.
I know, right? I was just happy to see you check that.
Yes, the players there say those bomb pots, turn cards were both terrible for both. That's why they just checked it down. And
So hard, yeah. So hard.
keep grinding, says Adonis, the Best Bet live stream OG. Love hearing the excitement you bring back. I gotta say, it's a lot of fun having Adonis in here.
Hey,
I don't necessarily bring the same level of excitement that he does, but it's fun.
it don't
is
matter.
fun.
It don't matter how many times I look, here, like I said, I look at an obscene amount of poker.
Same. Way
Man,
too much.
it don't. There's nothing that really gets the bluff on like a big ass pot. I'm telling you, bro. Like
Gets
it
to
don't
keep it
matter.
going.
Yeah, I'm saying like if the game's 1-2, it don't really matter what it is. You know, a big pot by the stretch of the game type still gets me excited.
Yeah, like a sick turn card and a sick overbet.
Yeah,
Oh,
like the $96,000 pot that Tan and Russ played, where Russ won with ace high. You know what I'm talking about, and I'm pretty sure you saw it too. 96K in the middle and ace high is good.
There was also the 100K pot that was between Jarrett and George.
Yeah, just
Where Jarrett had his straight and George had 2 pair.
just absolutely nuts situations, man. It's literally what dreams are made of.
There's also that 45K pop between Lexo and Alec Torelli. You guys remember that one?
That
I don't
just
know if you
happened
do.
a little bit ago, yeah.
Man, that kind of stuff you just can't you can't duplicate, man. It's a lot of fun, and I'm glad I get to see it.
So that's one of the things that made me fall in love with moving down here and working for Best Bet in general. A lot of us love the game of poker. Our staff as a whole seems to love and appreciate the game of poker, and allows us to have things like meetup games in the afternoon and 50, 100 games at night.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's just been
Nothing's
fun.
more fun than watching everybody enjoy themselves, have a good time. Now Hunter's turn to have that good time with Ace King. Talked about being quiet so far. Looks like Lexo originally straddled in this
Quiet?
pot for 2 hundo.
Quiet? He has a 5% VPIP.
It's early.
It is, yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I mean, I don't think he's literally found a playable hand yet, but
Well, here we are.
got one now.
See if he can shine it in. He does it in a straddled pot. So Lexo put the $200 under the gun straddle on. So as we're talking about, games tend to balloon up. This one's no exception. It's Alec's turn to get revenge with Ace 10 of diamonds.
Lexo makes a
Defense.
I mean, defense is great. Not in this case, as he does flop top pair, but he's going to have an inferior kicker to Hunter's ace. Ace King's the best hand here.
Actually did check over to Hunter. The pre-flop raiser. Gonna fire out a continuation bet.
Let's see how good Lexo's going.
Or how good he's reading the situation in this case.
If he continues another streak, let's see how good he is.
If it's about run good, he might turn a 5. If it's about good reads, he might find the fold here. 500 to call. You could see Hunter continuation bet with ace queen, ace jack.
Yo, what is this?
In these situations.
What is this? What is he
Raise.
doing?
It's called a check raise, Adonis.
But why?
Trying to see if he has the best hand right now rather than cold calling. You know, like let's say you're Lexo and you call here. Turn comes a deuce. You check it over to Hunter and he bets again. What do? You have no idea if your king is best. You might be outkicked. You might have the best hand. But now you name your own price. You make it 1,700. If Hunter has ace queen, ace jack, he kind of just has to let it go. So you deny the equity of the straight draw. And at the same time, you gain all the information, kind of how to proceed your hand from here perfectly. Now Hunter holding the ace of spades. Lets it go.
Talk to me. I'm here for you right now. Talk to me.
I'm a little baffled, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
I was ready for you to tell me what just happened.
I'm gonna assume, again, Alec and Lexo, 2 players who are not regulars here at Best Bet, so there's a very limited sample size that the players at this table have to draw from in terms of experience with them. And maybe last time Hunter and Lexo played, Lexo was playing a little bit snug and tight. Hunter just went with the read that this guy wouldn't check raise me light.
And I'm not going to be
That's all I'm
critical.
guessing.
I'm not going to be critical because there are 1 million reasons that he's better than me at poker, right?
Probably over 1 million reasons.
Oh no, it is. It's probably approaching 2, but you know, I'm being modest.
Yes, these players on the table are outrageously good at this game, so the leveling war there has to have come into play.
Lance, he has 47K in play because he won it. That's really all I can boil it down to, my mans. He won it. Real big ass hand.
A lot of comments and jokes I want to make as well, but here we go with Toby 3-betting it up with ace king. Toby has been active in 3-betting. Look at
Throw
Greg.
it up for him. Big ass pot, bro.
Greg says, my turn to get in there with the 8-6 suited.
Yeah, I'm gonna think about that ace king fold for a while tonight. I don't really know. I mean,
Has to be a live read.
you think so?
It's not chart based.
That's where they lose me. Charts and stuff,
It
man.
is
I'm not a student of the game like
Yeah,
that. That's
in a
why.
game like this, sometimes you gotta take that chart and throw it away. We've seen some sneaky moves.
Yeah, for sure. Look at that. Calling with
We're
8
talking
high.
about getting off the charts. Greg put in the call of the C-bet with the 8-6. He's going to try to steal this one away on a later street.
This is insane, man.
Trey on the turn. Gives both players a straight draw. Should have 5 peel off. This could get dirty.
Dirty ain't
So
even
check,
a word.
Check.
Dirty
it
ain't
is.
even a word, bro. You might as well lay down. I'm telling you, this is a dirty night. Lots of things I want to say that I can't, but 1,000 in a call. There you go. I really thought it was gonna get out of line.
I thought it was going to balloon up out of there instead. Toby aware that Greg may have a 6. Obviously, if he's betting for value, he might most likely chopping it up He's assuming Greg has an ace there. I would imagine a large portion of the time. That's why Toby. So that's why he ran deep in that 2100. That's why he cashed.
And that's why I'm not going to be critical of Hunter, right? I don't really know. Like you said, live read. What was it? King 10, 7, 2 spades. Like you could have King 10.
And then again, Hunter holding the ace of spades, maybe thinking people wouldn't check raise here unless they have the nut flush draw or a big hand. I'm holding the blocker to the nut flush draw. Maybe that comes into play.
Yeah, that's true. That's true because now if you can eliminate flush draws from his range, right? He's on the button.
Just some of the hands that he would be check raise bluffing with. I don't know, I'm still trying to figure it out.
That's why I said it'll be on my mind for the rest of the night. But Toby there is going to go ahead and put in the call with 2 nines. Lee opened up the action with 8-9 suited.
Toby kind of slowing it down there for a second. Maybe throwing people off the scent of how strong his hand is.
Listen, man, I think it's worth saying how good not only Lexo is playing, but how good he's running.
Running good really helps. Really, really does help.
I'm saying you're in a 4-bet pot, you got the nut flush draw. I mean, for what it's worth, you had the best hand, but it does help to get there, right? You're in a 4-bet pot, you want to find the diamond, for sure.
Meanwhile, here we see Lee lead out Toby. Looking like he's going to go with a small raise, made it 500. We're seeing a couple of small raises get the job done.
Just all the leveling,
Holy
man.
Cow.
This is really what I live for. This is stakes of poker I can't understand. I can't wrap my brain around.
But you can watch and cheer.
That's why I live for it.
This is fun. This is a lot of fun.
It's like being being a fan of a game I don't understand.
I mean, if you want to listen to maybe some of Hunter's breakdowns, I know they're a little bit older videos, but I actually went back and watched a lot of Hunter breakdown videos on YouTube.
Really?
It was hard to find, I'm not going to lie, but I did find them.
They were worth finding.
When I first started seeing him play on the live stream, they were. You can get a glimpse inside the minds. We may never understand why he folded ace king there, but he's got his reasons.
Motor
He's
Cat
got so much in career winnings that I can't even begin to say that I'm valid to question anything.
Nah, I can't do it. I mean, the man nice with it.
And he may have folded ace king not too long ago, but here he is 3-betting with king jack, and it works. Picked off the light open from Lexo.
And that's what you'll see.
Deuce game.
That's what you'll see. A lot of punishment, light opens, a lot of leveling, which I enjoy.
I take what is that?
The Bears or the Panthers? Panthers? You get +3 or +3.5?
Those are, I take the over too.
The whole world's on the under, so.
Action right back underway.
I don't think they can score.
Flipping around to Alec.
Can't really, but because
Raising it up with the ace jack. Getting right back in the mix. And Lexo wakes up with aces.
I told
Alec
you,
opens.
listen, I don't know if he had his Wheaties this morning. I don't know if he went to church. I don't know if he said a prayer before he played, but whatever he's doing it right.
What he did is he collected his mind, collected his thoughts, took Rogue for a walk like he loves to do.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Yeah, this is absolutely brutal.
Please help him. Help him. Help him. Send help for him.
Well, he's going to need it after he does throw a 3-bet in there to 1,800.
Oh,
that
damn.
1,800 is most likely not coming back
Late.
to him as Lexo looks down at aces.
No, it's not coming
They're
back.
still aces.
And
It's a setup spot,
those two have been playing already in this stream a lot.
Just saw Hunter 3-bet Lexo last
Damn.
hand.
What is he doing? Is he just
He's trapping Hunter, thinking that Hunter's trying to push him around.
Man, it's like I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm watching an
There we
action
go.
movie.
No, not action flop, 10-9-5.
Queen on the turn.
Well, if Lexo checks it, Hunter could find a C-bet here real easy, which is what Lexo's hoping happens. Why he plays his hand this way. Such a dry flop. 10-9-5 rainbow. Can't get much safer in a 3-bet pot.
Listen.
And this is where you might see the stakes compound.
Do we know if Lexo run a masterclass or anything on how to run like this?
He does have a YouTube channel you can check out, subscribe, and he's happy to talk hand histories, break it down. I bet things continue in this way. His episode from this
It's gonna be
cash
pretty
game
good.
might be pretty long.
Nah, it's gonna be nice.
Might have some insight.
Check,
And
check, queen.
Hunter found
Oh,
the
I thought it
check
was
mark.
queen on the turn.
Well,
Damn
instead
it.
it's a jack, which does give Hunter an open and straight draw now. It's a little bit of light for him.
Yeah, you're gonna have to bet Lexo. You can't let this check through. Lots of bad cards on the river for aces. Lots of bad cards.
And so he's going to check it over. He's aware this isn't the best card for his hand. Again, Hunter 3-bet pre-flop. He can have pocket jacks, which drastically improve on that turn card. He can have a hand like he's holding where he's going to start firing now.
And so what kinds of hands would he be trying to bet here?
I think mostly Lexo's going for the check raise all in at this point.
Yeah?
But still, Hunter checks it back. Amazing check back. Really thought Hunter was going to bet there. Lexo was going to check raise and blow him
Maybe
off
he
of it.
feels like this is why he's in this spot, man. He feels like he's trapping.
Lexo double checking. He is holding the ace of diamonds. Very key card in this spot. Hyper aware. Again, it's a 4-bet pot. Hunter
Hey,
can't
Ryan,
have the ace high flush.
if you would, please, I would love to see stats after this hand. This is crazy. This is how do you say it? Unprecedented. It's crazy.
Let's see if Lexo wants to check it over or go for value here.
Oh
He's
my
going
God,
big.
what is that? Tell me
He's
what
going-
that is, dealer.
It's called going for it all.
No, he didn't. 46K? You get all of it right in your face. And that's a quick fold. I want to see it. I want to see how much this man is up. Lexo is playing
I'm gonna guess
one of the
26K.
better sessions of his poker career tonight. He's up in the upwards of
Saying
$25,000.
Adonis was trying to reference a 1/16th division rate of somebody's stack earlier, and now we know he's in for 25K. You can just do simple subtraction. And there it is. Lexo up 26,000 as things stand right now. Could have gotten a lot more there. Hunter somehow didn't find a continuation bet.
I mean,
didn't find a delayed
I don't
continuation
even.
bet.
I mean, that's crazy. It's
Lexo
just-
was setting that up for a check raise shove. There was 4K in the middle. No matter what size Hunter makes it, it's a check raise all in. Blow him off.
that's just
Somehow,
nuts. Nuts,
Hunter
man.
checked back both streets.
That is, and then get paid because of the slow roll. Yeah, I mean, he was trying to. I mean, it just goes to show, even in this situation, Hunter losing the pot. He's a veteran player in the veteran spot, right? Like, he didn't overly inflate the pot. He realized that he's of course in position. He could have put a lot more money in that pot, bluffing, and he didn't.
I fully expected a C bet on flop. Then, especially when he turned open-ended, thought he would bet.
Exactly. So,
Just hyper aware that most of the hands that are going to be in there aren't letting it go.
and you know Lexo's frothing at the mouth. Please bet something, please. I got a flagship on my
Okay,
stack,
when he,
man.
when
Please.
he just calls pre, that's the goal. Froth at the mouth. Praying for that C bet.
Please, come on.
That loaded pot. I mean, Hunter had a 7K stack behind with 4K in the middle. You're just dying to get it all in against him. That's why you see the call just pre-flop.
Look at this nice little 4K pot here, Greg, with the pair and the 9-high flush draw. Bet 1,000.
If you're wondering if the action was ever going to slow down, I give you Greg's 9-deuce offsuit big blind defend. These guys are battling.
We're open all night, okay? All night, doors don't close. Get
24 hours on this Thursday night.
Red Bull, coffee, pretzels, whatever it is. We have it, I'm pretty sure. I can go ask the cocktail girls. They do a great job here, okay? You stick with us. I'm pretty sure you'll see something better than what you've seen tonight. This is
It's
insane.
going to be hard to beat. We've seen a lot of good stuff so far. We saw Lexo win the biggest pot of his career in less than an hour of live
You
stream.
literally talked Alec into losing like 20K, even though like
That's
his
what it
mind was
was.
made up. No, it
We're
wasn't your
on-
fault.
It's clearly my fault.
No, I was wrong.
There's a black hole here with a wormhole.
No.
Even though we're on delay, Alec heard me say you need to jam this room.
Right on the left shoulder. Little small Mike in
He
a
heard
suit.
it. A little Mike in a suit.
Rep the diamonds.
Rep the diamonds. It's a great spot to rep the diamonds here, Alec.
It's like the little Cartman Angel the Demon. And look at this. Lex got queens, man.
And a soft 3 betting with the ace jack.
You know what? Get him off the table. We just got to, pat him down. Just got to pat
Before
him
he
down.
even gets over to Lexo, we got Greg with a decision here in the small blind with ace 10 suited.
Oh
Again,
my
this table's been
God.
opening so much.
You know the 4-bet's coming. You know the 4-bet's coming.
Here we go. Lexo.
Strap in. Strap in. He said, I want to know how much you have, and I want to know how much you have.
I mean, he's clearly trying to find how much Asaf has. Very important here. Asaf a little bit on the shorter side as things stand right now. So Lexo happy to get it all in against his short stack, but he doesn't want to bloat it up so much that if Greg comes over the top, sneaking in there with a monster, he may not want to get it in for the full 16K. He could acquire the same info with a raise to about Asaf's chip stack size.
So what do you think he'll make it? And if he realizes, they're both pretty effective, or Greg's pretty
At the same
effective.
time, he may go small, hoping Asaf rips it and reopens the betting at the same time.
Now that's next
That's
level
next
right
level
there.
right there,
That's
yeah.
next level.
Instead, he's just going to raise it up big.
4,000 to
Which
go.
plays it straight up. It forces Greg.
There it is. There it is. It's happening. It's happening. And then if it gets over to him, it'll be reopened.
No. He went pretty small. So it's
When
not
did he make
reopened.
it?
He went big to try and just force Greg out.
Oh,
here.
Asaf only had 4,500.
You
so
happily get it all in against the shorter stack. You don't necessarily want to take this multi-way. Any ace or king is suddenly a scare card. You might not have to navigate it post. So this is a simple, all right, I'm going to play it pretty straight up. Make it 4Ks. A sizable amount. Forces Greg out of there as we see.
Man,
And he's just going to take his hand all in against Asaf.
have we ever seen a run like this in this amount of time from a player?
Usually it's a highlight reel, but in this case it's a live stream. So, pretty interesting to see. We may not even need to clip this game.
Oh! I talked him into that.
Yeah, way to go, Adonis.
Yeah, that was my
Jinxing
fault. Nah, that was
Lexo
my
there.
fault. I'm sorry.
Soft hits the ace.
I'm sorry. Nah, that was all me. That one was me. I'll take that on the chin.
So unfortunately for Lexo,
Oh, there goes the queen across the table.
puke.
And,
Soft's going to get the full double up. So, one pot not going Lexo's way there. Luckily for him, he's had a lot of good fortune up till now.
Yeah,
You can't win
yeah.
every single pot through the
But
night. You're bound to lose one or two.
This is true.
Or 3 or 4 if you're me. And here Lexo takes one on the chin. We'll see him regroup, I'm sure.
Not to mention we saw an ace folded from Greg, so
Well, it's not.
it's 2 outs in the deck.
I mean, if Greg got in there, it could have got crazy.
Oh,
Greg had
top
ace
pair
in
of the
the
nut
heart.
flush draw.
Could have got spicy.
Yeah.
Obviously, Greg would have been a little upset to have bricked out and lost to ace jack, but
At that point, it had been all side pot action between him and Lex, but big bet on the flop, Lex will fold. Lex is not going to get married to that hand there in that situation for, well, essentially a lot.
no, Lex, a single man, he's not getting married into anything, especially 2 ladies. Not getting in there.
No. But still, I mean, I understand commentators cursed him into that pot.
Yeah, it was your fault.
It is, and I'm okay with that.
You little Adonis devil on the shoulder there. Let's spike an ace here.
Dealer,
We're taking turns.
Dealer, put an
Taking
ace on the
turns.
flop.
Putting some bad juju out in the air, apparently.
Well, either way, Lexo's going to still be up at least 15 to 20K. And his night's just begun. And to be fair, like you said, you got to
Ain't
take that one on the chin.
stopping. Here we see the open from Lexo, making it 250 to go. Hunter next stack with Queen Jack suited, electing to call rather than 3-bet. So Hunter added on a little bit of chips. I think he added on another 5K or so for chipping down. Here we are to the queen high flop, queen at 10-4 rainbow boards. A great flop for Hunter, flopping top pair.
I feel like these two players are going to get involved in a lot of pots
I
tonight.
think it's going to continue. Don't see it slowing down.
Here we go. There's a lead there from Lexo to the tune of, what, 450?
Yeah, about 2/3 pot size. Continuation bet. Queen 10-4. Pretty normal C-bet spot. We're going to see Hunter put in the call. Everything kind of operation is normal. Now 8 diamonds on the turn. Both players adding a gut shot straight draw to their hands. See if Lexo wants to keep firing, gaining some equity on that turn.
And you know what's real funny? I mean, I hate to preface this in the middle of the hand, and I'm going to. Lexo sits down in the 2 seat. Hunter sits down in the 3, and Lexo looks at him and goes, I hope you stay the whole time this time. I was like, ooh, what y'all got going on here?
Early mind games,
Yeah,
huh?
what y'all got going on here? What's this? So we'll see a lot of leveling between the two of them throughout the course of the night. And I don't think it'll stop even after this hand. Man.
Not stopping is Lexo in this hand, betting out 600 on this turn. And did improve to a straight draw with that 8 coming out. Looking for one of Hunter's jacks.
Yeah.
Again, Hunter puts in the call. Off the river we go. Let's see if we can find a spicy one.
That's not
Instead,
a
it's
spicy river.
it's about as mild can get. Array of clubs, complete brick on that river. Doesn't change too
Do you
much.
think Lexo empties the clips here, man? Like, I mean,
I think it's gonna be tough on that run out. At the same time, with the C bet, kind of small bet on the turn. It could look like a value bet. If he wants to size up now, make it look like that's what he was doing on the turn. Try to blow Hunter off of a 1-pair type hand, especially holding like a jack kicker here. It's not an easy call by any means, but then again, what do we know? We've been wrong about quite a few things.
Yeah.
I don't really tilt, but I'm still going to put it on.
You know,
But I can always use it. Can always be
Lexo
more
with
chill.
a big bet, over bet, 4,500.
I mean, this
Almost
man,
2x pot.
he's putting him in the blender. I mean, you got to understand, he got real estate to play with.
Now Hunter gonna have to decipher what this overbet means. super polarizing. Is it
Let me just start
merging with ace queen?
One line.
Hey, Mac, how you doing? Fish.
He goes fucking slow. This thing can be
Big red fish.
He can knock me the fuck out on the live stream, you know?
It's just really a tough spot to be in. I mean, you got 10K behind, right? You're essentially calling off half your stack. And like you said, you might not feel the best about your kicker, but you might think, maybe you missed.
And then, on the flip side, you're going to say, this is maybe polarizing here. So if your hunter suddenly, you had a bluff catcher type hand, but he's saying he either has a monster or he has a bluff. So now it kind of doesn't matter that your hand's kicker is a little bit on the weaker side. Just have a pure bluff catch.
You doing direct to consumer with this, or direct to consumer?
If he reads the overbet as a bluff, that's what's going to happen. But earlier we saw Hunter make a very tight laydown to Lexo. It's hard to know if game dynamic at that point it was Hunter thinks that Lexo's on the tighter side of things.
He's definitely deep in the tank. He's considering all his options. He's not snap folding. He's not snap calling.
It's a brutal spot.
It's a real bad spot to be in.
There's the
show it to him. You show it to him. Show him what you did. I mean, I think that would just sent him over the top, man. Like he hasn't gotten a win against the guy all night.
He hasn't had to show down either. Once Lexo had it, once he didn't. No, both times he didn't.
Both times he didn't have it.
Don't give a guy like Hunter the information.
Oh, you don't want to
If
do
you're
that?
Lexo, and why are you going to give the guy in position on you who's really good at poker more information about how to play you?
Right. I wasn't thinking clearly.
I know you're rooting for Max Chaos.
I'm playing mind games. I want
all
all
to
the
watch, but
I want beef, baby.
this is real money on the table there.
100%
Again,
USDA approved. That's what I
possibly
want.
the biggest game that Lexo's played in.
I mean, it's close. It's up there for sure.
It's one of the biggest, if not so.
I mean, he's a modest guy. He didn't necessarily make his climb through the ranks as quick as Andrew Nemi or Brad Owen, but he's established himself in the vlogging world and poker world, and he's working his way up the ranks and playing higher stakes as he goes along.
A little bit. Yeah. I put like bare minimum because I'm sensitive.
You got the same hand as Lee here. It's fun to see.
Start small and you could always add a second player.
Apex, man, you a wild.
Both sit with the same hand.
You a wild dude, bro. You a wild dude.
Yeah, he looked at your stack. He said, he needs some green.
Tray of spades hits the turn, so Lee improves to a flush draw with a pair of queens.
Let's see how good he running.
Well, he's just going to fire out now. It's going to be hard for Lexo to stick in here. With the ace on board, holding second pair, your opponent's showing this aggression. Probably just going to have to get out of there. But Lexo's been picking his spots real well so far. Only real hand we've seen him lose was losing with pocket queens all in pre-flop against ace-jack.
That's all we saw.
But there we did see him lay down to Lee's pretty sizable bet on that turn. Lee quiet so far. Usually does a lot of talking with his chips, let's say.
Oh, well, you got to understand,
Get after it.
those two bottles in the back are going to be very important on how the night plays out.
See those water bottles or the wine bottles? The wine bottles.
Those bottles will be real important. You want to pay close attention to the bottles. They're going to have a good time. And I envision, like I said, this is only the beginning for this game. And honestly, I really think this game might just go all the way until tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't see it stopping anytime soon. Jeff Crook asking what seat numbers are the locals. Honestly, just about everybody on this table is pretty local, except for Alec there in the 1 seat and Lexo in the 2 seat. Lexo came up from South Florida to join us for this live stream game. Lee does get a good bit of travel. I know he plays in a lot of events all around, but I think Jacksonville is kind of his default hometown, as well as a lot of these players on the table. All pretty accomplished, good tournament players, cash game players. But with WPT in town, you got to visit home.
Yo, Lexo is on one. He's on one tonight, man. He's wreaking havoc on the table.
It's addicting. That shit is addicting.
Doesn't matter if he has it or not. He's like, you know what? I bluff until they call me and I show it down. Then I might calm down. And so far, like you said, and what's really important that Mike pointed out, the only hands he's gotten to showdown with is what, queen, queen, and ace, ace?
True. So maybe Hunter will continue thinking and giving him a lot of respect because we haven't shown down anything. Even though those alarm bells go off in your head, you remove the emotion and that feeling. You think it's logic.
Middle pair.
I'm starting to look up Lexo light.
He's starting to do it.
But now 9 on the turn adds a gut shot straight draw to Lexo. Might see him keep firing.
Mint or whatever flavor you want.
Let's see if he does. After check raising the flop, let's see if Lexo continues to go for it.
Get like a berry flavor, you do that. But I mean, the chocolate mint.
My man is big stack bullying the table into submission. And so far, everybody submit. Will Greg stand up?
Again, like you said, when he showed down the goods. So that plays into people's minds, obviously.
100%. You don't ever want to be wrong for at this point big money.
Again, Lexo, a popular YouTube vlogger, as we were talking about earlier. This is towards the bigger of stakes that we've seen him play up till now. He's played in games similar, but
25, 50, 10 quarter.
you know, you got these other players on the table maybe thinking, oh, this is a big game for him. Maybe we can push him around a little bit. Or maybe he's going to play top, or they think he's going to play tight, give him a little bit more credit because the money means a little bit more. Maybe Lexo knows if they know that, taking advantage of it a little bit.
Well,
The leveling war is great.
and the only other hand that we missed that he showed down was the nut flush.
He did show down the nut flush.
So,
Unfortunately, he hasn't had to show down his bluffs. Only had to show down big hands. So here, after Lexo checked on the turn, we did see Greg fire out 2K into a 4K pot. Lexo just going to let it go.
It's definitely routine based.
Not thinking, Greg's the guy he wants to try and push around, especially after he made a stance calling on that flop.
Yeah, you know,
it was a check raise. Sometimes you got to, cut your losses. Realize when it is a good situation, isn't a good situation to bluff at it. Seems like Lex has picked all the situations pretty well so far. Got Hunter to lay down a couple of big hands against him. Got paid off. He had a big hand. Got it all in pre-flop with the best hand in the form of pocket queens. Pretty fun to watch. We'll see if he can continue navigating on this final table row, or do they start picking up reads, maybe start adjusting their play a little bit.
I mean, at this point, I think everybody's kind of on notice, right? Like, the bulk of the hands outside of Todd playing that rather large pot with a soft nut flush versus second nut. I mean, pretty much all the pots have been rolling right on over the left.
That, a lot of the action hasn't quite gone to showdown.
Look at this.
A lot of
Look
big,
what he got.
big 3-bet, 4-bet hands. Yeah, look at you in the small blind, no less. Ace King offsuit for Lexo.
This is crazy, man.
3-bet incoming.
And you know what they're thinking? He can't always have it.
What's fun when they start putting in the calls and he does have it again, it's going to be great.
This is unfair.
It's what you dream of when you're trying to take command of his table, that your bluffs get through, they start not believing you as you wake up with a hand, get paid on it.
And then he shows Ace King like, yo, just so you know.
Because again, that's the hand that you kind of want to get to showdown. You want them to start believing you again because, okay, enough. All right, I didn't get paid, but I'll show it. I'll act like I'm on a heater. I haven't bluffed once, guys.
They're all looking at Chase like, are you going to give us any cards? Huh? You just going to keep favoring this guy in the 2-seat? Can you give us something to fight back with?
I mean, they had.
Because right now we're losing.
7-4. We just saw Greg win a pot against him. I mean, I don't understand what you're saying.
Who's up? Oh, nice there.
Well, there you go. There's your hand to
all
battle
right,
with.
we good now.
Toby opening it up with the pocket aces.
I got no gripes against this ball
Now
dealer.
Lexo putting in the call from the button with the Jack-10. Lee playing defense out of the big blind with the suited octo crab. 8 tray suited, getting in there. 9 tray deuce is what we see. So pair for Lee.
Okay.
Lexo dodging bullets and not hitting a pair here. Toby's aces far and away best. Look at him. Sneaky. It's all Toby. Just check it over, hoping Lexo was going to stab. Maybe picking up that Lexo's being pretty active.
Yeah, and
Fortunately, Lexo didn't fall for it.
Well, I mean, he did turn some equity here. In any queen on the river, and he'll have the best hand. So
yeah, Toby's not checking back on this turn. Action checked around on the flop. Toby was obviously doing it, hoping Lexo would step out and stab. Lexo didn't do it, just getting out of the way. Nice and easy here is Lexo. Action back over to Lee. We're going to see him turn his hand into a bluff now, raising it up with his tray. I really expected Lee to do that on the flop. I think he assumed Toby was going to c-bet on that 9-high board. But now, again, Lee getting after it. Lee and Toby, a lot of history between these two, as we talked about earlier.
many nights in table 1. Many nights.
Many stories that probably can't be repeated in terms of hand
Oh,
histories.
nah, I'm just a fly on the wall dealing the cards, man. I got nothing to say.
But now we do see Toby put in the call after Lee check raised off to a river with 5K in the middle. Toby about 6K behind. Very interesting to see what Lee does here.
Is that 10,000?
So there's the big river bet.
I hope that's just one flat.
Either way, it's essentially
It's 10,000.
He was just putting Toby in there again. That's what I said. Toby 6K plus behind, 5K in the middle. You're just going to put it
what
in.
we said when he came over. You're like, everybody's in for 20. He's in for 10. They're going to find these opportunities where
Maybe push Toby if he can sniff it out.
there it is. He's deep in the tank. He's going to look up in the air.
It is never fun putting all of your chips in the middle with one pair on the river. Don't care who you are. Don't care what the run out is. We got a pretty decent run out here. Well, the Jack did bring in Queen 10, King Jack, Jack 9 on the river, just in case he was in there splashing around with something that hit 2 pair. At the same time, Lee defended out of the big blind, so he can have some hands like Trey Deuce suited as well.
Just a really tough spot to be in if you're Toby.
Except just never fun putting it on the river with one pair. This deep in a big cash game, completely uncomfortable spot. I mean, it's 60 big blinds too. It's not like he's overly short. He may be the short stack of the table, but my gosh. Lamb Bogart asking, is everybody nits except for Lex? Well, I don't know if you can see it. Lee has a tray suited here. Bluffing 10K with just a pair of trays. Putting Toby to the test.
Just remembering all the times in class that I called him a student.
Lee happy to not knit it up in this spot. Seen a couple of tight players so far. Again, some of these guys maybe feeling each other out. A lot of locals on this table. 6 of the 8 players have a ton of history, so that's going to play effect. As Toby just said something about, God, I've found the wrong call and the wrong fold in this spot.
Didn't Lee complete? I think Toby opened, Lexo called, and Lee completed.
Lee just called out the big. That's what I say. His big
And
blind
that's
defend
all the
includes
2
a lot
pairs.
of Jack 9, Deuce Tray, stuff that kind of hit. Even King 9 would play out this way. As Lee checked in flow on the flop over to Toby, the pre-flop raiser.
They had a 50K fundraising goal. They raised $1 million. This thing is fucking sick. It looks really cool.
Toby's all up in the blender. You know, Toby started his day in the 12 o'clock tournament on his way to the Big Cash Bounties.
This thing is sick. I
Being
know
a little tired, weighs into it there, just lets it go. And Lee gets away with one.
He said clock.
Yep, clock has been called, and Lee is going to take pot down.
Right.
Toby's hand is dead ever since he put it in
I
pot.
mean, Lambo, man, that's a tough spot, bro. That's a real tough spot.
Just look at it and let me know what you think. Like you'll be able to evaluate it in the sense that you have used for us, so you'll be able to So
Here we go. On the dealer change. Actually, no, we saw Lee just get away with a pretty big bluff there. I don't think it's a bluff any of us have
that was
the
monumental.
gumption to pull off.
That was monumental, man. That's one that Toby's going to be thinking about.
He's timestamping his phone right now. He's texting himself, check back at 8:50 p.m. What the heck Lee just did to me. I got to know later when I can go home and watch this back.
Yeah, that man puts you all in with 1 pair on the river, man. There's a lot of 2-pair combinations.
Put
There's
you
a
to the
lot
test.
of hands you lose to.
Especially out of the big blind defense. I mean, ranges are pretty wide in that scenario, especially with the cold caller in between. Lee getting a great price. So come along out of the big blind for dirt cheap.
Oh, Lee has a 9 on both boards, and well, the top board will be pretty important to have a 9 on as he flops trips.
Equity on the bottom board, blocking some boats too. So if nobody has a queen, he can take this down.
Buck Howard, the biggest pot of the night was somewhere north of $45,000. It was a 4-bet pot in which Lexo Poker made the nut flush on the river. And where things kind of got out of hand is that Alec Torelli decided to rep what seemed like the hand that Lexo had.
Check this out.
Pretty sick, massive pot real early into the session. Kind of fireworks emerged kind of earlier than we expected. We could see it building and looming, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, just kaboosh, big pot happened between Lexo and Alec.
And then right after that, what? I mean, it was 12K on the river to call. What, 25K pot between Todd and the soft?
Yeah, I did see a big nut flush for a second nut flush on the river between Todd and Soft. That's right.
Let me see what you're talking about, Lambo. Come on. His hand is under rep. Always ask yourself facing a bet, are they betting for value? If so, can I beat their value? Or are they betting as a bluff? You got to call with ace-ace. I mean, that's one way to look at it for sure. I mean, in that situation, to be honest with you though, Lambo, I mean, I understand and I agree with you. That's just a really tough spot to be in for all your chips with 1 pair, like Mike said. You know, I couldn't tell you if I'd find the fold or find the call, man, but I tell you, I can't feel good facing that bet.
I tell you, you never will, is you're probably not going to get a seat on this 50-100 game. Nobody's going to leave it anytime soon, and I don't think we're eligible to play. But Lambo's eligible to play if he wants to come on down, get his name on the list, show these boys how it's
You
done.
know, I did that one time.
No, you did.
Nah, Lambo cool. I had a player one time that, you know, he said all the players are bad. You know what I told him?
Come on
I
down.
said, get up out of your chair,
Seat open.
bring your butt right down here, and get in the game. Since everybody's so
I
bad.
was actually saying that in our tournament coverage last night. Everybody was pretty openly saying they didn't like the player who won the event. I was like, well, the
What?
silver lining is we got more events, and he'll be in them.
You can play.
And he won the event. So
Stop
if you're
him
better
from
than
making the
come on
final
down.
table.
That's the beautiful thing about poker. There's 8 million ways any hand can go.
Yeah, for sure.
There's just so many different avenues a hand can develop. You never know. Lee and Toby have played more lifetimes of this game, let alone against each other.
Lots
Can't even
of
imagine
hours.
what's at play there.
Lots of hours on table one. Lots of hours. But moral of the story, this gentleman that I did, you know, pose the question, why don't you come and play? He never talked to me. He never talked to me. I haven't seen him since.
That's how Adonis lost a friend.
Looks like Lee there, Scoop, though. Flopped a pretty big hand, turned a pretty big hand, too. Open-ended with a queen-eye flush draw.
He hit the queen on the river.
He hit the queen.
Not what he wanted to hit, but he still took it away.
All right, let's look at some cumulative winnings. Lexo still up top, $21,125. Alec, though, obviously is directly stuck, almost the same as
Weird. It's the exact same.
They got involved in that very big hand where Alec's loss was Lexo's
from Europe, like when I discovered it like a week and a half ago.
Lambo plays in Chicago. Dang. All right, Lambo. We'll hope to see you come down at some point. Good luck up there in Chi-Town. Try to build that roll up, sneak on down.
Yeah, you come down, we'll have a drink together, man. I'll chop it up. I love people coming in from out of the States to come play and have a good time and chill with us. I mean, that's probably been one of the better parts of my job is that when people want to play the live stream, they come, they play, they get to meet me, Ryan, Country. They're always asking about Sage. Like, how do I get a hold of Sage?
Yeah, everybody's always asking to get a hold of Sage. I've never seen Sage. I don't even know if he's a real person.
I heard he's a mythical creature. I saw him one time and it was the back of his jacket. I looked again, he was gone.
He's that guy that we all actually have made up here so we can blame a person that's not ourselves. And we all just, like, you know, Sage. Yeah, of course it's Sage's fault. Of course it was Sage. You got to talk to Sage, actually, about
it. All started when
great idea.
Instructions to get on the list was contact Sage. And then every time it was where's Sage? And I'm like, yo, I don't feel like he's real. I feel like you're just making him up.
Speaking of not real is Toby's hand here. Got away with bluffing at it with the worst hand.
Lexo's gonna fold ace king, man. Get rid of it. Get out of there.
Not real. Good bluff by Toby there. Lexo getting blown off of a hand. Haven't seen that happen yet.
Look at that. Speaks truth. I'm in Chi-Town too. I'm in the Chi, baby. Well, it's good. Maybe y'all can link up, play some poker.
Or you guys could carpool down. You know,
half gas.
Best friends over poker. Why not?
Half and half.
But it is a lot of fun. I know with the meetup game today, we had a lot of people rolling in town.
Listen.
In setup, I remember meeting people. I just started asking people, where are you coming in from? As I was setting them up. We got Nashville, North Carolina, Miami. People
Tampa,
coming from all over.
Ohio.
Love it.
It was one of the better experiences that I've been a part of here at Best Bet Jacks, where essentially you have 25 tables going. Everybody's having a great time. The star attractions of the show are great people. They're willing to take pictures and have a good time. I had fun today, man.
Honestly, I mean, for me being on this side of it a little bit, I know 5-6 years ago myself, I drove down to Miami to play in a meetup game with Brad Owen and Anthony myself just as a player. And it was one of the most fun experiences I had. So to be able to provide that today, it was a lot of fun to watch. Every time you saw them on the feature table, people kind of chipped up in their chairs, got conversation going.
They wanted some Bradley dollars.
And I remember being that guy in the chair. It was so much fun. You know, it's like nice to see that people can have fun, enjoy the game of poker, a game that I love.
And hopefully it's not the last time this happens here.
A game that Todd might love if he can spike this flop, but he doesn't when it comes down to 8 trade deuce. This is a 3-bet pot. Todd's ace queen, Hunter's ace jack. It's not with the best hand in pocket 6s, but it's hard to feel comfy with pocket 6s in a 3-bet pot.
And you, I mean, I wouldn't say they're short, right? Like Hunter and the Soft have under 10K, but it's only because
only 100 big blinds, so short.
The game has become so effective because of the big pots we're playing.
Again, if it's a 3-bet pot almost every time, your chip stack's easy to get in there if you're only 100 big blinds.
There's 3K in the middle. Like a third of your stack is already in the middle.
Soft navigating it well, puts in the correct call here. Todd gonna let go of the better ace after Hunter continuation bet. Hunter was the 3-better in this pot after Todd opened. And again, we've
Man.
seen Hunter playing a little bit tight, as the chat has maybe speculated.
Well, not to
So
mention,
maybe the table thinks he is as well.
you know, Todd there does make the full ace queen of hearts, man. But it seems like Asaf has a pretty good read on the hand. I just wonder if Hunter's going to put that max pressure on him to almost make him understand the story that he's trying to tell. It looks like he's just going to check it over.
And 10 of hearts, not the best card for Hunter to rep. If Hunter's c-betting with paint cards, the 10 doesn't hit it as hard. You know, obviously, the jack or ace would have improved him, but he probably could have repped a king or queen at the same time. Maybe looking for one of those instead. 10's kind of yucky.
I mean, that's the best way to put it.
That's an adult word.
It's cool because it is yucky. Like, I don't want to see it.
And another quote-unquote yucky river.
Is there? I mean, I think Asaf knows he has the best hand.
Especially after the action goes check. You know Hunter would probably bet for value if he had a real big pocket pair. You know, he 3-bet pre-flop. If he has pocket jacks, he's never checking that turn card.
No. It introduces another draw. I mean, jack 9, hearts, all those. You don't want those drawing hands.
The action just goes check. Asaf aware he's not getting called by a worse hand if he puts out a value bet.
And Hunter can't catch a break tonight, even in the spots that he's bluffing, even in the spots where he has premium hands, just not connecting with many flops. If he is connecting, he's getting blown off of his hand. We saw him flop King 10-7 with Ace King, folds to a check raise. Like, it's any spot that he's been in tonight, he's just not been fortunate. And it's tough for Hunter, right?
Spot variance can be a pain in the rear end.
It's not even poker. I don't know what that means. I feel like I know what that means.
Legally speaking, it is in
like,
your face
it's
hybrid.
It's real wild. It is real
But I
wild.
know what you mean. Some games do not play like other games.
900, 3-raise 900.
Speaking of playing games, we got Hunter not playing games with Ace King suited, 3-betting it yet again to 900. Saw Alec originally open from under the gun with pocket 9s. Good. You know, we talked about good and bad spots for Hunter so far. Mostly been on the bad side. Let's see if this one turn into one of those good ones. Both Alec and Hunter having the roughest go of things so far. See Alec put in the call. It's going to be Hunter and Alec heads up. Pocket 9s versus Ace King. Now flop comes Jack 7-6 rainbow board. Alec's 9 still in the lead. He's going to check and flow over to Hunter. Again, Hunter was the pre-flop 3-better.
It's ridiculous, man.
You're going to check it over to him here.
I got Ace King of diamonds, bro. Jack high flop. And then his words, like, because nobody folded to you. Even in the spots, I'm like, man, I can really bluff at this.
And this spot here, it's going to be tough for Alec to fold to just one bet. God. May not love the 9s with the Jack out there and the guy continuation betting, but off the turn now.
That's
Hunter
pretty
gets
good.
a turn card.
What do you know?
King on the turn for Hunter, giving him the best hand by far.
He can run good in this game, right?
It's almost like sometimes it's not good and sometimes it is. As Buck said, sometimes
Man,
this
good
game will
tonight.
humble you.
Y'all in for a treat, man. Ugh.
What a game we got here. But now, action on Hunter. Let's see what he wants to do in terms of sizing for a bet. Can't imagine he's going to check it back. It went from bluffing in a hand to maybe trying to figure out what he wants to do for value. Goes 2/3 pot, betting 2K. We're going to see Alex snap fold, and Hunter, he does it. He takes a pot down.
All it takes is one so you can get the ball rolling.
To get the heater going, you got to have the first one.
Heat check.
It just takes one. Sometimes all it takes is some hand warmers to get things going. Sometimes it takes dragging in a couple of pots.
I hope you think Lexo got some extra ones?
I think if so, he's not sharing after what we saw. Saw Lexo bust out the hand warmers in case you guys didn't see what we're referencing earlier, and then immediately found a huge pot.
45K pot.
That's not bad.
It's a pretty good pot. Nothing to scoff at. Gotta love it.
Fold 6, fold 7, fold 8, blinds, raise 2, 50, seat 9.
All right, action swung all the way around to Todd, out of the small blind, raises it up. Alec gonna play some defense on this hand, puts in the call, the 7 tray offsuit. Off we go to ace 7-5 on the flop. Todd gonna c-bet on this board, did come ace high. He was a pre-flop raiser. Now Alec pocket with a pair of 7s, gonna put in the little raise. Todd snap called, floating. Here we go, off to a queen on the turn. Action's gonna go check on that turn, and now river jack. Todd improves the best hand on the river. Checks it over now. He's got some showdown value. Alec going to check it back and see the bad news that somehow, some way, Todd found a jack there. Alec in a little bit of disbelief, given the fact he raised the flop. At the same time, kind of just remembering how that hand played out, making mental notes. He's going to have Todd on his right all night. Wants to see how he played the hand. Action underway here. Do appreciate everybody's been tuning in with us so far. Been a ton of fun hanging out, watching this 50-100 no limit cash game. Coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. Been a very fun day so far. We had the 3-5 meetup game earlier today with Brad Owen, Andrew Nemi. Alec Torelli here. Fan Pat was hopping around. We didn't see him on the featured table on the live stream, but he was here. Been a lot of fun hosting this WPT series. Meetup game was no exception, and now closing things out with some big cash games. Todd opening up with pocket queens, making it the standard 250 go from the button. Lexo going to defend from the big blind. King 7 offsuit, puts in the call. Todd smashes it with an ace queen 5 flop. Middle set for Todd. Praying Lexo has an ace. Fortunately for Lexo, he doesn't. Saw Todd put out that C bet. Lexo quickly folds, not bluffing at it here, and Todd gets to take down a small pot. I think his hopes were set on a bigger one. Again, 50-100 no limit hold'em on this live stream tonight. Going to be going probably till sometime around midnight, 1 a.m. Depends how late these guys want to stay. Be back at it again tomorrow with another 50-100 no limit cash game. May see some of these guys back at it tomorrow. May see some new faces. Again, the WPT series closing out this weekend with our Best Bet Scramble Championship event. 5K buy-in, 1 mil guarantee. Got a lot of big pros rolling into town. A lot of these guys going to fire at that championship event themselves. Fortunately for us, we got a lot of people heading in early, playing in this 50-100 game before the day one flights on Friday, Saturday. Happy to have everybody in town and bring these games to you. You see one here. Lee and Toby battling again. Not a big battle this time as Toby's C-bet just gets the job done with his pair of queens, takes it down. Lee not trying to bluff Toby out of his shoes this time around. So earlier we saw Lee pull off a huge bluff, pushing Toby off pocket aces. With a big bet on the river. He seems a little shocked to see Toby let those aces go. Not an easy decision by any means for any of us to make. Don't envy Toby being in that spot. This hand here, Soft opening it up under the gun, 5-4 suited. Soft recently doubled up in a very fortunate way through Lexo. Got it in with ace-jack against pocket queens. Found the ace on the run out. Double up. Now again here, Soft opened it up. Lexo called from the button with Jack 7. Lee defends with the Queen 10, and we got a doozy of a flop. Lee flopping an open and a straight draw. Lexo flopping top pair plus flush draw. Soft was the pre-flop raiser, decided just to check it. Lexo bets 500. Lee deciding just to call rather than check raise. Everything kind of proceeding as normal until now. 8 of diamonds on the turn. So the nut straight for Lee. Lexo, fortunate for Lexo, checking back that turn card. Lee has the straight now. Lee firing a big bet on this river. Looks like the size pretty heavy here. Going for the maximum with his nut straight at 3,200. Almost double the pot is this bet. He's really trying to put Lexo to a test. Lexo trying to decipher what this bet means. Looks down. He has the jack of hearts, obviously pair plus flush draws. It's not like Lee could have had pair plus flush draw himself. And we are going to see Lexo correctly let it go. Good fold by Lex. Lee almost got paid off there in a big way. It looked pretty bluffy. Daddy was on the opposite end of the spectrum, holding the nut flush. Kind of zigzagging here. Last time Lee did the big overbet, it was against Toby. And it was when Lee was bluffing. This time the big bet with the best hand. Now they keep it on guessing. Here, On to the next one. This time around, we're going to see Greg actually put the $200 straddle on under the gun. Slicing the game up. 200 is the price of admission. Todd going to raise things up here after he looks down at ace jack. Makes it 400 to go. Action around to Hunter on the button with ace-6 of hearts. He is going to put in the call from the button. Gets a play in the air, to play in position on this hand. And Asaf wakes up with pocket jacks out of the big blind. Imagine he's going to be going with a 3-bet. And it just goes big. Does not want to play this hand out of position against multiple opponents. That's why you see him increase the size. Greg has to let it go. Didn't want to after looking down at ace-10 suited in the straddle. Usually a pretty dreamy spot. Instead, has to just fold. Now action back on Todd. Todd, the original opener, made it 400 to go from early position. Holding ace-jack, doesn't look like he wants to fold. Reaching for some 1K chips. The orange chips are worth 1,000 apiece. After the deliberation, we see Ty let it go rather than throw in some of those pumpkins, and Hunter has to fold for the button.
Big pair, big pair.
Now, Soft dragging another pot, a little over 12K in front. Getting a little short earlier. Chipping up is Asaf. Did find a fortunate big double up in a big pot against Lexo. Aside from that, Lexo's done pretty well so far on stream today. Saw him scoop in a pot over 45,000 early onto the stream. Him and Alec collided in a big way. Todd with looks like the exact same hand again. Ace jack offsuit opens it up to 250. Not gonna be deterred from the last hand. Now Lee puts in the call from the button with the king 8 offsuit. Asaf gonna call out the small 200 more with 7-4 suited Greg. Getting a super discount. We're gonna put in the call, only 150 more. Puts 1,000 in the middle as we go 4 ways to the flop. 8-7 tray, rainbow board. So Lee gets a top pair, really good kicker. When it came 8 high. Todd though, gonna fire out a continuation bet into all 3 opponents. Lee with that top pair now putting in the raise, making it 1,400 to go over Todd's C-bet. See Greg get out of there with middle pair. Given this action, Todd going nowhere, puts in the call. Now king of hearts on the turn. So Lee improves the top 2 pair. Lee went from praying he had the best hand to knowing he had the best hand. Hoping Todd has something pretty big over there. See Todd check it over. Lee bet 2K, right around a half pot size bet. Not too worried about much as the turn did come to complete the rainbow. That was the king of hearts. Can't be worried about your opponent having any sort of flush draw in this scenario now. Let you really bet for value. Same time denying some equity just in case Todd has 9-10, Jack-10, Jack-9, any sort of straight draw. Here we see Todd just let it go. Lee dragging another pot, bringing it in his way. Once again, appreciate everybody's been tuning in, hanging out with us on the live stream tonight. This is a live 50-100 no limit cash game coming to you from Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. Right now, just rocking it solo in here. My name is Mike. I hope you're enjoying the commentary that we get to bring you. Adonis had to step out. A lot of fun having Adonis in here. He will be missed. Country will be back soon. Right now, it's just you, me, and these 8 sicko crushers in the game of poker, hanging out, playing some 50-100 no limit. Saw Alec open a 250 with ace-10 Lexo, putting in the flat call with trays. Lee gonna call the Jack-10 suited. Now Saf invited from the button with ace-4 offsuit. Toby gonna have to let it go out of the big blind with the 10 deuce. So 4 ways we will go to the flop. A little over 1,100 in the middle as it comes down 9-9-8. Rainbow board. Lee flops open-ended. Lexo's trays are in the lead for right now, but hard to love them being multi-way against this many players. See Lee fire out after it checks over to him, and one by one, everybody's got to let it go, and Lee gets to drag another pot. A couple of hands in a row going Lee's way. None of them necessarily huge, but when you can just keep on navigating and finding a bunch of small and medium-sized pots, they add up fast. Action back underway. This is going to fold through Alec and Lexo. Gets over to Asaf. Looks down at Ace King. Looks like he's going to open it up. Makes it 200 to go. Greg next to act. Put in the immediate call of that 300 was the raise size. Todd calling for that 200 more out of the big, and now we're off to a jack high flop, jack tray deuce. So Todd flops top pair. He's going to have to play this hand out of position against both opponents. See him check it over. Soft did elect to check. Greg threw out a little stab at 300, gets called by both players. Now Todd smashes the top two pair on the turn. Todd still playing it coy, checking it. Action does check through, and now it's like a pretty rough ace on the river there. Soft rivering what he would assume is probably the best hand. Fortunately for him, Todd hasn't beat two pair. We're going to see Todd lead this river. So he threw out 1,500, near full pot size bet, going for the maximum. Puts a soft in a tough spot. Still has Greg to act behind him as well. No flushes came in. Hard for anybody to have a straight that came in. Other than 4-5, would have flopped open-ended. Got the wheel on the river. We're going to see Asaf get off of it there. Good fold by Asaf. Todd dragging that pot. Probably thinking, how could I have gotten more out of either of my opponents? Asaf doing some introspection there, wondering if he had the best hand. Missed out on a good call. Look at the good news later that he made a correct laydown. A lot of fun hosting this event. Seems like the players are getting along pretty well. I see them sharing some wine right now. Wine bottle seems to be getting passed around the table. Everybody enjoying it. Enjoyed bringing these live streams to you during our WPT series. Brought a multitude of feature and final tables. A couple of cash games along the way, including this big one now here. See Lee open it up with the king-queen. Soft puts in the call to jack-7 suited. Todd and Alec call. We're going to be four ways here to the flop. 1,000 in the middle. Down to king, 4 deuce. 2 spades on board, so Lee flops the top pair, Soft flops the flush draw. We are going to see Lee bet out the 500. Soft some chips. Looks like he's going to go raising. Obviously clears the way for Alec to not even think about it with his gut shot straight draw. So after he gets out of there, we do see Lee put in the call. So just these two heads up to the turn. Turn comes down tray of diamonds. Pretty safer. Both players, all things considered. See a soft, actually just check it back. Happy to hope to see a spade for free on the river. Lee continuing to check. Checking here, opens the door for Soft to bluff, and he does. Firing out 2K, a half pot size bet. Lee pretty quickly puts in the call. Check there from Lee allows Soft to take a stab if he missed spades like he did. That's why we see Lee check it rather than bet for value. Did lead to him making an extra 2K than he would have. It's Soft holding jack high. Wouldn't have called a river bet. Lee wisely opening the door for his opponent to bluff at it with that check over. Soft running into it there a little bit. Haven't seen too many problems for Soft. Lost one huge pot to Todd early on. Started mounting a nice comeback up until that point, running into Lee's best hand. Lee pretty active, taking down a couple of pots as of late. Going to see if he keeps that momentum going, moving forward. Meanwhile, new dealer comes in the box. Players have been doing double board, no limit hold on bomb pot, one at each dealer change. This is going to be no exception. No exception. Everybody posts up to 150 and off. We're going to go to 2 different flops, each flop representing half the pot in value. See if we can find any fireworks as the first flop comes down. Jack, Trey, 7-2 clubs. Second board, Jack, Jack, 6 rainbow. Anybody can wake up with a jack here, they're going to have a monster. Instead, it's a soft, firing out at it with ace high.
You have the only jack left.
When he does, it works. Everybody just lets it go. Nobody holding a jack or any other hand worth trying to peel. Soft steals one there. Here, let's check out the updates. Lexo still currently the big winner, up 19K. Was up a little bit more earlier. Ran into it a couple times, but now still up 19,000. Todd, second biggest, up 12K. Lee, after all those small and medium pots, he's got himself a nice little 7K profit so far in the session. Here on the V-Pips, everybody pretty much in there between 20 and 40%. Hunter the only player below that mark. Everybody else staying fairly active. Nobody stepping out as overly crazy by any means, but nobody really playing overly tight. Good to see these guys mixing it up, varying their play. Seeing a lot of 3 bets, 4 bets. Good quality pre-flop and post-flop action so far. Can't imagine it's going to stop anytime soon. Soft opened it to 300 with the king-jack offsuit. Greg puts in the call at 6s, and Toby wakes up with pocket queens in late position. So 3-bet incoming from Toby. Looks like he's going to size of 1,300. So Soft got out of there. Now Greg with the pocket 6s. Tough, as Toby's holding about 6K behind. Greg hoping to hit a 6 and take that 6K from Toby. Puts in the call. Now Jack, 8 deuce flop, rainbow board. Greg checks it over. Toby presumably going to find a continuation bet here. 3K in the middle and 6K is his stack. See how small he wants to go. Trying to get chips into the middle, find that double up. Goes with 1,500, playing it pretty straight up, betting half pot. Hoping Greg has a jack, or maybe gets a little sticky with a pocket pair. Similar to the 6s here. Toby's capable of firing out C-bets in this spot with hands like king, queen, ace, king, ace, queen. After a little bit of thought, Greg just going to let go of the 6s. Finds the correct laydown there. Toby gets to drag a little bit, climbing back up. Closing in, now 9K in front. Started at this table with 10. See if he can get unstuck and start turning his luck around.
Yeah, again, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching this 5,100 game that we have going for you tonight. I'll take this to probably about midnight as far as the action here on this 5,100 game. It's been a lot of fun, but you know, earlier, of course, we had the meetup game with Brad Owen and Andrew Nemi. Took place, played a little 3-5 no limit hold'em, and here we are back at it with this 5,100 game, which Mike, I know I was telling you once I got to see the actual final lineup for this 5,100 game. It's going to be pretty interesting because there's a lot of different styles and a lot of different personalities at this table.
Yeah, we've seen that kind of happen, especially early on. There was a couple of fireworks. At the same time, people were trying to feel each other out a little bit. Seeing the game kind of ebb and flow. A lot of different factors. Saw a couple of big folds, a couple of big moves. Really fun seeing a lot of different dynamics, take holes, see a couple of aggressive players clash. Seen Lexo open things up at a couple points. Got Hunter to lay down the best hand more than once, if I remember correct. So it's fun seeing everybody kind of feel each other out while also stepping out. You got Alec Torelli there, a well-known professional player in the 1 seat. Lexo there in the 2 seat. Pretty popular YouTube vlogger. Based out of Southern Florida, came up to play in this game. He did miss out on the 3-5 meetup game, so he was running a little late, ran into some traffic, ran into some trouble getting out of the South Florida area. But the other 6 players on the table like to call this place home. So a lot of them have logged a good chunk of hours between each other. Yeah, a lot of you know, factors in play. If you have a lot of history guy with a little bit of history with a guy, and really fun seeing how that hits.
It's funny too, because I remember when Lexo, talking about the 2 bluffs he got through earlier, I remember on his vlogs, and sometimes he even said here on the table, he never is able to get a bluff through, and he got a couple of them through tonight.
He definitely got a few big ones through today, and he got a huge double up through Alec Torelli early on to the session. Now, we're going to see a big pot here as Greg flops bottom set when it comes down Queen, Jack 8. Todd flops open-ended. Todd, the pre-flop aggressor and a big fan of keeping his foot on the gas. So Todd leads out with a C-bet here, 300. Greg going to put in the call.
We talked about those two aggressive players that's playing at the table. Here they are. And now Greg votes up.
Yeah, it's going to allow Greg to continue trapping, voting up, praying Todd connects with whatever the run out is. Instead,
Complete blank on the river.
no fun for us watching the game as Todd just completely bricks out. We're going to see Greg bet for value on the river. Presumably Todd going to have to let it go. Todd has pulled off some crazy moves in the past. A chance we see one again.
Anyone else?
He's mulling over.
Yeah, he looks over at Greg, trying to get a read on him.
Really doesn't think Greg has much here. Shaking his head. He's got all that body image of looking like he's going to have to let it go, and looks like that's what's happening. Casey in the chat says zero table talk, it seems. It has quieted down here recently.
Yeah.
For the early goings, they were very talkative, chatty, friendly. I think we've seen a couple of big pots. People tend to quiet down a little bit after some big clashes here and there.
Well, I think that's what it is. It got quiet once a few players got stuck.
But funnel, even though it's been quiet in terms of talk, not too long ago we saw Lee passing that wine bottle around. Lexo poured a glass. Todd there in the 9-seat poured a glass. So still a very friendly, cordial table. For some of these guys, it's been a long day as well. So we are in the midst of the WPT series. That's why we see a lot of these guys sneaking into town, playing in the Best Bet Scramble Championship 5K buy-in this weekend, the $1 million guarantee. Toby there in the 8th seat. Ran pretty deep in a tournament that he got, unfortunately, maybe fortunately for him if he could spin it up, got knocked out of right as this game was starting. Ran over from that event, hopped in here. So Alec was here for the meetup game portion of the day, which kicked off nice and early around 1 p.m. And now it's 9 p.m. over here on the East Coast. And maybe a little bit tired, maybe needs a Red Bull or coffee. I'm sure everybody on this table could use one.
Interesting, Lee puts in the call here with 10-5 suited, and now Greg feeling like he has to call. Gonna go ahead and put it in.
Yeah, this was a straddled pot. That's why we saw Lexo raise up to 800 over the 200 straddle. That's why we saw Lee defend his straddle. He's a guy that likes to play defense out of the big blind straddle positions.
Right.
Now, Lexo gets a very fortunate flop. Comes down ace high, ace 9-4 rainbow. Very good board for his hand. So we're going to see him put out the C-bet when check 2. That's betting 700, a little less than 1/3 pot. Does not have to bet big here. Ace high board favoring his opening range. Let's see. Both players let it go. Or sorry, Greg has not folded yet. What the? Shows what I know. I jinxed it. I saw Lee fold. I thought I saw Greg fold behind, but instead, Greg puts in a weird, scary check raise. Makes it 2K. It's a small check raise, too. Lexo trying to decipher what this check raise means. It is small in size, which is usually indicative of a good hand. Trying to keep people to stick around in the pot. It's a very dry board. Ace 9-4 rainbow. Greg did just cold call out of the small blind. Again, Lexo is the pre-flop raiser. Lexo going to weigh all of his options to try to figure out what this small check raise means.
Usually a check raise is a pretty strong indicator they have a strong hand.
And a lot of times players will mix in draw type hands. Gonna see. So does Lexo. Rips it in here. Just puts Greg to the test. Lexo gets to pull this pot in without even having to see the turn or river. Doesn't get put to a test by Greg. Interesting there. Interesting there. Ferris asking, are there Owen and Nemi going to be here tomorrow? They're physically going to be in the room tomorrow for sure. We heard Andrew Nemi talking about how he's playing in the Best Bet Scramble Championship event that's being held here, closing out our WPT series going on in the room. I believe Brad plans on playing tomorrow's as well. Brad, slight inside info, big 49ers fan. The 49ers are here playing the Jaguars in Jacksonville this weekend. So his plan is obviously plan A, win a pile of chips, find a bag, and make a deep run. But plan B, should he bust out on Friday in the flight, might fire Saturday, but plans on attending the Jacksonville game to see the 49ers take them on. Well, here we saw Alec open it up. Todd put in the defend out of the big blind. Jack 9-6 flop. Alec's going to see bet when check 2. Todd peels a straight here with the gut shot. Alec has the action now. Todd checking once again on his very clean tray of hearts turn. You see Alec size up now. Went with 500 on the flop, sizing it up to 2K on the turn. Todd getting away from his gut shot straight draw. And again, back to speaking about Andrew and Brad, who graced us with the meetup game today. It was a ton of fun, 3-5, no limit. Very enjoyable having them here. We had the live stream featured table. Also obviously had them hopping through the room. It was very bustling. Over 20 tables in action with those two, in addition to Alec Torelli there in the 1 seat, and Vince Van Patten hopping around, meeting and greeting everybody they could. Been a lot of fun. Actually watched Brad and Andrew show up an hour early to today's festivities. They were still here last time I was out there before this live stream started. They planned on playing very early and very late, meeting and greeting everyone who went through the trouble of driving into town, flying into town for the meetup games. Two really good ambassadors of the game. It was a lot of fun watching it. A lot of fun having them here at Best Bet for the meetup game as part of the WPT series in general. Here we saw Sop raise it up with the ace tray of clubs. Greg called out of the straddle with the queen tray. Flop came king, 6, deuce, 2 spades on board. Looks like a Sop, then a continuation bet here. Greg, a non-believer, putting in the call. 2K in the middle. Both players with just a high card. Let's see if Greg is going to start bluffing at it. That's what it looks like is going to happen. Checks over to him. He's going to fire out 1,000. Greg getting crafty there, just floating that flop with a naked queen high. As soon as he senses any sort of weakness, he fires at it. Gets the job done, does Greg. Breaks in that pot. Fair saying go Jags. I feel torn. I think more local clientele want to root for the Jaguars with Brad. Again, being such a good ambassador of the game was a lot of fun. Watching him in action today. Kind of want to see him get a win for his team, since I don't think he's going to be sneaking out to Jacksonville super often. Hope we'll have him back in a year or so. The WPT makes its way through again.
Yeah, it's been very fun. WPT for sure. My first time getting to experience it, kind of seeing it for myself and everything, and it's definitely been fun. All the different events, all the different tournaments we've had with the mystery bounty, the celebrity bounty yesterday.
Huge turnouts for a lot of side events. You know, we have the headlining events that always tend to crush it. Really fun seeing some of the sometimes smaller field events get a big turnout. So the ladies event draw 100 entries. Their feature and final table is really exciting to watch. Celebrity bounty smashed it yesterday. Over 250 entries in that one. We got lucky to see Andrew Damey make a pretty deep run. Found his way to the feature table for a portion of it. I'm going to stop talking about that as we see Lexo reaching for a big raise.
Wow, we might have a battle here. The biggest stacks at the table between Lexo and Todd L.
Put in the 4-bet. Todd 3-bet aces from the button. Just a question, Todd, if he thinks Lexo is doing this light, he may be tempted to put in the call. Instead, just going to play it pretty straight up. Pray Lexo is like pocket kings, pocket queens. Put in the 5-bet. That 5-bet gets it done. Lexo has to let go of the pocket eights. Todd gets to drag in a pot. Big stacks colliding, big hands colliding. Right there, we just saw a 5-bet pot. Not even going to a flop. Been a lot of good big raises here.
I was hoping there was a light button raise in there.
Here, Lexo.
You found out. I had to see where I was at.
I can confirm, yes, Lexo does, in fact. does impact it.
Yeah, answering Roberto's question there. These players, with such a big game, what they generally do is have a portion of the bomb pot pay both the time rake and the dealer. That way they don't have to keep small chips in their chip stack.
Yeah.
Because this is such a big game, they don't want to mess around with the $1 and $5 chips as much. Given the fact this is a 5100, you're going to see them mostly play with the bigger denominations. And no reason to waste time, make change. They keep it simple. Every now and then they'll throw a little bit extra like we see Todd here, but for the most part, they just kind of include it in the game, keeps the action moving, makes life easier for everybody involved. Smooth sailing here on the live stream, especially when you're playing 50, 100. You'd rather focus on the game itself rather than any sort of outlying things that you'd rather not have to think about when your decisions are so important and so valuable.
Ray complimenting Todd's game, says, love Todd's game, looks comfortable at any stakes. Listen, Todd's good for the game. Todd's very much an action guy, loves to play the bigger games.
Loves to take the aggressive nature, which is always fun for viewership, and we've seen everybody on this table for the most part use aggression as their primary focus. That's what you tend to have to do to move up to this level. Stakes this big, have to find a way to be an aggressive player, even if the spots are a little scary, and obviously this dollar amount is nothing to scoff at. You gotta just keep it on. Keep your aggression when you think the time is right, whether it makes you nervous or not.
Listen, I can use a few words to describe Todd. Scared is definitely not one of those words. He is not afraid to mix it up. Well, Alexo, pocket nines this time around. We'll go ahead and put in the raise.
Bumping it up to 500 is Lexo. Was a $200 straddle on again, courtesy from Greg there. Looks like we're going to see him defend that straddle pretty wide with 5 deuce offsuit. It's not like people stealing his blinds. And defense gets rewarded here. King 5 deuce, 2 pair for Greg. A board we could easily see Lexo continuation bet on.
Yeah, Lexo is not going to see this coming.
King 5 deuce rainbow, 100% going to see bet on this board with both your actual hand and your entire opening range. Now, Greg check raise it. Second time we've seen Greg check raise Lexo. This time Lexo just called.
Is that another boat for Greg?
Yeah, Greg boats up on the turn with a 5. See if he wants to bet or trap. He's trapping.
Yeah,
Just checks it over. Lexo happy to check it back, given the way this hand is played out. Now action on Greg. Probably going to put out a value bet here. See what size he goes with. If he goes small, it could easily get looked up.
Looks like it went 3K, almost a pot-sized bet.
Or in fact, correct. 3K was the amount. Going full pot. He's hoping Lexo's sitting here with the king and has to put in the call. Tough spot for Lexo. After the turn goes check, check. Does open the door for your opponent to bluff at it here. No straights or flushes available. On the off chance your opponent had some sort of weird sneaky draw, ace tray, ace 4, tray 4. Lexo sniffs it out, lets it go. So that's twice we've seen them clash recently, and Lexo kind of making the right decision each time. First time, Greg check raised his c-bet. Lexo found the shove. This time around, correctly reading Greg for strength. Just puts in the 1 call, sees what develops, and interprets what develops correctly and gets all away from it there.
The worst thing to do is have like shoe glasses every day, because then you just don't really feel anything.
Also, guys, just a reminder, tomorrow, the Best Bet Scramble, 1 million guarantee in the prize pool starts up 12 p.m. Day 1A of that tournament. It's the headline event of the World Poker Tour that's here at Best Bet Jacksonville. We will, of course, have the final table live streamed Tuesday, November 14th. As always, guys, you can check out our website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, tournament live stream schedule, and much more.
Imagine we're going to see a lot of big names, big faces in the field tomorrow. She said 5K buy-in, 1 million guaranteed. We've already had a multitude of big players make their way into the room. We see a couple of them on this table here. Saw a couple in the meetup game. Everybody's starting to roll into town. A couple of tournament Crushers aren't far behind.
My sweet spot's like a glass and a half.
I know Brad was talking about some former WPT champions that plan on making it here earlier when he was playing on the live stream game. So it's going to be a fun event to check out. Even if you're not necessarily playing on a 5K event, you can always come in, play 2-2, 2-5, a cash game. You know, fun to walk around, feel that buzz in the air, see some people that you normally only would see on TV. Just get a nice little feel for the room and hang out and maybe try to hit a high hand, take a ham home with you.
Oh, look at this, a 3-bet from Lee, 8-7 suited.
Forces Toby out there with the 10-9 suited. Alec gonna put in the call though, defend his open with the ace-deuce of diamonds. And oof. Both simul-oofed here as it came down queen 9-6, all diamonds. Alec just flopping the nut flush. Lee with an open and straight draw, but also just 8 high. Has a 3-better. He is gonna fire out the 1K C-bet. We see Alec check raise it now to 3K. Fast playing the nut flush. Unfortunately for him, he's gonna get no action with it as Lee holding 2 hearts in his hand. Alec is trying to build up a big one there. Might have worked if Lee had something to stick around with.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a middle open-ender straight draw.
No, and especially with the monotone flop, 3 diamonds on board. If you have a straight draw, you know, 2 of your 8 cards you're trying to hit to make your straight would also be diamonds, so not exactly good ways to improve to a straight. Should have put a 4th diamond out there. Now, Lee right back at it. Going to work again, raising up with 9-8 offsuit, making it 600 to go. We saw Greg put the button straddle on this time.
Wednesday's the toughest game.
600 raise is over the $200 straddle.
Yeah, exactly. So it's
Soft with ace jack. Looks like he's assembling the 3-bet.
well, Monday's not even right.
There it is. Raising it up.
Right, yeah, it seems like you're drawing dead.
Make it 1,700 to the soft. And it looks like Greg's going to defend his straddle. Putting in the extra 1,500 with 7-6 of hearts. And invites Lee in there. He's not one to shy away.
Yeah.
They were
3 ways would go. Queen, 10, 5. Soft, Lee, both flopping gut shot straight draws. Nobody's sitting here with a pair right now, but Soft does just rip it all in. Again, Soft was the pre-flop 3-better. Continuation, bet size, gonna be tough for anything outside of this all-in. We're gonna see the all-in get the job done, and now 9K getting close to Soft's way.
you almost have to keep it like
Trying to chip back up to around 10K again. Saw him get over it for quite a bit.
it's like I like playing it's good for
Have to dwindle it down.
it's like it's nothing to fly across the board.
One more card change out.
Yeah, it's just
I mean,
a target.
I for sure.
I know, I'm thinking just one more hard.
One more is
Yeah, of course. It's good for the brand, but you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, and it's high variance too, because it's like 51-2 with an 8-3.
Nice to see the table kind of getting chatty now. Things are opening back up in terms of discussion.
Then it's like, if you don't keep playing,
Hope to hear some fun conversation on this 50-100 no limit live stream game.
right, exactly, that's my whole thing.
Action's been heating up, table talk heating up as well. Gonna be fun to listen in and watch.
King 4-6 flop here, so Alec does catch a 4.
Greg with the betting lead. Was the pre-flop raise? They're gonna fire out on this king high board. Alec gonna be picking up on the fact that it is just a C-bet here. Raises it up.
Well, I wonder too as well, like this might be player history, because how many times did Greg and Alec get into it the last time Alec was here back in April?
Yeah, we did discuss it earlier. These two frequently found each other in some hands. Last time Alec was here, as Country said, back in April, we saw a live stream game, and allegedly, maybe confirmed, these guys found a way to battle it out off stream as well in some big, big ways. A lot of history. Again, most of these players are local, and Alec and Lexo don't have as much history, but Alec and Greg have some, so could come into play, could keep them, you know, going after one another. It'll be fun to see if that dynamic continues. Again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us. We are coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. As we move forward with our WPT series. Been streaming a lot of tournaments now. Getting to bring this live 5,100 cash game. So we saw Greg open things up yet again. Todd putting in the 3-bet with the ace-king offsuit from the button. Over to Lexo in the big blind. Just going to have to let go of whatever he was peeling there.
Yeah, mystery hand was not a good hand for him. Trade 10-7 flop.
Not a good flop for Greg as Todd's ace-king still in the lead. Does fire out the continuation bet, does Todd. Go 1,300, about a half pot size bet. Greg looking like a non-believer right now. Fortunately, in terms of who has the best hand, we can see he's absolutely dominated. Should he find some sort of check raise or float, blow Todd off of it later, could work as Todd's just sitting here with ace high right now. And turn 6 of clubs, adds a gut shot straight draw to Greg, but does bring a 3rd club on board. Todd sitting here with the ace of clubs.
I don't know what you had.
Oh, 15,000.
Well, how am I gonna know what you had?
It was 15,000.
Yes, no, I
Actually, Greg first to act, checking it over to Todd. Todd adding that equity on the turn, now holding the nut flush draw. Going to continue firing. It's out 1,500. Sizing down here. Greg reading that for weakness. Going to put in the check raise. Goes small. Trying to make it look like he has a big hand. He's trying to extract value. Fortunately for him, Todd holding the ace of clubs is not going to let it go. Puts in the call. Got a big pot brewing.
Yeah, again, we're talking about the 2 most action players probably at the table between Greg and Todd.
And speaking of action, Greg finds the all-in rip on a safe board pairing river. Ripping his 8K stack into the middle. 13,000 in there already. Todd missing that club. Trying to hit the nuts on the river. Obviously wanted to hit the nuts on the river. Currently, Todd sitting here with just ace high, and he's asking for a chip count. May know. Good chance Greg's up to something here. Hasn't folded ace king high yet. We see him make an ace high call here. Might lose my mind.
I was about to say, like, this is a power move from Greg here.
Sick call if Todd can find it.
I mean, clubs are out there, but again, Todd, you're holding the ace of clubs. Paired board.
Todd just baffled.
Yeah.
One of those spots where you read the guy for being weak, and the problem is, from Todd's perspective, if Greg has pocket deuces, you could easily put in a call without the best hand. Todd just has some random, tray 4 of diamonds, something like that Greg thinks he's bluffing with. Todd really does not believe Greg here. Just reads him for absolute weakness. Ballsy shove by Greg. Todd can somehow find a call. It'd be amazing. See what conclusion Todd can come to. He's deep in the tank.
He is going to let it go. So Greg does get a massive bluff through.
Such a sick bluff there by Greg. One of the biggest bluffs we've seen so far. We previously saw Lee blow Toby off of a hand. Lee pull off a crazy bluff on the river, getting Toby to fold pocket aces. So, a couple of big bluffs so far on stream. Been a lot of fun to watch. Got a table full of 8 really high skilled poker players battling it out. Fun to see how everybody attacks the table, tries to chip up and find a big win.
Yeah, 8 highly skilled players that all play pretty different from each other, with the exception of a couple.
A lot of fun to watch. The clash of different styles. Some of the history comes into play as well, as other than Alec and Lexo, those 6 players are more local based. Obviously make their rounds. But speaking of Lexo, raises it up with pocket 5s. But this was a under the gun straddle by Lee, so Lexo raised it up to 700 over the 200 straddle. Lee defends, and we're off to ace, 9, 8, rainbow flop. Lexo's 5s, currently still the best hand, but gonna check it over, see what Lee does on this flop. Lee decides to fire out it with his queen jack, and he's gonna be able to just take this one down. Bad flop for Lexo's actual hand there, just has to fold. Move on to the next one. Seen Lee be very active. Put a lot of people big pressure moves. Maybe that plays into factor there. Alexo elected not to put in the continuation bet. Players are posting up their bomb pile. Let's take a look, see who is leading there. In terms of action, we have Asaf, Greg, Lee, Alexo, Alec, Todd, all just hovering. Nice 25 to 37%. Mark, Toby not too far behind, and Hunter still quiet there in the 3 seat. The action's been pretty fair around the whole table. Everybody's staying involved as much as they can. Good to see everybody keeping the pressure on. And now, in terms of overall chip counts, we got Lexo still the leaderboard. Saw him up closer to 25K earlier. Chipped down to still being up 15K. Nothing to scoff at. Todd, second most up as things stand right now. We'll see who can keep trying to take their crack at ending the day on that leaderboard.
That's a lot of hearts on that board.
Just a few. As the players have been doing, it's a double board, no limit hold'em bomb pot here. They elected to do one every dealer change, using this opportunity to just take the time rake out of the pot, keep life easy, have some fun, spice it up. And you're talking about hearts. Asaf's got the big one, the ace of hearts in his hand. We saw him bet out. Looks like everybody just lets it go, and he says easy game as he drags in that pot.
Yeah, had the ace hearts and also a pair of queens on both boards.
Had it all sorts of blocked up.
Takes it down.
Just playing 1 week. Just playing 1 week. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So you're going after the Wednesday. You play the Wednesday.
If I somehow make it to day 5 of the championship,
Yeah, of course. Right. But I mean, your day is the Wednesday. Nice.
I played the Thursday last time.
Yeah.
Alec and Lex over there discussing plans for which days they plan on playing in the Best Bet Scramble Championship themselves. Good to see maybe one of them make a deep run. Fun to see some familiar faces on the televised final table.
I think it's going to be the most exciting thing about the main event is I'm just curious to see who's going to make it.
Yeah. Greg's making the best hand here. Flopping top pair, top kicker. Does just check it, kind of disguising the strength of his hand. And now Alec gonna take the invite, start bluffing that a little bit. Pretty brutal turn card for Greg is flopping top pair. The king is really one of the only cards you don't want to see come out outside of a club. Now off the river they go, and it does come a club. Both players sitting here with no flush. Alec, ace-9 offsuit, may elect to bluff at it here. Thinking that his ace high is no good, and ace-9 bet from Alec does fire out 1300 and gets the job done. Greg having to fold the best hand. Alec gets a drag in another pot. So Alec, a very, very experienced, good player. No limit hold'em cash. Saw him on the featured table during the meetup game. Hopped around, saw a lot of players. Now we're seeing him again in this 5100 game. We saw him a couple months ago playing 25-50 no limit here.
Yeah. I really thought you had
Is that Jack the worst card or what?
Yeah.
Sounds like Toby just got the news that he got bluffed out of his shoes when he had those pocket aces when he bluffed.
You should have got more money.
That update there. Not what I wanted to hear.
Should have got more money out of that one.
See if I can start levitating.
Action here, we saw Lee open things up over the 200 straddle, made it 700 to go. It is on Greg, who's defending that straddle. This time, he's got ace-king. It looks like he just puts in the call. And severely under-repping the strength of his hand. We saw him defend pretty wide previously this. Fortunately for Greg, he does not get rewarded. Had Lee dominated, but Lee gets bailed out with an 8 on the flop. Action did check through on the flop. Now Lee leads the turn. So Greg puts in the call, and off to the river we go. And it comes down to 10 of clubs. Lee's 8 is going to be best. Greg gets the bad news. Praying that it came ace high. Would have gotten a lot out of Lee there if it came much better for him. After Greg just flat called his ace-king out of the straddle. Showed down a lot of looser defends, trying to take advantage of that there, setting up for it. Fortunately for him, it goes the other direction as Lee gets bailed out with the 8. Once again, we appreciate everybody hanging out, tuning in with us here on the live stream, coming to you live from Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. My name is Mike, bringing the commentary to you from the booth for this 50-100 Nomad cash game. It's been a lot of fun hanging out, watching this game with everybody that's been tuning in. We saw Alec open it up with the 4 tray suited. Lee's going to call from the button, the 7-6 suited. A couple of crushers battling it out as we see Greg come along as well. Defense is big blind. King Queen offsuit. Currently the best hand. The best hand after the 10 tray deuce rainbow flop. Alec actually sitting here with the best hand. Greg puts in the call and turn at 9 of hearts. Adds a gut shot to Greg. Does give Alec the flush draw, so he's going to continue firing. Go with his pair. A hefty 1,400. Near pot size bet. Betting 14 into 16. Greg 2 overs, gut shot, straight draw. Probably does not want to let it go again. Greg and Alec have some checkered history. Play a factor for sure. Now we see Greg actually mix in a raise here. Small check raise, 2K more. Greg trying to establish that he has a hand. Alec probably going nowhere with a pair of flush draw. Greg might be able to take it away on the river if things play out in his favor. Let's see what Alec wants to do here. Looks like call is the option. Off the river go. A lot of exciting rivers we could have, and ace of clubs isn't one of them, but if Greg finds the gumption to fire again, it could easily work. There it is. Bet from Greg, just king high. Bluffing at Alec here, betting 3,500. Looks like a value bet. 1/3 pot size bet. Oh man.
Plus 1.5 first half? 2. Plus 2.5.
Unfortunately, can't read Alec's mind. Would love to know what the wheels are turning as he's deep in the tank with just a pair of trays. Love to see how he comes to a conclusion here. If he somehow finds a call. I really want to know all of the answers to how he found it. Instead, he just has to let it go, and Greg gets to drag a pretty big pot, getting a big bluff through. Sick move by Greg yet again. Second big bluff we've seen him pull off recently. Let's see if Greg can continue to pick his spots perfectly, or if he finds a misstep at any point, but hard to imagine he's going to misstep the way we've seen him pick his spots so well so far. Action goes back underway. Over to Lee. Looks like he's going to open things up. Lee been on the more active side of things so far on this table, especially recently. Open things up with ace jack this time from late position. Soft decides to call from the button with the king-9 offsuit. Action swings back to Toby after Greg calls with ace-5 offsuit. Looks like the 3-bet's coming in. And Toby maybe thinking Lee is getting a little wide, a little aggressive. Then a 3-bet light here with ace-5 off, and 1,600 is the price. Gets through Lee, gets through a soft. Just has to get through Greg, which it does. Toby gets the 3-bet through with the ace. Taking, not pot down.
I know. It's a good spot. It's a good spot.
I heard him say he called it and he raised with 8-9 offsuit. Maybe I should do it. You give shit away, dude. He let the slow.
I have a hand this hand.
Connected offsuit.
Ace jack.
Ooh, ace jack. A jam on him. I'm just proud about the 8-3.
You find out?
I can't believe you bluffed it.
You find out? What the hell?
All the history was coming to the fruition in that hand. That was perfect.
I used it.
Yeah. Have ace.
As it looks like Ace King. Todd just going to go ahead and call with Ace King. And there's the soft going to go ahead and put in the call, excuse me. I guess there was a straddle. Yeah, okay. So Greg did straddle on the button. So trade 10 ace flop. So Todd and the soft both hit an ace. But the backdoor to clubs as well for both. Todd has the soft out kicked in this hand too. There's the soft putting in the raise.
Have aces is worse than ace king. Re-raise 4,000.
There is the re-raise, the 3-bet. Todd's will go ahead and take that down. Again, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching this 5,100 cash game. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country. Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet, Orange Park, who's done the lion's share of the commentary tonight.
Don't ever show a premium hand ever.
Don't show a premium.
You only show those garbage. Only show the garbage. I'm with you.
We'll take this live stream tonight to about midnight. Keep things going. Be back at it tomorrow with another 5,100 cash game. Be a slightly different lineup tomorrow. Definitely looking forward to seeing Brooks Exotic in the game as well as Mario in the game. It'll be a lot of fun. Greg is slated to make his return as well as Todd L. and Alec Torelli. Lee gonna go ahead and put in the call after Greg fires out a 3-bet. Ace Queen offsuit versus Jack 4. Let's go ahead and see the flop as curtain sets. Put it out. Trade 9-7 rainbow board.
The action makes him about an extra 100.
Check around as it really doesn't connect with anybody. Now a 4 on the turn for Lee. He's gonna go ahead and bet 1,000.
I feel like you did some BS hand that hit.
I got you this hand.
I believe you, obviously.
Greg says, why do I think you had some BS hand that hit? And you would be right.
That was bullshit pre-flop. I got it.
That's a pretty good read.
I got it.
Bullshit hand that hit.
You got it back perfectly.
Yeah, you got right on. It wasn't even suited. It was suited?
Suited spade.
If it was
He's calling offsuit.
that would be better. Surya was kind of standard player.
And play too.
You get more respect to those.
Pretty funny interaction between those two.
I'm gonna try the new style.
Now pocket trays for Lee, so go ahead and limp in with those. Now Todd puts in the raise to 600 with ace jack offsuit. Alec. Wow, okay. Things opening back up again. Alec, 3-bets, 2,500. Oh, fun stops. So we're heads up. Looks like Todd is putting in the call. Ace 10 versus ace jack. Deuce 9-7 flop.
9-7. I feel like we just got
Rainbow board.
What was that supposed to raise there? 16.
1,600 the bet from Alec.
what did he make? 250,
Todd gonna put in the call.
Probably you can't give him the full for anything. You see how much he's rich?
Now board bearing.
You make it 1500.
Board pairing deuce on the turn.
Oh, the pre-flop?
Pre-flop.
I call more faster. What the hell
You
is he talking
1,500,
about?
maybe he make it 4,000.
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm not sure what to do there.
You first day no week?
That's a good hand. That's what you can do.
8 on the river, that's Todd.
Did exactly what I
Ace
wanted.
jack, gonna have the check mark. See if Alec, and he's gonna check it over.
Just fold.
So he's kind of giving it up. He's gonna go check. Todd's gonna take it down. Lee a little upset that he didn't get to play his pocket trays, which would have won the hand. Instead, we'll just have to sip on the wine, find the next spot to get back in there. Yeah.
Lee will get back in there in the form of the under the gun straddle, it looks like. You know, make your own luck, get in the mix.
Listen, Lee
put
is
the straddle on.
Lee is tired of sitting around. He wants to get into the action.
He didn't come here to fold.
No.
That's for sure. See a stop, have to put in the fold. Greg lets it go. Continue to come around to Alec's button. Gonna open it up with the queen tray, it looks like. Opening a suited hand, and Lexo looks down at a playable king 10 of spades. See him pondering his options there between call and 3-bet. Call is the option of choice, as he does. And after 100 folds, we're going to see Lee definitely not fold this time, puts in the call.
Lee defending his straddle.
Now Alec, Lexo both flopping a pretty fun piece. Comes down queen jack 10. Alec with top pair, Lexo bottom pair plus open-ended. Let me see, maybe the quickest call in history there. Alec was cutting out the 800, Lexo snap called. Off the turn, those two will go.
Trey on the turn.
So Alec improves to 2 pair. Lexo still a pile of outs. You can see right there, 30% in terms of equity to win the hands. He's got about a 1 in 3 shot of winning it. Facing a 2K bet from Alec. 2/3 pot, not getting the right price. I see him let it go. If there was a chance we would have Lexo look him up, but he does debate against it. Lets his hand go, and Alec, rare bright spot, gets to drag that pot in. Having a pretty rough go of things so far. Is Alec here? Almost as usual. We saw that happen last time he came through. Couldn't get too much going. Obviously a very good, accomplished player in his own right is Alec. Tends to get things going off stream. For some reason, it's been a kiss of death for him here on the live stream games that we've seen. Hopefully he can get off that bandwagon, turn his luck around, and start chipping up and find a win.
I think Lee just got confused because apparently Asaf has drank some of the wine, but now he's drinking coffee.
You gotta really balance your drinking range.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, you know, you gotta stay balanced. Meanwhile, Alec does wake up with a hand here. It's a double straddle pot. Actually saw the 400 straddle in play. Alec raises it up to 900. Greg going to be the only caller, and yet again, it's Alec versus Greg, two familiar foes, heading to an ace-4 deuce flop. Wow. Alec with the best hand right now. Greg checking it over. Alec assembles the C-bet. He does throw it out. 600 is going to be the price. Greg, he's in here mixing it up, floating this time with queen high. We saw him steal a pot earlier. Like he's trying to do it again.
Now he's got a few more outs to work with as that king comes through. He's going to check, and it becomes a set of 8s for Alec.
It's going to be impossible for Greg to steal this one.
No.
And it looks like a really safe card for you to bluff that if you're Greg. You know, how can the 8 of clubs have helped my opponent? I can represent the ace now. I know he doesn't have an ace after it went check, turn. Alec now pumps it huge, going for the maximum. Fortunately, Greg's sitting here with queen high, gonna give him 0 action, puts in the turbo fold.
It was actually a good hand. I actually had a good hand. It's not a 6K hand. I would have called her a raise, actually.
So Alec gets to drag another pot. It's back to back.
This happened last time. Alec got super stuck early in the stream, and now he's
currently super stuck in the stream.
Yeah, he's still super stuck, but you know, I mean.
It is true, country saying that. We saw Alec get very stuck in that stream a few months ago. He made a huge comeback, got all the way back to even, which seemed impossible. Fortunately, started running into it again and booked a loss on stream. And, you know, watching the comeback happen was pretty cool to see. See if it can happen again here. Not going to happen after he folds, but Hunter going to raise things up from the button with the 8-6 of clubs. Off out of the big blind. Like he's going to defend, puts in the call at the queen jack offsuit. Now Greg in the straddle, only 300 more to call. Call it is with the 9-5 of spades. 3 ways to the flop. We're going to go.
Ace-5 deuce here, so Greg does hit a 5.
Yep, Hunter with the betting lead as he was the pre-flop raiser. We're going to see it checked over to him, and he's just going to check it back rather than continuation bet. 7 of spades turn. Proves Hunter to an open-ender. Might not see this one check through so far.
Does check back to Hunter.
Now Hunter can put in the delayed C-bet if he likes. Instead, he's just going to take his open-ender to the river, which doesn't come in, and Greg's 5 is going to stay best.
Kind of surprised it did check through. Thought somebody would have maybe tried to stab at it.
And now here comes a stab. Soft fires out. Looking like full pot, 1,500. See Greg thinking it over. Be a pretty easy call, I think, as played if they were heads up, but still have a player behind you. Even though the action's checked through, it's never comfortable putting in a light call with your opponent behind. You actually see Greg look up and stare at Hunter there.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to get a read on what he's going to do. See that shrug? I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Greg just lets go of the best hand. Hunter letting go of his 8 high and a soft. Get some thievery through there. Bluffing on the river with queen high.
And Greg, yeah, he sees the aftermath. He's like, ah, let it go.
As soon as he saw Hunter fold, it's the, giving my cards back. I want to put in the call now that I know he's getting out of there.
Yeah. But again, as you mentioned, I mean, with Hunter still behind him, it's really hard for him to make a call there with just a pair of 5s.
Borderline very tough. It's going to be tough to put in a call. It's pretty light, and you've got a guy behind you who can also call, closing the action. Especially if you think a guy is bluffing, you're going to assume that the other player behind you knows that he's bluffing as well. Well, if I know he's bluffing, of course Hunter knows he's bluffing. Now action fold around the lead on the button. He's going to bump it up with a 9-6 suited, 500. Come a new standard price. Action on Greg in the big blind. We saw him defend. King at 10-6 it is.
Pair of 6s for Lee.
Yep, best hand. And C-bet does just get to take it down. Greg not going to float Lee with a ace high there. Scoops this pot in.
For sure. A lot of people feel that way.
How do you not have your name on the wall?
I quit right here, that's why he moved. Right? It's one of the reasons.
Yeah, no lead, no game.
No lead, no lead, no game. That's the word.
We didn't have a game until you sat down.
Now they build around you.
He sat down.
I told you already.
He sat down, and all of a sudden it was full. I told you already. We were literally talking about, is the game going to go off or not? Lee's playing.
No, we were watching y'all from over there.
I quit the game broke. I come here, I quit this game, the game broke.
Now be the center of attention today, huh? Nice to be the bride once in a while.
That part's crazy.
Also nice to look down at ace-king suited in the big blind after all this action.
I agree.
Imagine Toby's going to put in a 3-bet here. Saw Lexo raise it up, couple of callers. Toby going to put in the 3-bet. Lexo had a lot of fireworks early, unfortunately, just kind of stuck being quiet for now, especially as 3-bets kind of happening relentlessly. Can't get out of line too much. He tried opening it up there, but Toby's big 3-bet just forced to fold, and now action back around to Greg, and Torelli doesn't want to let it go.
10 high.
Doesn't like to hide from the action, but just 7 high. Toby's going to show him. I got a real one. Hits ace-king suited. One of the prettiest hands there is. And 3-bet takes it down for Toby.
Never showed up.
I just want to show you guys I'm not messing around.
One more time, you get penalty.
This is the Lee masterclass. Never show you have a premium.
Even if you win the pot.
Even on some
Lee said you're not allowed to show premiums anymore. He's going to play one that's not a premium, raising it up with Jack Deuce of Spades. Wine is flowing, the chips are flowing, table talk's flowing. It's getting pretty fun to watch.
Pocket nines, and now Todd's like, well,
okay, I call blind.
Yeah, I was like, I got to call.
4 ways, 250 apiece after Lee opened it up. 3 callers, 4 ways we go, and 6, 5, 4, 2 hearts on board. Greg open-ended. Lee with a gut shot. Todd, pairless gut shot. Toby with an overpair to the board. You see Greg be the one to fire out after action checked all the way around to him on the button. Now Toby with the overpair. What do you possibly want to do here? Maybe put in the check raise, maybe just call and see what the two players behind you do. He's going with that call option. Wants to see what Todd and Lee elect to do. Todd calls, two fold. 3 waves to a turn. Board pairing 4. Got the second club in action. Pretty quickly checked around, and now 9 on the river. Disaster for Greg.
9's fold, the case 9.
Fills Toby up. Greg proving to what is the top pair on the board. 9s and 4s. 9 is the highest card out there. I think his 9 is best. Toby reaching for chips. Nice little value bet. 1,500. Greg immediately calls and gets the bad news that, oof, 9 was really bad for my hands. Toby's got them all.
Greg goes, really? Showed that he had a 9 too.
And I mean, based on Lee's game, that means Toby's going to have to pay with penalties. He's obviously showing down a premium hand. Over there boating up, chipping up nicely. Saw him kind of get bluffed pretty hard early on, and since chipped up slowly but surely. I believe he's made a comeback to get unstuck on the day. A lot of fun watching the chips fly around this game. Saw some very early fireworks. Most highlighted by a huge pot between Lexo and Alec really early in the session. 45K got pushed Lexo's way. Got a ton going ever since then. Just chipping down and being a little upstuck, but and still got a couple hours left in this live stream. Obviously, the game will continue on probably for quite some time after we are on air as well. These guys are going nowhere, it seems like. They're locked and loaded for a long night. So we see Greg's turned to 3-betted up. Jack deuce offsuit. No shortage of gamble on this table.
No, ranges are opening up a little bit.
As we see Lee put in the call with 7-4 offsuit. Heads up, king, king, queen, and the player sitting with much. Greg gonna fire out a continuation bet of 2,000. After Lee folds, Greg shows it.
If you're gonna show it, don't show the premium.
Yeah, no showing premium, so I'll show you Jack Deuce, and there it is.
That was a good one.
Did you have 4-7 off?
Not going Greg's way with a sicko bluff.
He doesn't respect the race.
He got the wine bottle and everything.
He had the best hand.
I'm gonna fold it anyway.
If you show me like ace of
Only against Lee.
I like that one. I like that.
Beautiful action here. It's going to make our jobs easy.
Yeah.
So we'll be able to quiet down as the table keeps joking around, having fun.
So we keep the wine flowing for Lee.
I know, that's why
Lee's been sharing that bottle around the whole table.
He for the best hand for sure. What do you want?
Ant asking, is Alec becoming a regular in these big games? This is his second time sneaking back out to Best Bet Jacksonville for a big live stream game.
Yeah, I mean, it's also mainly World Poker Tours here this weekend, too. Obviously, it's been here for the past 3 weeks. So the main event that's coming up, which is the Best Bet Scramble headline event of the World Poker Tour, 1 million guaranteed in the prize pool. So a lot of the bigger name players are going to be making their way here this weekend.
Especially if you thought the cash game action was pretty good last time. When you got a nice tournament you can sneak out to and give you an excuse to jump in the games. We see him obviously out here a couple of days early, joining in the meetup game that was happening today with Brad, Owen, and Andrew Nemi.
Yeah.
Put himself in the mix. It was really cool to see him hop around, play 3-5 no limit with everybody, even though he's obviously here for a 50-100 game. 3-5 tend to not interest a lot of players, but Alec, a man of the people, decided to get out there, hang out with them before playing in this big cash game.
Yeah, over 20 tables, by the way, for the meetup game with Brad, Owen, and Andrew Nemi today.
Huge showing. Been a lot of fun. Very enjoyable to watch. Everybody come out, have some fun. Now, very enjoyable to watch this huge cash game with a lot of good players on it. See action starting to open up more and more. This hand, we see Alec open it up, lead defend from the straddle. There you go, heads up with 1,000 in the middle.
Deuce, trade flop.
Alec throws out a small C bet. Lee just never mind, folds. Lets it go. Doesn't go to war with Alec on that hand. Alec's dragging a pot, building some momentum, trying to get things going in the right direction, make that comeback. see some quick updates. You got Lexo still the big winner, currently up 13.6. Todd right behind him, up 13.2K. As stated, Alec currently the most stuck, down at 22,000. We saw him in a big 45K pot early on, basically even since then. Only silver lining for him. V-Pip Wars, game's starting to increase. We got a couple in the 40% area. You know, it was always like where they're at now. Toby threw a stop in the 20-30 range. We're starting to see some looser play. Saw some fun table talk. We're seeing these guys get really comfortable, start gambling it up, and hopefully that continues through to the end of the stream, and we get to see some big pots, some big hands, big spots for all of these guys. It's been a lot of fun for us here in the booth. Hope it's fun for you there, whether you're watching at home or on the go. Hope it's an enjoyable stream for everybody out there who's enjoying it, hanging out with us in this 5100 game. So the players are off to the double board bomb pot. Every dealer change, they have been doing a double board, no limit hold'em bomb pot. Every player putting in 150. Off to the flops we go. So far, we haven't seen any massive collision in these bomb pots yet, but they tend to happen from time to time. It's easy for two different players to flop a monster.
And then they tell you when to get up,
now
when to
Ace
eat,
King 8,
when to sleep.
2 diamonds on the top board, Ace 5 tray, 2 hearts bottom board. Looks like we got a couple speculative hands. Todd, Hunter both holding some hearts. After Alec does bet right out with Jack tray offsuit. See a bunch of players let it go. Greg, Todd, going to be the only 2 customers, so 3 ways to the turns. Top of 10 of clubs, bottom tray of hearts. So flush comes in for Todd, it looks like, on that bottom board. Good spot for him to try to push the other 2 opponents off of their equity on the top board if he chooses to do so. So it's going to be Alec leading the charge, betting in a 1K. Greg with pair of kings up top. Wheel draw plus, not flush draw on bottom. See if he wants to put in the call for 1,000. There it is. Opens door for Todd to just call. Todd now with that flush on bottom can try to let players put chips in the pot since he knows he's probably chopping it up with somebody. So if he can keep it multi-way and extract some value, or if he decides to take the lead and try to push everybody off of it, see what he wants to do here. Does just check inflow over to Alec. Alec does fill up on the river on the bottom. Brutal for Todd as his flush is now along your best. Greg with the king up top, holding on to just pretty weak 2 pair, multi-way and a bomb pot. Can't be loving it. So see what Alec elects to do on this river, given the way the hand is played out. Almost 5K in the middle. Very juicy pot could potentially be going Alec's way. See him really thinking it over. Always a fun dynamic watching how bomb pots turn out. Looks like he's going to go with the big bet, knowing he's got 1 board locked up and doesn't want to chop it up. Does fire out. Todd's going to see the terrible news. He's actually getting scooped here. His flush is no good on bottom, and he's sitting with just 7 high. He thought he was guaranteed a chop. Just like that, Alec getting a massive pot, almost 10K in profit being pushed his way from this double board bomb pot hand.
Yeah, and I was also behind too.
Fortunes can swing pretty quick in those bomb pots. Alec getting a huge chunk of chips, wiping out a good portion, nearly half the deficit that he had heading into that hand.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Wiping out a ton of Todd's profit at the same time, and both of them sitting next to each other. Could see some future clashing.
Sick, man. That was a really lucky run. Yeah. Because you made a flush and I made a both. That's really sick.
And you have the best hand on both.
I know, which is like, I was thinking they're not going to have the best hand on both.
Now Alec
Unless
raised
I had
up
a
with
flush, I was
500.
thinking maybe he has a flush.
Bomb pot hand. Lexo looks down at ace 10 of diamonds, puts in the call from the button. Lexo winning a super huge pot. A little over 45,000 through Alec earlier with this exact hand, ace 10 of diamonds. I'm sure he's hoping he can do it again. Be a little bit tougher this time around unless we get a crazy cooler, but 3 ways to the flop we go. 9, 5, 4, rainbow board. The best hand on pair of fours checks it over to Alec. He's going to put out a continuation bet. Alec, the pre-flop raiser, betting 500 here. So going to put in the call. Let's have backdoor diamonds. Ace high is currently better than Alec's hand.
They told me it closes at 10, by the way.
See what Greg wants to do. Sitting here with his pair of fours, and given this action, he's going to let it go. Easy to think that Lexo has you beat here since he called the continuation bet. And well, Lexo gets a hammer lock on the ace turn. Alec drawing dead, but continuing to fire. Size is up on this turn. Looking at 1,400 now. So, gonna look back, just making sure before he makes a decision, weighs all the options carefully. Especially given the fact that Alec now fire a second time, especially when the ace falls on the turn. If he was c-betting a bigger ace than you don't want to get value owned. Deliberation. We see Lex put in the call. Off to the river, which comes tray of spades. So backdoor clubs don't come in. Alec be aware the jig is up. Looks like he's just going to check it over to Lex. Let's see if Lex wants to try and throw out a bet for thin value, or if he just takes his showdown value and checks it behind. Might be hard to get looked up by a worse hand than yours if you fire out a bet at the same time. A couple of history between them, but Lexo correctly does just check it back, saying, I don't think you can call me with a worse hand. There we go, Lexo picking up over 3K in profit. Correctly calling Alex c-bet on the flop with his ace high. Looks like Lexo getting most of his chips through Alec today. See if the frustration mounts up at all. Or Alec, a normally really cool, calm, collected guy, very experienced player, can put that frustration aside. Sometimes it's annoying when it seems like you can't get anything done against the guy on your left. He's got pure position on you. Everything you try to do to push him off a hand doesn't work out. Meanwhile here, Greg opened it up. Toby just flat calls ace-king. We could have easily seen this thing balloon up. Well, Lee's going to do the ballooning up. So Greg opened for 300. Toby just flat called. Greg with queens, Toby with ace-king. After Lexo cold calls, we can't see in a mystery hand. We see Lee put in a 3-bet out of the big blind with ace-jack offsuit. Action back on Greg with the pocket queens. 4-bet. Very much possible Toby with a very under-repped ace-king in his hand. Crazy to see what he does if he faces a 4-bet from Greg here, given the way this action has taken place so far. There it is, Greg throwing in a handful of the 1K chips, locally called the pumpkins. In fact, they're so orange. Just throws in 7 of them for an even 7K 4-bet from Greg. Action Toby now, again, under-repped by just calling the $300 open with his ace-king. And there it is, the back jam from Toby. Not playing his hand scared this time, just rips it, and now Lee gets out of there. Lexo folds and action on Greg. Can't imagine he can let go of it for only 7K more. Pump fakes the call and goes to the 10.
It's a good time for me. It is a good time for you.
He knows Toby's got to have a monster, but it doesn't matter. Again, only 7K more to call. 30K now in the middle as we go off to a couple of runouts here, and it comes ace-king 4, another 4, and 8 on the river on the first board. Many players agree to run it 2 times. Toby looking for the ace-king again. Does not get it on the second run out yet. Clean turn for Greg. And now after an 8 on the river, the anticlimactic chop between Greg and Toby, but ace-king, pocket queens, all in pre. It only seems fair that the players deserve to chop it up. Such a classic race spot. They both say thank you to Lee for putting in that 3-bet. They got to chop up his 2K 3-bet, make about 1,000 profit each. The other dead money in there. At least they made something with his hand. Courtesy of Lee's 3-bet.
Totally out of line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Queens you would
show up with the Jack deuce off there.
I mean, I thought you might have had an overbear on that one.
Yeah.
In that spot.
Still can't fold or you put it after you put it 7,000.
I know.
Pretty good read by both players there.
I didn't like the spot.
Greg knowing Toby's backjam is very strong, which
Yeah, then it's
ace king, blocking pocket aces, pocket kings. Strong action, pretty easy hand to do it with. Greg being committed, has to put the chips in with the call of pocket queens. On to the next hand we go. We see Todd raising it up. It's a dirty diaper. Trey deuce suited. It's immediately 3-bet by Lee on the button. He's just in there splashing around. It's 10 Trey offsuit for Lee. Greg cold calls. Todd comes along and we go off to 9-6-4 rainbow board. So Greg fluffs open-ended. Todd with a gut shot. When they check it over Lee, we're going to see him c-bet. Throw out 1,300, about a half pot size, continuation size. Greg immediately check raises it. 4K to go.
I show.
Lee says, ugh. Puts in the fold, and Greg gets to drag a pretty sizable pot with just a straight draw here without too much trouble as Lee was continuing very light. Action heating up, seeing some people really step out and get a little gambly. A lot of fun to see as you guys have played coy with each other at one point. Now the game is drastically opening up. Everybody trying to take advantage and push each other around. Hope to see it continue. And continue to bring the stream coverage for about 2 more hours here at Best Bet Live.
It started really bad.
50, 100, no limit. Action starting on Todd. Gun, no straddle on, just opening it up, 250. Action swings back around through to the blinds. We see Greg put in the call from the small blind. Toby's going to defend his big blind. Greg's in there with 10-4 of clubs. Toby getting in there with the queen 9 offsuit. 3 ways they go to the flop. Ace 9-6 is the flop with 2 clubs on board, and Greg just leads right out with his club flush draw. Near pot 600 and 750, and it's going to get the job done as he takes it down yet again.
100%. Maybe
No, you went to smoke. You went to smoke.
Oh, I went to smoke. That's costing me 5%.
I'm usually in the 30s.
We'll start on Lexo there. Alec away from the table. Lexo getting to raise it up, make it 250 to go.
It looks like we got potential.
Lee gonna put in the call at King 9 suited. We see Greg coming along from the button with King at 6 suited. Action over to Todd in the big blind. He's gonna put in the call just about any 2 cards for this price. This time it's 4 deuce offsuit. Lexo with currently Mr. Hands. We're gonna play along with them. As the flop comes down 10-7 deuce, rainbow board. Easily see Lexo continue. Elects not to do so into 2 more players behind him. 4 players in total to this flop. Now 10 of spades on the turn. Doesn't add a flush draw to Greg. Before it gets to him, see Todd fire out. Now Lex putting in calling chips. Todd holding the deuce. Lex, not sure what he has. We see Greg let it go, and now Queen. Hearts on the river. Todd leading again. 2,400, very small value size here.
It's all this. I mean,
It's gonna look like a value bet to Lex.
It's like downtown.
Basically, I just get like a solid full type of thing.
Same time, getting this price may look him up a little bit light. Might be tough to pay off this bet if you're holding something like a 7 though. It looks so value heavy, especially as played. Todd out of position could have easily checked a 10 high flop over to the pre-flop raiser. Never know what Lex had unless he decides to tell us later, but in this hand he lets it go and Todd drags the pot in with that river bet with his 4 deuce.
know it's been a minute since we had last had Todd on the table as far as live stream games go, and what a return for him tonight.
Bringing the action, bringing the heat, bringing the noise. Todd been in the mix. Obviously a very 3- and 4-bet happy table. It's been a lot of good action so far.
It's late, maybe there's
You
less.
see Lee, kind of the new table captain, raising it up yet again, this time with 10-8 offsuit. Greg, really tired of Lee's shenanigans, mixing in a 3-bet with Jack Trey offsuit. Lee gonna put in the call because he wants to. Gets rewarded with 10-8, 10-8-4 on the flop.
2-pair.
Flopping top 2 in an insanely disguised way. It's a 3-bet pot. 10-8 remains undefeated. We saw Ben, WPT Mystery Bounty event champion, say 10-8's his favorite hand when he won a pot with it. Now, Lee's becoming a believer. Fortunately, he put in a check raise after Greg bet that flop, and Greg immediately folded, and Lee went, dang. Hoping Greg had a real hand there.
4-8 or some bullshit.
Probably overwhelmed today with all
Greg correctly calling out Lee's hand.
All right, Lee, you got me back.
Lee back at it again, this time raising up with a 9-5 suited. See it fold around the Todd's button. Gonna put in the call with the Queen Jack. Lexo has turned to action with big blind.
How can you fold it?
Lee asked how can he fold for only 150 more? Had to be garbage.
4-8 ace flop here.
That was a good flop.
It's like a one check.
Check's fine.
Yeah, at the river. The check around to the river.
Keep freaking out. Todd's Queen High is actually going to be best here. Gets to take it down at showdown. Lee electing not to stab at it that time. Another little pot going Todd's way, trying to dig out a little bit. You know, maybe a little upstuck as he was crushing. Now hovering over even still, but lost that big pot to Alec Torelli on the double board bomb pot.
You waved the white flag. I waved the white flag.
Never a fun feeling when you go from being up a nice chunk of change to
I feel like the Starbucks
dwindling down close to even. Feel like you could have booked a nice win had things gone differently. With a few hours left, obviously fortunes are going to swing between these players and see how Todd can close things out.
Oh, the Bears scored a touchdown late.
I need a touchdown right now.
Raising it up, King 9 and Lexo
I need a touchdown.
hasn't had too much to speak of recently. Well, aces are something to speak of here. There is the 3-bet, makes it 2K to go. Sizing up a little bit given the fact that he's operating out of the small blind. Again, this table's kind of playing a little bit wider, a little bit crazier. Sizing up a little bit given the fact he's in the small blind. Trying to bloat this pot up. He's playing out of position against Toby here. Toby hasn't acted yet. Fresh off of winning some chips, we now see Toby's up a little bit on the day. Might want to keep that momentum going. Trying to pick off something here. Might be thinking Lexo's 3-betting light. Thinks that's the case. He might find a 4-bet. Toby would get to play the hand in position should he put in the call. That's going to play a role here, and there it is, small 4-bet. Toby really repping a monster hand like pocket aces, pocket kings with such a small size. Lexo just going to double check. Weigh his options of now the 4-bet pot. If you put in the call, it puts almost 10K in the middle. The call would put 9K in the middle, and Toby has 10K back. At the same time, don't want to let your opponent suck out on you here in this spot, but if there's ever a time to slow play aces, this is pretty good for it. The 5-bet is pretty face up to having aces and kings. At the same time, Toby's small 4-bet just looks like a monster, like he's praying you get in there. I think that's why Toby used this size, trying to rep one of those hands. It's very interesting to see what Lexo does here.
It's always intriguing to see these type of spots in these higher stakes games, so many more factors and elements that these players are thinking about.
So hard to vary your play when you have aces here. 5 bets are obviously very strong. So given the chance that your opponent is a little bit on the shorter side of things, maybe you can put in the call here just to mix it up for future purposes as well. Most players on this table are getting deep at this point. You're not going to find that opportunity too much. A lot of deliberation, a lot of moving pieces. We haven't seen Toby get too crazy or out of line either, so maybe that's playing into effect as he's been on the tighter side of things.
There is the all-in and Toby snap folding.
Lexo breaking 5K in profit without going to a flop that hand.
I mean, you'll take that.
I would.
In a heartbeat.
I didn't go to Showdown once today, and I would take 5K if you're offering it.
Exactly.
Had the good fortune of hanging out with everybody here on the live stream.
We'll do straddles.
Haven't had the fortune of being dealt pocket aces, though, in a 4-bet pot.
We'll do that after the straddle.
Different great feelings.
No, after the straddle.
Yeah, after the straddle.
I like this
I like that.
because I never lose.
What, stand up?
Yeah. I play every hand. Usually.
I'm undefeated in the game.
Sounds like the players are going to get a stand-up game going after this hand. So Lee's celebrating because he never has lost one in his life since his feet dipped so high.
Rumor has it he invented the stand-up game. Did Lee.
You might lose a
I don't know
lot
if
of
he
money,
had
but
any
you're not losing a lot.
say in the matter, but it would be a game that favors him. He's been a very active player recently. Could imagine he's going to continue staying active, moving forward with the game that's going on. Wine flowing, chit chat happening, chips have been flying. Now we might have a stand-up game develop, possibly after a round of straddles. I think they agreed to a 200 under the gun round of straddles first, and then they might move to stand-up game for the next thing. Action here, gets around to Lee, and well, he ain't slowing down even if the stand-up game is off as he raises it up with King 7 offsuit. Soft defends out of the bay with Jack 9 suit, and Greg's going to put in the call from the straddle with the Queen 10.
You want just one customer?
3 ways we go. 2K in the middle to a 9 high flop, 9 trade deuce, 2 hearts on board. So soft flop's top pair. But Lee going to fire out that C bet. He was the pre-flop raiser. Now trying to continue to tell his story. Fires pretty big, 1,500. And Lee holding the King of Hearts as well. If he can get a pretty favorable run out to continue bluffing on, he may elect to do so. Right now, soft does have Greg to worry about on his left. Interesting decision point with a 7,500 chip stack, facing a C bet of 1,500. No raise size really makes sense outside of an all-in, but you may not love shipping it in here either. Especially said with a player behind. All-in feels a little dangerous, but also don't want to necessarily let a free turn card come off, as just about any card other than Jack that's over 9 is going to be pretty gross for you. To deny some of that equity, we do see a stop or raise it up, making it 5K to go. Essentially, same thing as ripping it all in. See Lee just give it up, and a drag in the pot there. Taking that pot down, picking up almost 3K in profit.
Hey guys, again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Basically a double header on Best Bet Live today. Of course, earlier today, the meetup game with Brad Owen and Andrew Nemi. Played some 3-5, no limit hold'em. Had a bunch of tables going. Got to see Nemi, Owen, and Alec Torelli on the 3-5 live stream earlier with that. And then quick turnaround, quick cleanup, and back at it with this 50-100 game tonight, which has been a pretty fun one to watch. Lexo right now having a very solid night. He and Todd L definitely playing incredibly well.
Speaking of playing incredibly well, we also look down at pocket 8s here. He's got a 3-bet coming in, raises to 1,600 with those pocket 8s.
So much faster as long as
Interesting to see how Alec responds with his ace-10 offsuit. Looks like he's just going to let it go, and so chipping it up again there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Country talking about that meetup game we had today. 3-5 no limit hold'em. We had a feature table in the stream. Got to see Andrew, Torelli, and Brad Owens circle through it. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Just ordering for breakfast.
In case anybody out there missed out on the meetup game today or wants to catch another one, and has any curiosity in general, I know I am. Next meetup game for Brad and Amy, it's quite a doozy. The next one is going to be December 1st at the Wynn in Las Vegas. Part of the WPT series there at the Wynn, hosting a meetup game, including Phil Ivey, I heard. So if you're looking for an excuse to sneak out to Las Vegas December 1st at the Wynn, is definitely the move. No, I might be trying to bribe my boss in the back to get a couple of days off come early December. If that works, I'm going to have to go home and bribe my wife. And, good luck to me. Appreciate all the good vibes. Need all the help I can get. Oh, here. Lexo involved in another pot. See him firing on the flop. Gets the job done after Todd pretty quickly lets it go, and Lexo chipping up yet again. And
yeah, unfortunately, that hand, one of the cards did not want to pick up on the flop, and we were trying to insert the information, but the card that we were trying to insert was grayed out, so it got picked up accidentally on one of the other scanners.
The important thing is Lexo wins another one.
That is, yes. At the end of the day, Lexo did win one, but that's why I just want to kind of give a preface as far as like why the graphics didn't pick up there. And I think that's part of the reason why there too. Cards got stuck together.
St. Augustine, the beach is probably 30 miles.
Lexo overcoming all obstacles. Sticky cards, no graphics, doesn't matter.
So now look at this, he gets pocket 10s his hand.
Yeah, this time we'll get to see how he plays it.
I guess she doesn't know
what he's got. Raising it up to 500 this time. And oof, Lee, by far the most active player on the table, who's been putting in a lot of late 3-bets now. With a monster. That's a pretty gross setup for Lexo, as Lee has been insanely aggressive recently.
Yep.
Easy to think that 3-bet means absolutely nothing.
And Lee is another one that's got a pretty healthy chip stack in front of him too.
These two going to be going to this flop very deep. As Lexo just put in the call. Luckily for him, electing not to 4-bet.
7-jack flop, and then Lee goes ahead and throws out a pretty decent sized bet here.
And if you're Lexo, you're probably putting in a call. It is just a jack-high flop, so only one overcard to your pair. And again, in case anybody hasn't been watching recently, Lee been hyper-aggressive. Now Lee smashes the turn, and almost fortunate for Lexo that an ace came out there. This board ran out clean. It could have been really rough for him.
Yeah, but now with the ace coming out there, Lexo could probably just get away from this one pretty easily.
Yeah, even if he does peel one street here, he'd get off of it on the river most likely. Adding the ace of spades on board, brought in the front door flush, in addition to the obvious, very scary card in the form of an ace. Sometimes when you're running good, playing well, you get a fortunate run out. It can be something like this here that may have prevented some future damage for Lex. At the same time, it's really thinking it over again. Lee been so active in the last hour or so. Hard to imagine this is an easy decision, even though in a vacuum it looks really simple. Lexo correctly comes to the right conclusion, letting go of his 10s and avoids potential disaster had that board run out differently. Almost impossible to get away from paying Lee off. He thought pocket 10s were best on a very safe, low run out. In the moment, probably thinking that ace killed him on the turn, but watches it back, he'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that he maybe lost the minimum on that hand. He easily could have 4-bet pre-flop as well. Could have seen that one go a lot of different ways.
That's what I'm saying. If we all come at the same time, we can have a decent
setup. Even active as can be. When you get hyperactive and wake up with a monster, you tend to get paid off. He doesn't find it there. Picking up a medium-sized pot instead of a huge one. Action here, limping around. Now Lexo in the straddle. Gonna call as well. So 3 ways we go for 500 apiece. Greg, Lexo, and Alec. Jack, 6-4 flop. Alec and Lexo again colliding, and oh my gosh, what a collision they're going to have on this turn card in the 10 of diamonds. So Lexo improves to the second nut flush. Alec improves the top 2, and these guys have just been unable to stop clashing today. Every time, it seems like Lexo has the best of it against Alec, and this is no exception. We saw Alec lead out for 1K. Lexo with a smooth call, and that might entice Greg to get in there. He's got an open-ended straight draw, plus that queen of diamonds in his hand. So now we stay 3 ways, going to this river, which is a board pairing jack, and oh my god, I feel like I jinxed him as Alec boats up on the river. It's going to be impossible for Alec not to win a sizable pot here. Just when I said it seemed like every time they battle, Lexo got the best of them. Alec still up on the river, just quietly checks it with the nut full house, aware that one of these 2 opponents may have a flush and they're going to bet for value. And fortunately for Lexo, he is that person right here. He's going to be throwing out a bet. Let's go a little bit on the smaller side. Betting for value, 1,800, about half pot.
Yeah, I think the raise is good. I just need to fold.
I'm curious to see what Alec elects to do here.
My money is on the check raise.
Yeah, definitely a check raise.
It's just a matter of what size he goes for.
Yeah, like what does he want to do here? Does he want to make it really big to make it look fluffy, make it look weird?
It's going to be interesting here. We did see Alec lead the turn and Lexo just smooth call.
Those are raising chips.
We might have a good PL again.
It looks like he's going big. 500, I believe, is what he just sized to. Going real big.
What place you finish?
Puts Lexo in a gross spot. Again, like I said, going big, can tend to look fluffy. Yucky here for Lexo. The way this hand is played out, very confusing. Hard to imagine Alec would check a full house on that river. Not something you would generally see out of most of the player pool. Maybe Alec very aware that Lexo or Greg has to have a flush here. This is the best way to get paid off. See if Lexo can come to the right conclusion on this hand. It's going to be tough to do so. 700 more to go. Whew.
So good. I have like 10% of the chips. So it was like.
You can see Lexo in the tank for quite a bit, replaying the entire hand. No reason to rush. You're ever put in a big spot. It's a natural human element to act fast to get the stress over with, slowing down, recounting the action, coming to a conclusion with a clear head. It's much better than acting rationally just to get the discomfort over with. You can see Lexo take his time. We got Ant chat saying no way he's folding here, but he does fold here. Holy cow. He's getting ready to say we might not know for a while. I was all hyped up to ask what everybody's opinion is here. And Lexo doesn't take super long. Came to the right conclusion and let it go. Tough fold there.
Wow, how did he find that fold?
That's what I'm saying. Did that. Replay the action. Again, knows Alec is a very, very capable player. Alec is a very well-known professional. Very capable of pulling all sorts of different moves, whether they be bluff or value. Lexo somehow came to a conclusion. Maybe Lexo watches Alec Torelli's videos on YouTube and picks up some information. Still up top there, courtesy of that fold, is Lexo, #1 in winnings on the day. We did see Alec accumulate some chips, get halfway to unstuck since the last update. Here, surprise Lee isn't in first place in VPIP yet. Sure he will be here shortly as he's been climbing up that leaderboard. Lee been very active, but wow. Hybrid says Lexo is him.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
Timothy James.
Pretty good fold, especially after a value bet size. Tends to maybe induce something. Casey says he's shocked. I think we're all a little shocked that he found the fold there.
Yeah, that's definitely one where, like, if I get a chance to talk to Lexo afterwards, I want to ask him how he was able to find the fold.
I was RIPing those chips. Hopefully he'll give a nice breakdown in his vlog and we'll get a look behind the curtain
Definitely that hand's got to make the block. I mean, like the thought process to come to the decision to just make the correct fold in that spot.
And on the flip side, I mean, for Alec, to find the check on that river was kind of amazing too.
Right, yeah.
Most players are going to lead out there for value, try to charge the maximum to a flush. And, you know, if Alec bets 3K, Lexo probably calls. But Alec went for a big chunk, and most of the times would have gotten paid off there to the tune of 7,000, 8,000.
Yeah.
Could have easily gotten paid off.
That profit would have been half of what it was.
So, wow. Nutso hand there. Watching these guys playing 50, 100 no limit above the rim here at Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. Sick hand developed there. Sick hand developing here as Lee turns 2 pair on the top board as Toby improves the nut straight on that same top board. Toby also with the better hand on the bottom board and a pair of 7s right now.
200 is a little.
Let's see both of these players try to bloat the other one off of their hand, thinking they have one board right now.
You get a button.
Bomb pot.
So like every time you win a
Pretty
pot,
gross.
you get a
Such
button, and whoever
a
doesn't
large
have
amount
the
of decisions in play. A lot of dynamics, and that's why we see Toby here again. They may see him blow a person off their hand. That's what we see. Toby overbets.
You get one when you win a pot. It's the opposite. Nobody has one. I'm sorry.
3K from Toby here into 2,400. He is trying to blow Lee off the chop. Toby assuming that he has one board locked up, doesn't take the other one, and there it is. Toby's going to hear Lee say, I had that board, and Toby shows, no, I had that board. Toby gets to drag in that bomb pot.
You guys should see that. I have
Fortunate for Toby that he had put that line exactly against what Lee had. He was stupid him.
I'll fight 9.
Yeah, like, you could have a huge advantage if you just straddle.
Yeah, we should do no straddle.
So Alec, Lexo were chatting. I wanted to listen in and see if they're discussing that hand. Of course, they weren't even close to discussing that hand. They're discussing straddles in the stand-up game. I was praying we could get the two of them both talking about their thought processes there.
Yeah, that would have been really good. But no, they're talking about the stand-up game that they're going to do momentarily here.
But hopefully, I mean, we said we'll probably get a look behind the curtain from Lexo in his vlog when he does one for this meetup game, this 5100 game. Probably get a look behind the curtain. Alec Torelli, very active on social media as well. Does have a YouTube channel in Conscious Poker, same as his website name. Also at Alec Torelli on Twitter and Instagram. Puts up a lot of posts nearly daily with free downloadable content. So potential of a breakdown of that hand. Gonna have to check it out and keep my eye out for it. Wow, keep an eye on his hand. It's soft flops top pair. Everybody got really quiet, realizing there's 2K in the middle. 3-bet pot. See that a lot at these big games. Everybody very talkative, having fun. As soon as he actually gets a little serious, everybody kind of quiets down for a second. So what happened here, stops firing out of a bet, gets the job done, and he takes it down.
So 200, you got to show your hand or what?
Yeah.
Show your hand.
If you forgot to show your hand, it's not count.
No punishment for reminding
If you
someone.
remind the people,
No
you
punishment.
you gotta pay everybody 100.
Yeah, exactly.
Lee says, yes, punishment. I heard stand-up game.
Lee wants
Sounds like
max.
it's beyond.
Lee wants max pay.
This is dead.
So we start now.
If you do this after the hand,
It's dead.
So we got right now.
Because otherwise people like get it back.
Yeah, I got
make sure everybody knows that.
All right, so stand-up game underway. It's a 200 a player. Anybody unaware of the stand-up game? In order, traditionally, played standing up, but now kind of transforming into the Lammer game. West Coast in this case. In order to receive a Lammer, you have to take down a pot. Doesn't have to play all the way to the river, but you must show your cards.
Exactly. Yep, that's the caveat.
Win the bounty. The last person to receive the Lammer is the loser and pays everyone at the table $200 in penalty. So you'll see a lot of crazy pre-flop action like this one.
Like Hunter just decided to go ahead and go all in with ace
Play your
jack.
absolute hand value. And we see Hunter just 4-bet rip. 7,700 with ace jack offsuit. And Greg goes, what the?
Greg's like, oh, now you decide to go ahead and contribute and go all in here. Now that we start the stand-up game.
I mean, that's what the point of the game is. Look at the juices flowing here. I mean, would Hunter ever 4-bet shove 7,700 otherwise? And would Greg ever be tanking against this big of an all-in otherwise?
Yeah.
Of course not. So, fun dynamic. These guys are continuing to gamble.
Craig said if I had a few more chips, I would have been calling this off.
No, I wish he had more money.
Oh, wish he had more money. Okay, gotcha.
Greg thinks it's more likely to be gambly if you had more chips. Because he's shorter. Don't you think maybe this is a little bit more real of a shove since because he isn't super deep. It's harder to get the shove through. But just like that, Hunter is going to be the first player to receive the lammer. Easy game, first hand for him. Picks up 1,000 profit and the lammer. Will avoid paying every player 200. See it. That dynamic continues to stick into play if anybody wants to overbet shove, raise super light.
Same thing as 9-8 suited. What the fuck are you saying? He's like 9-8 suited? Oh, king queen, yeah, same thing. Really.
Same.
This is a marginal difference.
Action on the way. Again, stand-up games in play.
300C7.
Greg going to open things up with a jacket of diamonds. You're going to see a lot of light opens and a lot of light raises, which we already were seeing on this screen. It's just to the nth degree now. So the flat call from the button with the Jack 10 of clubs. After Todd did flat call his
He wakes up with a king, you're like, I'm
Lee defends out of the blind with ace-7. 4 ways we go to king, Jack 8, all spade flop. Lee with the ace of spades.
Lee wakes up with
Greg,
a king.
the pre-flop raiser did flop a bottom 2 pair. Todd and Lexo both sitting here with middle pair.
Wow, yeah, great 2 pair.
Just fired out full pot, did Greg. Now Lee just flips it.
Greg's like, really?
Greg, 12K behind, could potentially find the call here. Lee been hyper aggro. Could easily be doing this with a hand exactly like he has in a naked ace of spades. Let's see if Greg can find the call button this time around. If he does, we'll suddenly have a near 30K pot blow up out of nowhere just because of the stand-up game.
Greg's got to be wondering, like, why did this happen to me back to back?
Why me?
Why me? What did I do? I just let out. I just raised it.
I mean, life is cruel. I mean, Greg's a nice guy. Why is everybody picking on Greg?
Right, yeah.
Action, everybody pointing down. There is the call from Greg.
Oh, it looks like actually. Am I reading this right? I think the action's backwards. Well, now Greg did vote up. Oh, they're running it twice. Okay, so it looks
twice,
like
looking for the spade on the second. Lee gets the spade on the second board.
So they're going to chop it up.
Anticlimactic shot there, but huge pot that just ballooned out of nowhere.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like the action got kind of backwards for some reason. Because it said that Greg bet the 1,200, but...
Yeah, Greg did bet 1,200 on the flop.
And then Lee went all in.
Check raise, shove,
okay,
all in.
Okay, so for whatever reason, it didn't register. So it didn't register Lee's all in for some reason.
Well, the tracker hates chopped pots.
Yeah,
it's more of a run it once kind of fan.
Yeah.
So it didn't even want to acknowledge the fact that this happened and just move on to the next one.
Sorry, I thought things were backwards. It's been that type of day. Okay, yeah, so Greg bet the 1,200, Lee went all in, which the action tracker did not register.
If you chop the first board, nobody wins.
And so then Greg called it, and then that led to the chop pot between the two. So when it's a chop pot between 2 players, do both of them get a lammer or nobody? It's got to be outright.
Pending outplay, they established whoever wins the first board gets the lammer.
Gotcha, okay, so Greg
can
did
still
get
run
the
it
lammer.
twice, but only the winner of the fourth board gets it, which is why we saw Greg actually collect it there because he voted up on that first run out.
Gotcha, okay, so Greg does take the lammer because he did win.
Greg's safe after putting in a nice call there. Never easy putting in the call.
It's not too much of a punishment. 100.
You already have pride, you know, you have your lammer hunter. You know? You can go back to sleep.
Here we go, 4 ways to the flop. We did see a raise to 300. Sorry, 250 was the raise amount. My apologies. Now we're off to a spicy one as Hunter flops middle set and Lee open-ended straight draw. Action is going to continue with the stand-up game in play. You can see Lee choose a couple of different pathways, decides just to put in the call. Now the table's getting a little bit quiet. Hunter already safe in the stand-up game. Maybe that leads to Lee just calling as opposed to putting in a big raise. Soft with, and we can't see what's in the call. Hunter boats up on the turn, pairs the board with a tray of clubs. So complete rainbow board to boot. Action checking over to Hunter. Easily throw in a pretty small bet here. Doesn't have to size up. Not worried about too many river cards. Hunter 8K behind, 2K in the middle. He's gonna try to get chips in there. That's 1,500. Silly sizing, trying to some sort of big river bet, possibly a river bet shove. In case anybody can connect with this one. And Lee lets go of his open-ended straight draw. Amazingly fortunate fold for Lee there. On this paired board, just gets away from it. Had he hit a straight, would have been disastrous for him.
Yeah, let's make sure. We can't get another one for the next game.
Lee asking if Hunter showed, and of course Hunter did not show since he was already safe in the stand-up game. Not required to show his whole cards anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Since he's already locked up.
It's amazing how we changed the game immediately.
I'm not sure if he made the right fold. We'll see that he did later on. Good fold of the straight draw there as he was drawing stone dead. Action continues in the stand-up game. 2 players safe out of the 8 so far. And leading to a good chunk of action so far.
Well, you mean for poker? Oh, okay.
Action over around to Alec, gonna raise it up to 250. Straddles are on during the stand-up game. Lee puts in the flat call at pocket 8s. Could have seen Lee 3-bet, elected not to do so, just calling in position. Greg, Alec, Lee 3 ways to this flop as it comes down. Queen 9-6. Complete bricks for Greg and Alec. Lee with the best hand, pocket 8s, but decides not to bet it as action checks around. Jack of clubs comes on the turn. Action continuing to check. Over to Lee again. Gonna check back his pocket 8s. Happy to just get to showdown here. All of his bluffs have kind of gotten looked up recently. Oh, we see him don't pull the trigger. Now Alec steals one on the river. Shows the 5 high. Takes the pot. And is safe in the stand-up game. It's like a little value bet bluff there, betting about a little under half pot on the river. Just bet 500, trying to make it look like he had a hand. Everybody let go of their holdings. Greg, no option with 4 high, and Lee thinking his 8s weren't best with 3 overcards out there. So Alec stealing one away from everybody and being safe in the stand-up game.
Every day at 11 a.m. there's a bus move at 1. 250 C9 race.
Todd's turn to drive the action, raising up to 250 with pocket 10s from under the gun. Folding, going around, gets to Hunter with the queen 10 suited. He's going to put in the call. Now Lee, tired of not 3-betting, going to 3-bet here with a suited connector hand and 5-4 of hearts.
I like Dallas as a city.
Soft from the button, king at 9 suited. Thought about it for a minute, does just let it go. Especially given the fact Todd opened up the gun. Push him closer to a fold, even if you think Lee is splashing around a little bit. Now we saw Hunter call with the 10s. Hunter can come along with queen 10 of spades.
You can fly anywhere from there too.
3 ways. The flop would go and it comes down. King 8-7 rainbow board.
Yeah, it's the most like practical. It's one of the most
Pot's
practical.
10s are still best, but 3-bet
They're
pot.
so close to Vegas.
Lead a 3-better.
So much closer to
Flops a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah.
He's going to fire out a continuation bet. Firing half pot, 1,500 into a little over 3K. Todd not going to go anywhere. Now check, raising it up. 3,400 to go with his pocket 10s. Little snap fold from Hunter. Action back on Lee. Looks like he's going to go floating. Puts in the call, praying for a 6 or maybe a fortunate run out to bluff at it. Interesting turn, 5 of clubs. Todd checks it over, completes the rainbow on board, gives Lee a pair. Want to see Lee fire at it when Todd checks, and Lee going to show the 5-4 off and take 5-4 of hearts and take this pot down. See the Lammer safe in the stand-up game. Todd a little frustrated. That one didn't work out. Lee steals it away. Mark himself safe in the stand-up game. Once again, do appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us, watching along on the live stream. Been a lot of fun with our WPT coverage coming to you from Best Bet Jacksonville. Saw the meetup game earlier today with Brad Owen and Andrew Nemi. Now 50-100 no limit cash game. We got Alec Torelli there visiting in the 1 seat. Lexo drove up from South Florida there in the 2 seat. Mix of more local based players in the other 6 seats, all very good accomplished players in their own right. A nice fun stream so far. A nice series over the last couple of weeks as well. Hope this cash game continues to stay. Good action for everyone that's out there watching. Did see a raise to 300, and now 4 ways to the flop we go. Staying multi-way during the stand-up game. 7-4, 2 diamonds. Todd flopping the flush draw. Hunter's over pair still good. Greg, meanwhile, with a pair and straight draw. All of that to be said in the soft. The guy with just ace high is the one firing out. That's 1K. Looks like 1 by 1. We're seeing players call, and now Hunter. Interesting decision point with his pocket 9s. What's he gonna do? 4K in the middle, 9K behind. May elect to just check raise shove and try to take this down right here without too much fight. Not a lot of safe turn cards he's going to see if he puts in a call. Knows if he shoves, he's probably getting a call from somebody with a flush draw like Todd has. May even get a call from Greg. Stand-up game dynamic is in play. Creates a little bit crazier action. His hand could be no exception.
North Dallas is nice. Like even all the way up to Frisco.
Really interesting to see what Hunter elects to do here as we see him weighing his options. Probably didn't expect everyone to call a continuation bet. A little surprising to see.
Yeah.
They mentioned stand-up dynamic.
Oh yeah, heavily affecting decision making so far. And there it is. There's the all-in shove. After some deliberation, does rip it in. See a soft, get rid of his ace high. So now action on Greg, pair plus straight draw.
There's just so many like 5-star resorts. People come to like, there's like 3-4 seasons.
Not the most lovable spot as you do have a player in Todd behind you that called the 1K C-bet also. We're gonna see Greg just get out of there, let it go. Now Todd with the flush draw, he's at a decision point. Downside to the 10 high flush draw is that there is an off chance that Hunter has a bigger diamond flush draw than you, at which point you'd be drawing super thin.
Right.
At the same time, if you think your diamonds are live, you're going to happily put the chips in. If he could see Hunter's hand, he would have already called. There's a lot of factors in play. It'd be real easy for Hunter to have 8-9 of diamonds, for example. Pair plus flush draw. He has ace-8 of diamonds. Somehow you're absolutely demolished. King, queen of diamonds. A lot of hands that he could have that you lose to. Not impossible for Todd to find a fold, even though he's getting a pretty good price.
And he is going to put in the call. Wow.
Yeah, they're going to go off to running it twice. Todd was getting a good price. Again, Hunter, about 9K, 4K in the middle. It's getting 2-1 was Todd, and now queen, turn, jack, river.
9s are good for the first board for Hunter.
10 on the turn. Deuce on the river. Todd got there in a way he didn't expect to get there on that second run out. But they do chop it up.
But unfortunately for Todd, he didn't win the first board. He's not getting a Lammer unless he got one already.
Don't believe he has got one already, but at that point, when you're getting it all in,
yeah, the
10 high in a draw, you're kind of just happy to see that chop.
Right.
He's heard him let all a little sigh of relief, happy to chop that putt up with a 10 deuce. This thing's kind of ballooned out of nowhere. He thought the C-bet And a stop on the flop would probably lead to them going off the multi-way to the turn. Hunter's back check raise makes you go, man.
So far, who's got lammers? I see Alec has one,
Alec,
Hunter one,
Hunter,
Greg one.
That was always true, though. For the last 3 years, it's been insane.
and I believe Lee.
Lee, okay, yeah.
4 players out of the 8 are safe. 4 players still at risk.
Now Lee with ace
not one of
king
them.
suited.
Greg also not one of them. See him let it go after Lee opened it up. Toby, the button. Lee's been opening pretty wide. Toby may elect a free bet. Instead, just going to put in the call, but Toby may be aware he's got to start getting after it, try to get himself safe in this game. Now, Alec's trying to put in a 3-bet. Pocket 8s, goes to 1450 out of the big blind. Saw Lee snap call very fast. Toby getting out of there. Todd's going to call, go set mining with pocket 4s. And almost 5K in the middle as they go 3 ways to this flop.
10 ace 6 flop.
Great flop for Lee. Flopping top pair, top kicker. Still 2 diamonds on the board. Todd checks over to Alec. Alec, again, was the 3-better pre-flop, so let's see what he elects to do here. Realizing it's a pretty bad board for him. Just going to check over Lee, and Lee obviously going to bet out.
I don't like playing so late at night. Like, I know you like.
It was 2,200. We saw Todd down there. Action back to Alec.
That'll start at like 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
Every day they've got, by 11
Not always got that option.
By 11 o'clock, they got 3 2-5-10 PLOs going that are, you know.
Alec really giving it some thought here. Again, Lee opened, then only called pre-flop as Alec was the 3-better.
It's like you're basically playing for free.
Alec thinks maybe Lee's in here splashing around a little bit. He could put in a raise of his own. We've seen Lee be pretty active. Alec, after some deliberation, correctly comes to the decision to fold. Fortunate for him, he did as Lee. You would never expect Lee to have ace-king there the way it played out. Lee been very active. You would imagine he was going to 4-bet ace-king suited, under-repped by just calling. Alec not running into Lee's monster there, getting away from it on the flop. Maybe fortunate that he's already been safe in this stand-up game, and Lee is as well, so maybe a little bit of extra. He's probably playing it a little bit more honest. He's not going after stand-up game bounty.
I think champions, next time if they do it, should do it.
They got the live stream. They got 300 seats.
Honestly, the live stream's dead except for.
Most cases, I'll pay 1,400.
Action over to soft. Raise it up to 300 with the ace-6 offsuit. We see Todd call from the button with 9-8 suited. Action on Alexo, no 7-deuce bounty, so we're going to see him let it go out of the big blind. Soft and Todd heads up to the flop. Neither one safe right now, so both looking to take this pot down. Comes down king, king, 6. So Soft with the best hands and the betting lead as he raised pre-flop. Gonna c-bet. See Todd put in the call. Todd up to something.
Catches an 8.
And doesn't have to bluff anymore as he improves on the turn. And now, loving life, filling up on that river. Obviously, only 1 keg remains. Hard for Soft to have it. We see a soft fire. Snap call from Todd. And Todd getting a much-needed pot, a much-needed safety-safe form of the clear button.
Your Todd said no chop.
Table speculating. They both had an 8 when it went bet call. How fast it went, too. Just like that, we're going to see Todd get safe. 3 players remain, one of which, a couple people tuning in for, I'm sure, Lexo over there. Not safe in this stand-up game. One of the 3 players remaining with no buttons, going to be Lexo. Toby there in the 8th seat, and a Soft who just tried to pull off kind of a value and a bluff there. Middle, 3 players looking for their blammer. See who wants to get after it. Pull a big bluff, see if Lexo can pull it off and dodge paying that penalty.
And with that said, too, I believe Lee is still undefeated in the stand-up game, as he said earlier.
Self-proclaimed. Yeah. Sample size on stream is now 1 of 1.
Yeah.
Can't confirm his allegations earlier that he's the perfect stand-up game player, but given how active he likes to play, I would imagine he fares a little bit well in these things. But here we saw Greg open up and Toby, one of those remaining players without a button. puts in the 3-bet. Actually see Greg look over. Not sure if he was eyeing up Toby's exact chip stack or eyeing up if Toby had a clear lammer in front of him.
Might have been both.
Oof. 10-10-9. Toby's going to be safe now. Matter of whether he's going to c-bet. I would imagine continue is in order. Greg could easily have some sort of straight draw here, so maybe wants to start charging it. Let's go pretty cheap. Enticing Greg to stick around. 600. Oh, Greg gonna put in the call. Hoping to hit turn card that helps him out. Instead, it's a pretty ugly 5 of spades. Greg obviously looking for like a jack, a diamond, an 8, anything that starts giving him some outs. The board can run out in his favor. There, Toby with the hammer lock on this hand. Again, just a question of what bet size he wants to use here. Still can kind of stay small. 5 of spades, not too bad on the turn card. Sometimes he's trying to size up, charge the maximum. Either way, bet goes in. Did go pretty sizable, 2/3 pot. Shows his hand. So again, Toby now. Next player safe.
We're down to both Lexo and Asaf as the final 2 of the stand-up game.
Lexo, pretty sure most people are aware who he is over there in the 2 seat. Asaf, just in case you don't know, there's a gentleman in the middle and hoodie on. They'll be the last 2 remaining. Right now, as things stand, Lexo #1 on the leaderboard in terms of cumulative winnings. Probably not feeling that way as he started out the day up about 25,000 inside of the first hour, courtesy of a huge pot that he got through Alec. Pip Wars, Greg, Lee, reign supreme, staying in the top 2. Everybody else 20 to 30%. Hunter still hanging out there at the bottom. Can't get too much going. Some get a little active at the start of the stand-up game.
Yeah, very first hand goes all in, face jack, and collects the first lammer. All right, so double board bomb pot here. So stand-up game's on hold as we got the double board bomb pot going.
A little timeout from the action. Is there a bomb pot commercial break, if you will. It's a no limit hold'em double board bomb pot here. Players have been doing it on every dealer change.
Looks like the top board was all paint.
Definitely looks like a lot of paint cards out there. Soft firing out on this flop after it gets to him. 300 is the price to go.
King, king flop. King deuce 6 on the bottom. All clubs on the bottom, which Greg has 7-4 clubs, so he's got the bottom board.
Saw Greg raise it up big, made it 2K to go after Soft let out. This pocket 7 is going to be tough to stick around here. Hasn't let go yet. Doesn't necessarily believe Greg, but
you can also drive to the lodge for their
pretty ugly board for pocket 7. We do see a Soft let it go. Greg gets to scoop this pot. Flopping the flush on the bottom. Happy to just bloat it up and take it down, knowing he's holding only 7 high on the top board. But once again, do appreciate you guys for tuning in. If you're just joining us recently, we're coming to you live from Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. It's a 50, 100 no to cash game. They've been playing for a solid 4 hours so far. Probably another hour or so in the live stream coverage for tonight's 5100 game. Be back at it again tomorrow with another 50-100 game. Might see some familiar faces from this table again tomorrow. Might see some new faces as well as lots of players that are rolling into town for this weekend's WPT Best Bet Scramble Championship event going on here in the room, ending our WPT series that we've been hosting. 5K buy-in, 1 mil guarantee on that event. So while you're seeing some pros like Alec, Torelli make their way into town, a couple of big hands here as it's Todd and Lexo in a pot, and Lexo again, one of the 2 remaining stand-up players, puts in the 3-bet to 700. Todd, after opening ace king, is just going to call here. Maybe thinks Lexo's splashing around trying to win the stand-up.
Todd hits a king on this flop.
Yeah, great situation for Todd. So Lexo's going to have to keep the aggression on. Definitely a slam dunk c-bet on a king high flop. After Todd checks it over, we did see Lexo throw out 1K. Todd now check raising it. Makes it 3,400 over the 1K c-bet. Jig might be up here for Lexo. It's been pretty tough for him the last couple of hours. You get your hopes up when you start out super duper hot. Now we see him call the pocket eights. Doesn't believe Todd to have as strong of a hand as he has. Again, Todd just called pre-flop.
Trying to turn. Todd L immediately all in.
Just ripping it.
Wow.
Fight for your people, huh?
Stop says thank you for that. So a little bit of frustration there. Thought he might have the hand to be safe and get through the stand-up game. Unfortunate for him, Todd still playing a monster a little bit there. Just calling pre-flop. Again, Todd, one of the most aggressive players at this table. Does put in a lot of 3 and 4 bets. Him and Lexo battled prior in a big pot where Lexo actually put in a 5-bet shove. From Lexo's perspective, easy to think Todd shouldn't have ace-king here. Maybe good awareness by Todd of dichotomy with the stand-up game to mix in that call.
Thank you.
Now Lexo's got to let go of the jack tray offsuit. Didn't want to let it go as Asaf is over there in the small blind. Will have a chance at sneaking through, but before he can, Hunter looks down the pocket nines, raises it up. Lee calls from ace-4 suited. Now Asaf, very playable hand. King and jack of clubs. You see him reaching for big chips. Looks like a huge raise is coming in.
15.
Pretty modest, actually. Pot size raise, 1,500 is the price to go from Asaf. Thought he might just go huge there to try and squeeze everybody out. Instead, kind of a normal size, 1,500 to go.
You think so?
Makes this look like a real hand. Hunter with pocket nines, 1,200 more to call. Him and Asaf both on the shortest side of things. Kind of continue, but Hunter does rip it in. Saw Lexo cheer in the background, saying woohoo! Worried that Asaf's 3-bet would get through. Not for Asaf, you're pretty much stuck to either puke call or puke fold. Puke fold's the option. Wasn't getting the right price. Hunter easily had him absolutely dominated. Instead, he's got to let it go. Hate seeing that he's still at risk in this stand-up game that they're playing.
Yeah, I was saying thanks, Todd. Dang you, Hunter.
And Lexo, very happy to see Hunter shove there.
Yeah.
Stays alive. Trying to stay alive for the stand-up game.
You got first down? You push. You got first down?
Push.
Push. How long is the under?
You push out on.
How long is the over?
Action underway again. Let's see if one of them wants to step out on this hand. There it is, Lexo raising it up, and he's trying to use the dynamic at play to his advantage. Just raises huge when he wakes up with a real hand. If anybody thinks he's out here getting super crazy,
oh wow,
they're going to make a stand.
And it's going to be, as of now,
nobody has a real hand.
Nope, it is going to be Lexo. Soft is going to have to.
If anyone have a hand, they would have called it a raise with.
Nobody had a defendable hand. And
300. We're on this hand.
Yeah, we're on this. Yeah, oh, here, give the thing back. What is it?
he heard it soft,
First time I lose.
rolling around those bounties. Fortunate for him that he just lost the stand-up game. He tried, put in that 3-bet just 2 hands ago, and unfortunately, Hunter woke up with a pretty big hand in pocket nines and over shove.
Psychologically, it will be. Big difference between 500 and
Yeah, 500 is
back
a lot.
way.
Right. I mean, it's, yeah.
I think 300 is good for this game.
300 is good.
250 from Lee this time around.
Especially if we're playing them more than one.
Raising up with the Doyle, 10 deuce suited.
Exactly. You're going to be shoving there.
200 already making people go crazy.
500 is wild.
See Asaf putting in the call at Jack 8. Now after Greg calls with ace 6, Toby with a decision out of the small blind with ace Jack offsuit. So you see a 3-bet, may elect to call. 3-bet it is. Most of the players on this table will take the aggressive line given a choice. Toby 3-bet up to 1,700. We see Lee letting it go. Soft, Greg gonna fold as well, and Toby gets to take this pot down with ace jack. Easy game for him. Nice, healthy 3-bet takes it down.
Yeah, he's there.
Once again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us through this live stream. It's been a lot of fun hanging out here in Best Bet in Jacksonville.
You won? Oh, you actually had to.
Yeah, definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Our day started early with the Brad Owen, Andrew Nemi meetup game. Hosted, of course, by the World Poker Tour and Best Bet. Played some 3-5 No Limit Hold'em today.
Whoa, wait a minute. So in a spot where Lexo opened, Lee 3-bet light with the 8 tray suited. Greg wakes up with pocket queens in a dream scenario. Gets to put in a hefty 4-bet to 3K. Everybody folds around a Lee who doesn't want to fold.
No, Lee hates folding, but he's gonna let go of the octocrab.
Don't let it go. Greg shows him the queens. He'll be safe. Again, these guys just recently finished one stand-up game, immediately re-up to play another one, given the fact the action was so good. So far early on, a couple of pre-flop aggression, taking it down for Toby and Greg. They're both going to be safe.
By the way, as I was out and about walking around, there's still 4 tables going of 3-5.
Yeah, meetup game lives on, baby.
It does.
We're not leaving. We're not closing. Again, the room is 24 hours tonight with the WPT winding down. Stay 24 hours for the final 2 weeks of the World Poker Tour Series happening here.
Yeah,
why close tonight?
Exactly, as Mike is alluding to, we are in our 24/7 operation. We opened doors at 10 a.m. today. Doors will not close until Monday morning, 4 a.m.
We're not leaving. This game ain't breaking. Best Bet Scramble Championship for the WPT Series kicks off tomorrow. Will last a couple of days, all culminating in the final table coverage on November 14th. We'll have live stream coverage of that final table.
That's the game.
Sure, we got a couple of professional commentators coming in. They're gonna kick the scrubs like us aside, and they'll bring in the good ones, the guys that we grew up idolizing, the ones everyone loves listening to.
Yeah, I know Vince Van Patten's going to be one of them.
And he snuck in here today, made his way through the meetup game. It was really cool to see him attend. Yep. Hop around on some tables that didn't have Andrew and Brad and Torelli on. A lot of fun. People you grow up watching and listening to. A chance to play with them here at Best Bet. It was a lot of fun. It was a really good day. Nice to wind it down to this sick 5100 game as well. Now so Greg open it up. Hunter's going to defend out of the big blind with queen 10 off. Greg gets the best of them still as he continues to have the best hand with queen jack high. Actually continuing to check through, and now jack on the river. Greg, in case he wasn't sure if he was best, now seeing that he is.
So someone goes on the heater.
Goes out. Bet on the river does Greg. Hunter immediately folds and drags him to the pot at Hunter's expense.
Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense, though, actually. Yeah, I'm sure if you're picking up.
Once again, do appreciate everyone hanging out. If you did miss out on Brad and Andrew's meetup game today, they will be having another one here soon, December 1st at the Wynn in Las Vegas. A lot of big names will be at that one, including Phil Ivey, as well as many others. Part of the big WPT series happening at the Wynn, culminating there with a $40 million guaranteed final event. Yeah, sick. Hoping to possibly sneak out for that one. I know we're giving away a couple of different packages for that big event. Some satellites coming up. Try to win your way to a trip to Vegas. Get any information on that, check out the website, bestbetjacks.com. Head over to that tournament section, see the satellite schedule.
Yep. So a few satellites. Tonight was the 10-seat guarantee for our main event that was going on as far as satellites go.
We'll have another 5-seater tomorrow, both milestone formats. But here, look at Alec getting after it. 7 tray of clubs, 3-bet to 900. Hunter waking up with pocket 10s. It's a cold 4-ball from Hunter, 3K the price to go now.
Alec.
Frustrated.
Yeah.
For sure. Seen it mostly go against him tonight. Did win a sizable pot and a bomb pot a while ago to chip away at how much he was stuck. Now, trying to make a move. Fortunately, runs into Hunter's pocket 10s, and Hunter looks like he shows his 10s. Going to be safe from the stand-up game. Alec saying, how did he wake up with it behind me in the blinds? Fortunately for him, Hunter did, and Hunter's going to be safe. So we are in the second stand-up game of the evening. Saf there in the 5 seat, first player to lose a stand-up game tonight.
Yeah, because at some point you really can't fold.
Nobody wants to be the second
People
one.
just going to gamble with anything.
Yeah.
Especially if it gets big enough.
Back on the way again, we saw Toby open it to 250 with a 9-8 suited. Todd put in the call, queen 10 suited. Pretty folds around to a soft big blind. He's going to call for only 150 more with the 8-5 offsuit. 3 ways we go to 10-9 deuce on the flop. Todd with the best hand right now in the form of top pair. Toby, second pair and the pre-flop aggression. Decides not the continuation bet, just checks it over to Todd. Todd bets out 400 half pot size bet. What Toby wants to do here. Expected. Majority of the time Toby would continuation bet instead. Maybe giving a little bit of rope to Todd in case he starts bluffing, trying to win the stand-up game, as Todd is currently not safe. 5 of hearts turn, actually want check, and 7 on the river. Todd's hand will stay best. Toby with a 9. Gonna check it again. Todd checking it back, taking his 10 to showdown. Doesn't go for thin value, happy to show his hand, drag the pot, and be safe from the stand-up game now. Just a few players remain at risk in the stand-up game.
Hey, so it was everybody over here got it, but Hunter's got it.
Toby just points out, current people at risk. Surprisingly, Alec, Lexo, and Lee, 1, 2, and 4 seats, currently at risk in the stand-up game as they are not holding a button. Everybody else is. It'll be fun to see how that plays out, especially since their group's so tight. Sitting there basically in a row. Play Hunter between them. There it goes. Those 3 in this hand is Alec open, Lexo called, and Lee called.
Yeah, it's just us 3. Police over here. Yeah, police.
Greg calls out the big blind. He's tagging along, and now we get a flop of 9-4 tray. 2 spades on board. So Alec with the flush draw was the pre-flop raiser. Looks like he's in a continuation bet. Lee with middle pair might get sticky here. See what he wants to do, and there is a call. We see Greg get out of the way. It's going to be Alec versus Lee. Both players currently not safe from the stand-up game, and now the Jack of Diamonds falls on the turn. Not a card either player really loves. Alec may continue firing here. That's what we see him do. Also sized up 2,400, near full pot now on the turn. Trying to take this one down. Lee sitting here with a pair of 4s, holding the King of Diamonds as well. Puts in the call. Lee not one to love folding, especially when he thinks his opponents are up to something. Now 7 of hearts on the river. Alec raises the white flag, thinks Lee's not messing around. Doesn't read Lee for as weak as he is with that turn bet. And Lee shows King 4, and he gets to drag in a $75 pot and be safe from the stand-up game. And see the look on Alec's face there. Big river bet may have gotten the job done. Alec is going near full pot on that turn, trying to say I have a big hand. Lee calls. I think Lee has a real hand. The river is a brick. Hard to blow him off.
Get better faster.
So now Alec, Lexo, 2 more popular out-of-town players are the 2 remaining in the stand-up game. We're going to see Lexo raise it up to 1K here, try to end it. Before everybody can fold, we've got Lee putting in the call at 9s. Last time, Lexo did this exact move with pocket queens and had to show it. People may read this raise for a big hand like he's representing. But Lexo immediately checks it over Lee. Lee, again, just put in a real sticky call against Alec. Might deter Lexo from bluffing at it. Lee fires full pot for 2K. Lexo's gonna call it king queen off. Off to the turn we go. Looking for paint is Lexo, and there is paint. Gives him open-ended instead of a pair. Now 8 on the river, so Lexo sitting with king high. Is he gonna find a way to just go after it?
Yeah.
6K in the middle. What does Lexo do? Does he go with a big bet? Does the last hand play a role here? Saw Lee look up Alec super light in the last hand. Looks like Lexo is putting out the huge bet. There it is. He put a flag in there. Wow. Red, white, and blue chip worth 5,000. The pumpkin orange chip's worth 1K. It's an $8,000 bet into the 6K pot. Crazy dynamics at play here. Again, Lee just looked up Alec light last hand. But going back to the last time they played the stand-up game, we saw Lexo put in a huge pre-flop raise and show pocket queens. So Lee trying to figure out, is Lexo doing this with a big hand? Or is it exactly what I think it is in a bluff? Sitting here with only pocket nines is Lee. 2 overcards on board to his pair. Same time, no flushes came in, only queen 9 and 7-9 came in for backdoor straights, and Lee's blocking those straights. Lexo not really repping any of those hands, more like he's repping pocket 10s, pocket jacks. A hand very similar to the pocket queens last time that would raise up huge pre-flop. And then may have been tempted to slow play on this flop and trap, checking it over to Lee. You see Lee really recount the action. There he is, puts in the call.
Defense.
Lee with a massive 22K pot going his way with just a pair of nines. Lexo representing a big hand. Fortunate for him, Lee is not the type to let it go. No. Puts in a very light call of pocket nines.
And just like that too, all of Lexo's profit for the night basically dwindled down back to even.
And unfortunately, he ran into maybe the one player at the table who would look him up as light as he did in Lee.
You're right.
Such a sicko.
You're right. The rare one occurrence. That's Lee. Wow, what a massive call from Lee.
Anybody say that? I don't believe it. People say it.
Remember last time I had queens?
Say last time I played with him the way I had a big hand. Here we are underway. Alec originally did open pre-flop. You see him c-bet this 9-9 deuce board. If he gets it through, Lexo, the big loser of the stand-up game. But he's not getting through as we see Greg over here with 8 tray of clubs, just raising it up, stealing this pot away.
Oh, here we go. Things are overdone. Greg
shows it for the fun of it. Didn't have to show it.
He didn't even have to show it. He's just like, yeah, I got it done with Octo Crab.
My. Alec having a very frustrating session here on this 5100 live stream game. And he was building momentum there for a minute. Was clawing back, only stuck 10K after being stuck around 25. And ever since then has kind of gotten the brunt end of the stick. Getting beaten back down.
Call more faster. Call more faster.
Oh, yeah. If we go all in, I probably die.
Now Soft waking up with a monster. Pocket kings for him.
I believe you. I've been here for one
Gonna
night.
raise it up. So Lexo get out of there under the gun. So it leaves Alec in the big blind as the other remaining stand-up game player. Gonna see him put it in the call against Soft's open, pretty light. Gets to go heads up with Queen 5 offsuit. Flop comes down 7-6 deuce, misses Alec entirely. See a Soft assembling a continuation bet here. Literally all loosey-goosey eating a sandwich, putting out the C-bet.
Is that a sandwich? I thought it might have been a quesadilla.
That is a sandwich, Mexican variety.
Yeah, it checks out.
I don't know Spanish, but I assume quesadilla
means
is
sandwich?
Spanish for sandwich. Instead, Alec putting in the call here. Maybe trying to bust a move. Hoping Asaf is c-betting light on this 7 high board. Now another 7 comes out on the turn. Does complete the rainbow. Now soft sizing up near full pot. 1K on the turn, Alec. Saying, okay, that makes it look like a real hand. I'm going to let it go. Soft drags it in. Alec, Lexo still. Final 2 players remaining in the stand-up game.
So on the small line, right?
Whichever one does not take down the next pot, pay everybody at the table a $300 bounty. So a little over 2K at stake. You can't find a way to win a pot here. They are blind versus blind right now. Destined to clash yet again is Alec and Lexo. By one, players getting out of there. Over to Greg, gonna raise it up from late position. This time he's got ace-9 suited. Pretty good hand. Toby, rolling it over with 10-6, just lets it go.
Greg said, just a reminder, you got a lamb.
Greg, reminder, you're safe, buddy. You don't need a 3-bet your light anymore. Did see Todd call from the button with the ace-5, and now Alec gonna put in the call with the king-8, hope to spike something, and Lexo with a king-8 of his own, his is at least suited in spades, gonna put in the call. Now 4 ways we go, off to the flop. 1,200 in the middle, and it's coming down 9 high, 9-7-4. So Greg flopping top. Gonna put out a continuation bet. Is Greg after it checks over to him. Everybody gets out of there. Greg, take this one down.
Thank you.
Game continues on. Alec, Lexo still trapped in danger. Neither one can take down a pot.
Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We are going to be wrapping this game up shortly. Going to be wrapping it up at midnight. So a little after midnight is when our stream will end at 12:15. But again, don't worry, we will be back at it tomorrow with more 5,100 action that's going to be taking place. It'll be a slightly different lineup, but it's going to be a fun one. Definitely going to be looking forward to more 5,100 high stake cash game. And then after that, we'll be getting ready for the Best Bet Scramble final table, Tuesday, November 14th, 2 p.m. We get cards in the air for that event.
Can't wait to see who can make a run at the final table. We got some of the players at this table will be playing in that Best Bet Scramble Championship event. Especially that's why guys like Ali Torelli flew in, play the cash game for a couple days, then fire some bullets at that big event. I heard Brad, Andrew talking about it earlier as well. I know they're firing a couple bullets. Brad's plan is to A, bag a ton of chips. Plan B, go see his 49ers take on the Jaguars here if he somehow gets knocked out.
That's right.
It's good to have a backup plan, you know?
Yep, this weekend.
Having a plan here. Curious to see what every player's plan is as the turn comes king of diamonds. 3 ways. We can't see what Hunter's holding. We know that Lexo is just sitting with queen high in a dream. Alec defending with a 4. Actually continues to check through as we go off to the river, and it comes down a tray of clubs. So let's see if Lexo or Alec want to step out, really get after it. So there are the last 2 players remaining in the stand-up game going on right now.
Hunter also in this hand as well as the mystery hand.
Now imagine Hunter praying one of them bluffs at it potentially. Instead, it's just going to check all the way around, and Alec does have a 4. Gets through Lexo, and looks like Hunter's going to have to let it go. There's on some sort of draw that missed, and Alec gets to ship that pot, be safe from the stand-up game, and just like that, a couple hundred more out of Lexo's stack going to each player. When it rains and pours, brutally upstuck is Lexo. Started out this stream so hot.
Yeah.
Won the biggest pot we've seen all night.
Yeah, we only have
Massive double up through Ali Torelli early in the stream.
The last down is about to start.
All right, let's do round of straddle.
After finding that full double up and dragging in a 45K pot, nearly 25K in profit, and have a terrible last couple of hours has Lexo. Make sure all that profit is evaporated back to even. He is roughly even anyway, I should say. Very frustrating to be upstuck, especially when you got high hopes that early into a session.
I mean, especially when I think we were were trying to figure out, like, when that was the biggest pot that he had scooped up by far with the hand between he and Torelli.
We just come in.
And then just the way things just dwindled down from him, unfortunately.
And obviously, losing the stand-up game on the end rail there, kind of that final kick to the teeth. You really frustrated, lost a big pot when Lee picked off a pretty good bluff by Alec, so I thought it was going to get through. Lee just not the kind of guy who wanted to fold after a long tank, put in the light call.
Yeah, as I said, about us on ace on that flop. Lee bet, Todd called, and now Todd with the check mark.
Snap call again from Todd. He has a monster here.
I actually have you this time, Lee.
Obviously, rivering top 2 pair now. Best hand, good for
pair.
Todd. Easy game as picks off Lee's jack high.
All right, that was my last down. I appreciate you guys tonight. Thank you very much.
Just like that, we got about 30 minutes remaining in coverage for tonight's game. They'll probably continue playing off stream once we're done, but
they are going to continue playing upstairs.
High up how things sit at the current moment. Again, updating cumulative winnings. We're going to see Lexo fall down that leaderboard pretty far. If you're a Lexo fan tuning in, I'm apologizing in advance because I know it's going to be bad. And start off with the V pit because that one's not as bad. Greg leading the way, Lee, Lexo right behind, Asaf, Alec, Todd, all been pretty active as well. Been a very fun, active table so far tonight. Here, gonna see who's leading the way. Imagine things have shifted, and there it is, Lee. He's now the big winner on the night, up 18.9K. Todd, Toby up as well. Todd, 8K, pretty solid win for him. Done it mostly with aggression. Toby was stuck early, made a big comeback, and there's Lexo, stuck about 3K now after being up. Good pile early, just kept running into it as things wind down in the live stream coverage.
$200.
Brutal sequence of events for him. Been a pretty brutal session for Alec, Torelli as well. Neither one of them can get too much going. Not for lack of trying, that's for sure. They've both been getting after it. Both have been trying to pull off some big bluffs. Alec had his biggest bluff picked off by Lexo, and the hand that Alec was repping is what Lexo had early in the session.
Oh wow, so a set of deuces for Asaf on the top board. Alec has trip 4s on the bottom.
Oh, disaster for Alec.
Oh no.
Deuce on the bottom board is going to give Asaf the better hand now.
Oh no.
Only silver lining for Alec is the top board. He has a gut shot straight draw. Should have jack come out, he could find the chop, but here it is. He's bloating this pot up huge, puts Asaf all in. He's going to be pretty happy, Asaf, after he sees that he's holding a monster. Asaf can fade the chop, which he does. Both boards run out clean. Asaf going to scoop a full double up in this bomb pot. Holy cow, that happened quick. Wow. Hitting the one outer on that bottom board was Asaf. Alec going to double up Asaf here.
Oh,
yeah, nasty.
Speaking of getting kicked.
Well, hopefully, you know, for Alec, just maybe, there's a chance that Alec is getting all of it out of the way right now tonight.
Yeah.
And then he's going to jump into that Scramble Championship event that we have with a 1 million guaranteed prize pool, and he wins it and undoes all of this damage. That's I'm sure he would take that trade-off, winning the first place prize pool along with the WPT trophy, getting his name on the cup. I'm sure it'd be a dream for him.
That's the ultimate definition of deuces never loses either. Wow. Good Lord, man. What a hand for Asaf.
Jimbo asking, do those chip counts count his stand-up game bounties? They did. We actually do have the accurate chip counts. It's just comparing what his current chip stack is versus initial buy-in, so it includes all the bounty games as well.
Yeah.
So luckily, it's not stuck all the way down at 5K. Obviously, would much rather hit the rewind button, go to a couple hours ago, and see himself up 25K again. But at least he's not stuck all the way down at 5.
Nice, yeah, as I say, yeah, we do have the capability to be able to transfer everything around. So yeah,
we don't mean to brag. We don't mean to brag about our sick technology.
Super sick technology.
Our iPad over there has a calculator function. And, after a couple of months, we figured out how to use it. We're wicked smart here at Best Bet. Again, if you want to come hang out with us, wicked smart people at Best Bet, we're located in Jacksonville, Florida. And 2 other rooms as well to this primary location. Room I'm actually the manager of over in Orange Park, our newest location down in St. Augustine. Neither are hosting the WPT right now, but once the WPT rolls out of town, you want to swing through, check one of them out as well.
You know, considering the fact that I'm going to have a rare Saturday off, might take a swing over at OP on Saturday. Maybe.
I might be sleeping in. I don't know.
I mean,
See
listen,
how late the Friday night 5100 stream goes.
Yeah.
And we will be back at it with this 5100 No Limit Hold'em again tomorrow.
Yeah, and some of these guys you will see on the table tomorrow.
Some of them will be splashing in that 5K buy-in.
Yep.
Some other players will be flying in.
Yeah, I know Alex is back on the list for tomorrow, as well as Todd L. I know Greg's on the list for tomorrow night. And
go on, tell me more people with IV pips. Let me know all the good ones in there.
Yeah, Brooks Exotic, we like to call him, is in the game tomorrow. Mario is in the game. Mario is going to be a whole different dimension.
If you guys don't know Mario, we're in for a treat tomorrow.
It also looks like Sean Winter's going to be part of the lineup for tomorrow.
I haven't seen him in quite a bit here.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see him come back. Been playing a lot of high roller tournaments recently. Been crushing it on the big scene. Originally from Jacksonville, Florida, made an early start to his career here at Best Bet. Been excited to see him come back, try to maybe have a little bit of that. I'm a very good experienced player, and now kind of getting a little home field advantage. It'd be extra sweet to take the trophy home. Meanwhile, here extra sweet, and Todd's flopping bottom set.
Case deuce.
Deuces again.
And Alec has ace deuce.
And 7-6 deuce board with 2 spades on it. Hunter may think his 5s are good, but instead just checks it. Lee says, I'm not betting out here, guys. I'm just trapping. So I'm literally shake his head no and check it. Finally aware that the jig is up and reads it right. Now, unfortunately for Alec, he's going to be the one to take the stab. Drawing obviously dead against Todd's set.
Todd, yeah, no reason to do anything. Just go ahead and call.
Did just smooth call, checks the river, keeping Alec's bluffs in range. Does put a 9 out there, so any 8 makes a straight, but at the same time, spades missed. When Alec does fire out, we see Todd pretty quickly snap called. Unfortunate again for Alec that he just runs into it there. Big pot getting shipped Todd's way. Again, both of those players, as Country said, in that hand right there, Alec and Todd will be back on the stream tomorrow, so as much as they're battling right now, it might carry over straight through tonight. These guys are going to keep playing straight into tomorrow. Again, the room's 24 hours a night, so this game may last pretty long off stream. It's going to be fun to see how late they play. We'll probably have some stories for you guys tomorrow about hands and shenanigans that we hear from the rumor mill. Usually at least the hands are true. And the last time around when Alec came through a couple months back, him and Greg there in the 7 seat had a really crazy big pot that brewed up in the middle of the night. We're still talking about it the next day here as we got ready for the live stream. Action here, actually a straddle pot. I saw Lee limp in. Lee has not done too much limping. Now Greg to over limp with the 9 tray from the button, and now Toby going to raise it up. Pocket 9s from Toby. Goes 1500. Lee says easy call. Puts it in.
I so regret trying to bluff this guy. All the way back to South Florida.
Never again.
You didn't hear it. Lexo said, I regret trying to bluff that guy. After hearing the comments that he's making. The unfortunate delayed read on his opponent there is Lexo.
Quintessential non-bluffing.
Meanwhile, you see Greg put in the call as well. Queen, Queen 5 is the flop. Toby put in the big raise pre-flop. We're going to see him put in the continuation here. Betting out 1600. Lee, as everybody's pointing out, not in the mood to fold. He's going to put in the call with his 4s. Does not believe that the C-bet necessarily means super strong, but Toby went from praying his opponent doesn't have a queen to praying he does have a queen when he boats up on the turn, hitting the 9 of hearts. Now Toby, 8K in the middle and 10K behind. Kind of a couple different options here. Might go very small. hoping to get some chips in there, hoping to bloat it up, praying Lee does something. Instead of going with a small bet, we're going to see him check it over, invite Lee to bluff at this thing. We've seen Lee blow Toby off of a pot earlier tonight. Lee just checking it back here. River 8 of diamonds. 10 Jack does complete. Had a player flop open-ended. See if Lee wants to represent that type of hand. If he gets the opportunity to, his action starts on Toby. See if he wants to check it, continue allowing Lee to possibly bluff at it, or bet huge here, go for the max, bet for value. If he thinks Lee is a weaker side of things, a lot of options. See what Toby wants to target. He is thinking all of those over.
4,500.
Goes with just over half pot size bet, betting 4,500. Obviously hoping to get looked up here, holding essentially the nuts. Especially, we know Lee's not going to put in a raise now. Toby puts in about half of his chip stack. We're going to see Lee get away from it, lets it go. Toby with the monster. Found a rare fold from Lee there, did Toby.
How you play so good like that? Get so purple, play. Know what everybody has on the river.
But yeah, Ant asking in the chat, who's this Kelly Joe guy? He has a little bit of clout. We actually saw him on a couple of tables across the last few weeks. Frequent visitor here to the live stream table, both in cash games and tournament deep runs. Made his fair share of final tables. We'll see him in the best bet scramble championship. I'm sure he's firing at it at least one bullet, giving him a shot, making a deep run of that televised final table. Well, here we saw Lee open it up, and Soft wakes up with pocket kings immediately behind him. Does 3-bet up to 1,600, does a Soft. Todd looking down at jacks, just gonna cold call on small blind. Could have easily put in a 4-bet the way this game has been playing tonight. Now we're gonna see Lee put in the call with the 5 tray suited, so 3 ways to a flop here, almost 5K in the middle. It comes king high, dreamy for a Soft, but almost having too much of this board locked up. Might be hard to get action as action checks over to him. Does put out a C-bet. Goes 1/3 pot, 1,700. Let's see Todd put in a call here. Todd gonna put in a call for at least one street, see what the turn brings. And there's a chance it invites Lee to chase his gut shot straight draw. 2 hearts on board though. Wouldn't be surprised to see Lee get out of there. At the same time, trying to predict what he's gonna do is sometimes a tough task, but Lee did fold. We're off to an ace of clubs on the turn. Pretty fortunate turn card for Todd. Really going to keep him out of trouble now as it adds a second overcard to his pocket pair. Soft praying Todd has that ace, especially if Todd had ace X of hearts, for example. Might be able to get all the chips in here. You see a Soft go with a pretty big bet, hoping that's what happens, but instead Todd instantly folds his pocket jack, says you got it. Soft gets to take it down. Pick up a nice pot, over 15K in his chip stack now. Saw Soft get short for quite a while. Battled back and is now chipped up to over 15K in front. Heck of a comeback for him. Soft. One of the players fortunate enough to win an all-in pot against Lexo to get that run started about 2 hours ago now. Maybe even longer. Soft got it in. Pre-flop with ace jack against Lexo's pocket queens, and Soft found the ace to get a double up. Kind of slowly built up that chip stack. And yet again, we saw Lee raise it up, and yet again, somebody wakes up with pocket kings behind him. This time it's Todd's turn. Puts in the hefty 3-bet to 2,300 and gets no action. Sad Lee folds.
That's it.
Todd shows the pocket kings. Lee's going to pat himself on the back for that lay down.
Yeah, exactly.
He tried to tell you.
That's what you were facing.
That's what you have.
Todd takes it down with the pocket kings there. Doesn't have to fade the ace on the flop, does Todd. Just gets to scoop it in. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Probably hoping for action. The way this game has opened up, always a chance somebody puts in a light 4-bet.
I'm usually a 4-4.
Doesn't get it there. There's Todd. Again, we're winding down our coverage here. About 15 to 20 minutes remain. Do appreciate what's been hanging with us, watching this 5100 game. It's been a lot of fun. I'm watching it myself. A very fun, busy room in general today, kicking things off with that meetup game earlier with Brad and Andrew. Alec came out and joined in also.
I really
Cap things off with this deep cash game. 5100 been a lot of fun bringing it to you. A lot of fun is holding a pocket pair in a 3-bet pot. Lee with the best of it. Pocket nines, put in a hefty 3-bet out of the straddle. Now, back with Alec, been having a very frustrating go of things. May not want to let go of his ace-jack.
We used to play.
He's just going to rip it here. I think Lee's flashing a little bit. Lee snap calling with the pocket nines, just like that. He got a 27K pot. Off to a flip here. Lee versus Alec, nines versus ace-jack.
That's not me.
Bad flop for Alec, a nasty turn as he's drawing dead against Lee's flush on the first run out. Players did agree to run it twice. Let's see if Alec can find an ace or jack on the second board. Jack in the window. Very clean turn in the 4 of hearts, taking away Lee's 9 of hearts is now. Alec fades that second board. Does find a chop there.
Very happy to chop it. I got one.
Looked pretty rough on the first board, and you hear Alec say it's been a rough night. Happy to chop that one up.
I have a pair. Pre-flop a pair.
Nines you would like to
I have
do.
a pre-flop a pair. I
I
will
was
never
hoping I
fold.
had 2 over, so that was it.
Can we just still open at this time? I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think
Yeah, it's open all the time. Not sushi.
Very fortunate second board. We'll see Alec
It's too late for the
staying alive, just chopping that pot up. Doesn't have to reload before the stream ends at this point.
It's too late, yeah.
Players do continue to put the round of straddles on. I think it's pretty mandatory $2 straddle at this point from now until the stream ends. See if they continue it. Again, a lot of fun with this WPT series. Big event capping off this weekend in the WPT Best Bet Scramble Championship. Hope everybody is enjoying the coverage that we've had up till now, and hope you join us for tomorrow's 5100 No Limit Cash game. And rejoin us next week for that WPT final table of that 5K buy-in, 1 million guarantee event. See if Lee can find his way to that final.
We just keep it till the end.
He has been known to ship events in the past. I believe the last time he took down a big one, he had his friends come over from the rail, take the photo with him with a Corona in hand. Maybe this time he'll do it with a bottle of wine in hand, based on how tonight's been going.
No. If I don't go broke tonight, if I go broke tonight, I will stay home tonight. I'll make it.
And Lee says he is not leaving. Again, we're open 24 hours. This game's going to continue on off air. He says he's not leaving until he's broke or has a mountain. This game should stay pretty lively, and hopefully stays lively when we come back tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure it's 6 tomorrow.
6 tomorrow.
Players literally just pointing out 6 p.m. is the start time for tomorrow's stream. Again, we do operate on a delay, so while they start to play at 6 o'clock, we'll be going live around 6:15 to 6:30 p.m. Again, coming to you from Best Bet Jacksonville. That's Eastern Standard Time as we're in Florida, hanging out near the ocean. Meanwhile, 4 ways here. Big pot brewing.
No tournament.
Pre-flop raise was 1,200.
We play here good.
I can just skip the tournament, to be honest with you.
On the queen high flop, action did check all the way around, and now an ace on the turn is going to give Greg the best hand. Todd at the Broadway draw. slowly, everybody just keeps on checking it. Almost a deuce for Lexo there instead of the tray of diamonds on the river. Greg's best hand stays the best. He's going to fire out a little value bet. Unfortunately for him, he's probably not going to get looked up. Nobody has much to speak of on this board. Greg drags that one in. Lee just said he may skip playing in the 5K buy-in event tomorrow to try to get in the 50-100 game again. A couple players are doing something similar. I know Alec Torelli is going to be playing in the 50-100 cash game. As tomorrow's day 1A of the 5K buy-in, Saturday day 1B. No harm in playing the 50-100 tomorrow and then jumping in to the 5K buy-in on Saturday afternoon. Seen a couple of people fly in, travel in so far for the big event, especially sneaking out early for the meetup game today. It was a lot of fun hosting Brad, Andrew, Vince Van Patten, Alec Torelli, entire WPT staff. A lot of fun having them in here. Tons of players came out. Much appreciated to everybody that came out player-wise. Heard a lot of positive feedback, a lot of people having fun. And I grew up playing the game of poker, hopped over to this side of things. Nice to see other people enjoying the game that I love. We all enjoy bringing quality events to you guys. So happy everybody had fun today. Hope everybody that couldn't be here physically got to tune in and enjoy some of the live stream coverage. So we see Lee splash around yet again in here with King High. Greg with the best hand. With his fives and trays. And now ace on the river is going to freeze the action, it looks like. Action does go check, check.
Common sense right there.
Good hand, Greg.
Greg yet again scooping another pot as things wind down here. Greg chipping up nicely. He'll be back at it again tomorrow. We believe we'll see him as well as Todd there in the 9 seat. In addition to Alec Torelli and a multitude of other players. Be excited to see what develops here.
You're playing real tight now because you don't want to lose your money. You lose your money.
Yeah, it is.
Don't lock it up, please.
I want to knock out right now.
You want to lock up the game tomorrow?
For tomorrow game.
Nice hand on the way. Well, they make fun of Lee for locking it up, so he's going to open things up. Raises to 500 with the ace-6 offsuit to soft. Ace-8 suited going to put in the call from the button. 500 was the opening size. We're going to see Greg call out a small blind with pocket eights. And the action on Todd in that straddle position. Only 300 more to call. Looks down to Jack 7 suited. And call it is. 4 ways. The flop we're going to go. 2100 in the middle. Action so far checking around on this flop. Nobody wants to step out on the king and queen at 5 board. Now queen on the turn again. Greg actually sitting with the best hand, and he's going to fire out on this turn card after the action checked around. Pretty safe to do so. Lee in here with ace high, going to put in the call. Lee and Greg yet again heads up to a river. Comes 9 of spades.
Check. Check.
Greg checks it over. Let's see if Lee wants to bluff at it. And bluff at it he does. Throws out 2K.
What do you say, 2K? 2K.
Half pot size bet. Might get the job done here for Lee. Again, Lee's been hyper active. Greg's maybe very tempted to look him up.
You have sixes?
Greg trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Putting Lee on a worse hand than he's holding.
It started out as sushi night, and that didn't go well.
I always forget that happens. Especially on the bet off.
Greg deep in the tank here. Really feeling that pocket eights is good.
100% you don't want to lose that.
Does not want to let it go. Even on this scary board, but eventually does find the fold. Lee gets a steal one here.
No, you got a king.
Shows a 6. Then shows the ace, and Greg head goes down in disgust as he knew it. You heard him say, I think I have the best hand. Couldn't find the call.
All right, guys, it's going to be the final 3 hands of the night here.
Right here, 3 hands remain in tonight's live stream. We're going to continue to wind down. Action's not going to stop, though, as these guys are headed off to play in the VIP room, continue playing this 50-100 game as late as they feel like. 24 hours in the room tonight.
That's why I don't like to play the live stream.
Gonna see if Alec or Lexo can make a big comeback.
genuinely think that Toby played more hands through Greg.
Anybody else can find a way to chip up and end the night on a high note. Final 3 hands left. Just want to say thanks once again to everybody tuning in, watching with us. It's been a very pleasurable experience hosting this WPT here at Best Bet Jacksonville. And whew, talk about a pleasurable experience. You got Greg just flopping the boat. Nothing better than flopping a full house, especially when you have a player betting out like Alec is here, bets 300. Just puts in the smooth call as Greg, and now ace of spades falls on the river. Alec just gonna check. Greg praying Alec improved on that river to a flush. Throws out a 2K bet, going for the maximum. Your 2x pot size bet. Alec gonna have to let it go. Greg takes that pot down. But just in case there's any chance you're looking for the next meetup game that Brad and Andrew are hosting, they will be at the Wynn in Las Vegas, December 1st. Obviously, they will still be in our room the next couple of days, most likely playing in that 5K buy-in at Best Bet Scramble Championship. So hopefully, somehow we find them on our live stream final table. But if not, you're looking for a way to play in one of those really fun meetup games that we had here today. We got the Vegas join in for the big one at the Wynn.
I was definitely doing that. Everybody knows. I tell you, you're doing the 500.
Here we saw Hunter open things initially with the queen jack suited. Greg's going to put in the call from the late position with 9 deuce. Now Lexo waking up with pocket jacks out of the straddle. See if he wants to put in the 3-bet. Hunter, every time we've uploaded the V-Pips, been on the tighter side of things, so might make you tempted to only call, but Lexo not going to veer away or play scared, puts in that 3-bet. Does get through, takes this pot down without seeing a flop. Again, Lexo joining us here, made the drive up from South Florida. Poker vlogger, gaining steam in his own right. Not quite to Brad Owen and Andrew Nini's level in terms of followers, but he is quite a good watch. If you guys haven't checked him out, I would recommend the Lexo Poker YouTube channel, especially if you're from Florida. Really fun to watch somebody play in rooms that maybe you've traveled to, as he plays in the Hard Rock a good portion of the time down south, as well as some other rooms. Sneaks up here to Best Bet when he can on occasion. A lot of fun meeting him here in the room today. Yeah, Ray pointing out, damn, Lexo started hot. Yeah, I think the vlog on this game is going to be pretty massive. He started out on absolute fire. Won a huge pot, biggest pot of the stream still. And then since kept kind of running into it over and over again. And see how a player gets massively upstuck. Been a very unfortunate sequence of events for Lexo, the way the night unfolded. Maybe he'll get it all back though off stream as the game continues on. On this final hand, we actually see Lay take it down with his 7s. And that will do it in terms of gameplay here on the feature table during this 50-100 game. Again, just as a reminder, everybody, we'll be back at it again tomorrow, around 6:15, 6:30 start time on the East Coast. As we see the V-Pips there, Lee did it. He took over the lead just as we winded down with 45%. Knew it was coming. Him and Greg, far and away the most active. Pretty much everybody else hang out there in the middle. And for the quick update on chip counts, we see Lee was the big winner. Todd, Toby, Asaf booked some solid wins as well. And yeah, Lexo stuck 4K after having that massive start. Alec absolutely getting demolished, stuck 27K as well. We saw last time Alec rolled in town, he was stuck a pile. Made a huge comeback on stream. We'll see if he can do it again tomorrow. As again, we'll be back at it. Alec Torelli will be joining us again in tomorrow's 5100 game. Greg will be back as well. Todd, another one who's going to be joining us. So no shortage in action just ahead. And appreciate y'all tuning in, watching along with us. If you enjoyed what you saw, we hope to bring it again to you soon. If you happen to be a fan of Alec Torelli at all, I would highly recommend following him on Instagram and Twitter at Alec Torelli. If you're a YouTube fan, like most of us, you can always check out his YouTube channel, Conscious Poker. Always putting up some downloadable content. Really fun to watch. Nice to see these guys put it up for us. Him and Lexo, good ambassadors of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And Mike, appreciate you hanging out with us and carrying most of the commentary today.
My pleasure, man. This has been a very fun day.
Yeah, so we'll, again, as Mike was reiterating, we will be back tomorrow with another 5100 game. They are going to continue playing upstairs. They're actually doing a mixed game. They're going to do 25-50 no limit hold'em, followed by 25-50 PLO.
Oh, jeez, this game's going to get ridiculous.
It's going to get wild.
We'll be back tomorrow with some stories. How about that?
We will indeed.
Join us for story time in tomorrow's 5100 game. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Back at it here on YouTube and Facebook from Best Bet Live.
Yep.
I'm Mike Kruger, Carter Manager Orange Park, joined by Country here in the booth.
Yep, and for our dealers tonight, Kirk and Chase, again, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching, liking, subscribing, all that fun stuff. We'll see you guys tomorrow night.